Chapter 2407. The corridor in front of the Eastern Branch Director's office was cordoned off and guarded. All the entrances and exits of the building were under control. Damn it, Sir Matu. Zero cursed. The body of the Eastern Branch Director was still alive, and the bullet hole in the back of his head was still bleeding. I didn't expect the director to be so decisive. He would rather commit suicide than be arrested. Officer Liu looked gloomy. Is that true, Sir Matu? Zero stared at Officer Liu and frowned. How long has it been since you reported to the HQ? Why would he commit suicide? It's as if he had known about it in advance. I have my doubts about that too. Officer Liu said seriously. Officer Ma, I hope you can investigate this matter thoroughly. The operation was rushed, and because of that, there was no prior arrangement. So only the operatives knew about it. Sir Matu, Zero sighed with a bitter smile. I heard that the director of the Eastern Branch Director was your teacher. Now your teacher is dead, but you can still analyze the case so calmly. You're really something. Officer Liu said calmly. Because he was my teacher, I don't want him to make mistakes again. At this moment, little Luo's voice was heard. Sir Ma, come over and take a look. There's something here. Sir Matu, Zero, and Officer Liu looked over, only to see little Luo standing behind the director's chair. They approached him with different feelings. Sir Matu, Zero said, Little Luo, don't touch the body. Let's wait for the professionals. Wait, what did you find? There was a wound the size of a pinky finger on the neck of the branch chief's corpse, and there was a head of something that was trying to come out of the wound. Although it was small, it was surprisingly hideous and ugly. Be careful, it's coming out. Officer Liu shouted. A shadow flashed quickly, and the weird thing on the neck wound disappeared. At the same time, Officer Luo stretched out his hand. He was holding a pair of scissors in his hand. He had probably taken it from his desk, and the scissors were clamping onto something just right. It had a hideous head, but its body was like a bean sprout or a tadpole, and its slender body was wriggling. Bottle. Sir Matu. Zero shuddered and shouted to the people outside. Get me a small bottle. Hurry up. And get someone from the biology department. In the office, everyone was gathered around a small bottle. At this time, there was also a scholar from the biology department who had just been called in. He was also from the Eastern Branch. Little Chun, can you tell what it is? Officer Liu asked in a deep voice. Sir, it's the first time for me to see it. The researcher named Xiao Chun said with a solemn expression, but it looks like it's some kind of goo worm. Goo? Officer Matu. Zero's expression changed slightly, and he said subconsciously, Are you saying that your director was implanted with a goo worm? I don't know. Little Chun shook his head in panic. The scene was too complicated and frightening for a researcher who lived a simple life. Everyone in the Eastern Branch was in a panic. After all, the director died in his own office, and he committed suicide by swallowing a gun. Sir Matu, Zero said, Many goo poisons can control one's behavior. Is it possible that he was controlled by the goo, so he committed suicide by swallowing a gun? Logically speaking, the director of the East Division would definitely fall. But even so, the director of the East Division might not necessarily be sentenced to death in court. After all, he did indeed have a lot of achievements. There was a high probability that he would be sentenced to prison, and it was very likely that he would be released before he died. Theoretically, the director of the Eastern Branch had a chance to live through his last days. Why would he commit suicide when he had such a chance? Since there were goo worms, there must be a person controlling them. The key was that no one knew how strong the person was. Was it the kind that could only be controlled from dozens of meters away, or the kind that could cast spells from dozens of kilometers away? The Eastern Branch didn't have a specialist who could deal with the goo, so they couldn't do anything about it. The corpse of the branch director was still in the office, but the cause of death became strange because of the discovery of the goo worm. Therefore, Officer Liu called the forensic officer of the branch office and a group of people to search for evidence to investigate carefully. Have something to drink. Officer Liu brought some drinks to a meeting room in the branch office. Sir Matu. Zero shook his head, taking out a thermos flask from his windbreaker. Sorry, I don't drink things of unknown origin. Officer Liu said indifferently. What? Are you afraid that I'll poison you? Sir Matu, Zero said casually, you'd better be careful. Even your director was poisoned, so maybe other people. By the way, have you done a physical examination this year? If you haven't, go and do it now. Who knows who's the goo in your stomach? Officer Lu didn't say anything. He picked a bottle of mineral water and gave it to Xiao Luo. Thank you. Officer Xiao Luo didn't care about it. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Officer Lu suddenly said, thank you for finding the goo in the director's body. Otherwise, we would have missed the best time to find it. The venomous insect had to leave its mother's body, so it would definitely leave a wound when it drilled out. But if it was not caught on the spot, it would be difficult to find out what caused it, and the investigation would obviously be much more difficult. Officer Lu seemed to think so. Of course, little Luo is good. Officer Matu, Zero snorted, or I wouldn't have brought him along. By the way, why did you think of checking the director's back? Little Luo blinked and smiled. Officer Ma, can you lend me your gun? Gun. Officer Matu. Zero gave a start, but didn't hesitate. He took out the gun and said, oh, you don't have a gun yet, right? I'll take you to the gun room to get one. Officer Matu. Zero asked curiously, why do you need a gun? Little Luo picked up the gun and put it into his mouth. Officer Matu. Zero was shocked. F***CK. Don't tell me you've also been poisoned. Don't scare me. Little Luo stopped. Officer Ma, do you understand? Understand? Officer Matu. Zero was stunned. What do you understand? The way you hold a gun is wrong. Officer Lu suddenly said, it's your hand. I understand. Officer Matu. Zero was confused. Little Luo said slowly, in fact, one hand is enough to shoot. Of course, two hands may be used because of nervousness, but the branch director's hand was like this. While speaking, Officer Xiao Luo began to imitate the action of the branch director before shooting. He put the gun in his mouth with one hand and grasped the wrist of the hand holding the gun tightly with the other hand. Just like this. Officer Luo said slowly. He not only grasped the wrist, but also pushed it out from the inside. It's like one hand is out of control and the other hand wants to stop it. Why is it like this? Although he was controlled, he was still conscious, so he wanted to stop it. Officer Lu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he failed, at least he was conscious before he died. Little Luo gave the gun back to Officer Matu. Zero, and nodded. I think the branch director's willpower was amazing, which proved that he didn't want to commit suicide. If he wanted to commit suicide, he wouldn't have resisted so much. He should still have the courage to live and the courage to face the upcoming trial. Most importantly, he was not a coward. Not cowardly. Officer Lu muttered to himself. Then he heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, thank you for telling me this. Little Luo shook his head. Actually, the medical examiner would have found this out if he checked carefully. I didn't do anything. Lu Jiaming said calmly. The medical examiner here wouldn't analyze his mood like you did. You're little Luo, right? After this case, are you interested in helping me in the Eastern Branch? Although it's faster to rise up the ranks if you stay in the headquarters, it's not like there aren't people who are mediocre, occupying the latrine and not moving, or some people who only talk about their past achievements. Lu Jiaming, are you trying to poach my man in front of me? Officer Matu. Zero slapped the table and stood up. What do you mean? Officer Lu chuckled and didn't look at Officer Matu. Zero. Instead, he looked at Officer Xiao Luo seriously. Think about it carefully, the transfer procedures that the director should agree. Lu, Officer Matu. Zero's voice sounded. Officer Ma, but this time, someone pushed open the door and entered the meeting room. It was the staff from the headquarters who came to arrest them. Currently, as long as they are in the branch office building and have their names on the list, we have already captured them. But 3 of them went out early in the morning and haven't come back. We tried to contact them, but they couldn't get through. We've contacted the Ministry of Transportation and found a police car that fell into the river. They're missing. Humph, they escaped fast. Officer Matu. Zero snorted and said, issue the arrest order to all districts. Hunt down the fugitive in the whole city. Yes, sir. Officer Lu went to the branch office building to inform the people. Now that something big had happened, He was the only one left to preside over the overall situation of the branch office and calm the people down. From this point of view, the director's special treatment for Officer Liu was useful. Officer Ma, too. Zero agreed to this, so he didn't have a quarrel in the director's office. After Officer Liu left, Officer Ma took little Luo back to the director's office for another investigation. Besides, they talked about other things. Little Luo, these are the information of the people who were captured. Officer Ma, too. Zero asked in a low voice. Look, can you tell that a robber is among them? Who has the same figure? Officer Xiao Luo glanced at them and shook his head. Not among them. Are they the ones who escaped? Officer Ma, too. Zero frowned. But Pei Yulo said that guy had to be in an extremely cold place to suppress the erosion of Black Dragon King's claw. Hey, I'll catch that bastard sooner or later. Officer Ma, too. Zero shook his head and said, if only Westgate was here. He should be able to find some clues. I wonder if there's any progress in the murder case. Little Luo, what did you find this time? Seeing little Luo standing in front of a bookcase, Officer Ma, too. Zero shuddered and ran over, thinking that he had found something new. But he didn't expect that Xiao Luo would just casually pick up a pink paper crane from the bookcase and read it. Paper crane? Officer Ma, too. Zero blinked. Is there anything wrong with this paper crane? Little Luo smiled. No, I just think that's folded nicely. It should be done by someone with good hands. Suddenly, there was a noise. There seemed to be a dispute outside the office door. After a while, the office door was knocked open, and a well-maintained woman rushed in with a pale face. Husband. The woman rushed to the dead body of the branch director, screaming. They had to stop her, but the woman struggled and even used her extraordinary force. How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? Get out. The men couldn't stop the woman. Officer Ma, too. Zero understood how she felt after her husband died, but the woman was really tough. She was at least a level 3 Grandmaster, and ordinary policemen couldn't stop her. Mrs. Wong, do you remember me? Officer Ma, too. Zero braced himself and walked forward, taking a palm strike from the tough woman. The woman calmed down a bit when she saw that her palm strike didn't hurt him. You are. The woman frowned. I'm Ma Howd from the Fire Cloud General Headquarters. Officer Ma, too. Zero said seriously. We met at the birthday party of the branch director in the first half of the year. My wife played cards with you. Mrs. Wong, we're investigating the branch director, and I hope you can understand. I promise you that I won't harm the body of the branch director. This is the Fire Cloud branch, and I hope you can follow the rules here. It's the last respect for your husband. He's still the branch director. The woman gritted her teeth and lowered her hand angrily. She glanced sadly at her dead husband before taking a deep breath and walking out. Please do it as soon as possible. Ooh, Officer Ma, too. Zero heaved a sigh of relief and rubbed his chest. This wasn't Mrs. Ma's punches. They were powerful. If he hadn't improved his cultivation today, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it so easily. So, I become the main character? Officer Ma, who is this Mrs. Wong? Little Luo walked over. I told you, you can call me uncle when there are no outsiders. Officer Ma, too. Zero said, that woman is not easy to deal with. She has a strong background. Oh, this woman is called Wang Xiaoqing. She's tough and shrewd. She's famous in our Hui Yun police force's circle of wives. Officer Ma, too. Zero said casually, but she does have the right to be fierce. She was born in the Wang family. The Wang family? Yes, the Wang family. Officer Ma, too. Zero nodded. Coincidentally, Wang Badan, who died a few days ago, was Wang Xiaoqing's niece. Wang Xiaoqing is the daughter of Wang Baiwan of Fire Cloud High School. TSK, old Wang must have offended the gods this year. His luck is so bad. No one. Officer Xiao Luo blinked and picked up a business card on the desk. Uncle Ma, is this branch director also surnamed Wang? Oh, him? Officer Ma, too. Zero said casually. He married into the Wang family and changed his surname. As for his surname, I don't remember. Anyway, his surname was Wang when I met him. Does it matter? I don't know, little Luo said casually. But why should he return it? Into chapter 2408. However, The matter of dealing with Wang Xiaoqing was far from over. There was still more trouble ahead. Because the Eastern District Branch Director was suspected of many crimes, the people from the headquarters would not only search the branch director's office. This would inevitably include his residence. What? You even want to search my house? How dare you? Who gave you the guts? She was worthy of being the most frightening existence in the circle of Hua Yun police force's wives. I'm sorry, Mrs. Wang. Sir Matu. Zero had no choice but to say, the search warrant was issued by the HQ. I'm just following the rules. I hope you can cooperate. Let's see who dares to enter. In front of the door of the mansion, Wang Xiaoqing's face was pale. She didn't know how strong this woman was, but her cultivation was indeed at the third stage of the Grandmaster realm. Sir Matu. Zero didn't want to waste his breath. He had been wanting to beat this shrew for a long time. At the birthday party of the branch director last year, this woman played a card game, and Mrs. Ma lost everything that day. In the next few months, Sir Matu. Zero's pocket money was less than 20 yuan a day. Stealing someone's pocket flower was like killing one's family. Go for her. No, catch her. Sir Matu. Zero waved his hand. Several strong men in uniforms surrounded the beautiful widow whose husband had just died. As they tore her clothes, Wang Xiaoqing's clothes were also torn. The woman's hair was disheveled, and she screamed again and again. Gradually, she lost her strength and fell to the ground. I'll remember you. I'll remember this. I won't let you get away with this. Ignore her. Watch her closely. Let's go in. Sir Matu. Zero led little Luo and the rest of the people into the residence of the branch director. Search every place and take away all the documents. It was a luxurious house, and even the floor was made of expensive materials. Sir Matu. Zero clicked his tongue and said, Little Luo, do you know how much a branch director earns per year? Little Luo said, How much? Sir Matu. Zero said, Yes, it's a lot. At the very least, it's enough to buy a house in the best part of Fire Cloud. Because Niu Dagwang is rich, Tai Luosha directly raised the salaries of all the public officials. His goal is to maintain integrity with high salaries. Little Luo officer blinked and said, The mayor's means are not bad. Yeah, Fire Cloud's annual salary is definitely in the top 3 in Azure Blue. As long as you're a public official, you don't have to worry about food and clothing. Sir Matu. Zero sighed, but some people are not satisfied. Do you see this house? No matter how high the annual salary of the branch director is, it can't withstand the luxury of this place. Let's start looking. I have a feeling that we can find a lot of useful materials here. It was usually a study, so Officer Matu. Zero went straight to the study. However, what was surprising was that in this luxurious house, the study of the Eastern Branch Bureau Chief, who committed suicide by swallowing a gun, was surprisingly simple. Sir Matu. Zero frowned and murmured, Branch Director Wang doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Wang Xiaoqing. Little Luo officer asked why. Officer Matu. Zero said casually, You'll know when you have a wife. See, there's a place to sleep in the study, and it's a place that I often sleep in. When I passed by the master bedroom just now, I took a look. There was only one pair of slippers in use. This means that this couple is most likely sleeping in different rooms. Little Luo officer said, In other people's eyes, they were like loving. Sir Matu. Zero said, Wang Xiaoqing often talked about her interactions with her husband. Now it seems that they were just in public. Do you know what the district medical examiner said to me? There were many wounds on the branch director's body. He didn't need to catch criminals in the front line. How could he have so many wounds? Also, I can tell at a glance that the injuries were caused by a woman. Officer Luo couldn't help blinking. Sir Matu. Zero said in a low voice, Your Auntie Ma beat me like this. Sometimes. Speaking of which, when you find a woman in the future, remember to find a gentler one. That will save you a lot of suffering. Yu is always gentle. Officer Xiao Luo smiled with certainty. He walked into the study room and started to look around the simple but tidy study room. Sir Matu. Zero started to knock on the walls, floor, and cabinets. Perhaps he was looking for a hidden compartment. Sir Matu. Zero seemed to be keen on looking for hidden compartments. He was already like this when he was in the hotel room where Gu Yao died. As he climbed up and down to search, he analyzed logically. Since old Wang would rather hide in the study and sleep than share a room with Wang Xiaoqing, it's only natural that he's not willing to sleep with her. What did this mean? This meant that in this house, this study was his safe haven. It was the place he cared about the most. Therefore, he would definitely leave something here. Strange. Why can't I find it? Officer Luo directly sat on the chair in front of the desk, gently pressing his hands on the edge of the desk, slowly opening. His palm seemed to accidentally sweep a paperweight to the ground, making a clattering sound. Be careful, Sir Matu. Zero hurriedly ran over to pick up the paperweight and wipe the floor. Damn it, Wang Xiaoqing is hard to deal with. If you break anything here, you'll be in big trouble. Officer Matu. Zero suddenly frowned. He lay on his stomach and knocked on the floor where the paperweight had smashed. Is the sound strange? It sounds hollow. Is it? Little Luo officer shook his head. It doesn't feel different. Officer Matu. Zero's eyes lit up. He pressed his palm on the floor and sucked in a breath. Then, he pulled the floor out with all his might. I can't find you. Sir Matu. Zero squinted his eyes with a smile. There was indeed a brocade box the size of a mooncake box under the floor. What's this? He opened the brocade box, but there were only some ordinary things inside. There wasn't any important evidence. Little Luo officer took a look at it. There were actually quite a lot of things in the box. There was a watch that couldn't be used anymore, a red rubber rope, an ordinary pearl earring, a red brocade bag, and a group photo. Sir Matu. Zero picked up the photo. This woman doesn't look like Wang Xiaoqing. Is she Wang's old lover? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Little Luo officer opened the brocade box and poured out the things inside. There were 2 small teeth. These are the teeth of a child. Sir Matu. Zero picked up one of the teeth and frowned. I kept the teeth of my 2 children. Wait, I remember Wang Xiaoqing and Wang Xiaoqing didn't have children. Were these 2 teeth? At this moment, Sir Matu. Zero's phone rang. What? Sir Matu. Zero's face changed. Calm down, don't panic. I'll be right there. Little Luo, trouble is coming. With these words, Sir Matu. Zero walked out quickly. Officer Xiao Luo picked up the photo again. After looking at the photo on the front, he turned to the back and saw the words written, "This is our best day." There was a tense atmosphere in front of the mansion. A young man in a suit in his 20s was looking at a few police officers. Wang Xiaoqing had already broken free and was standing beside the young man with a face full of grief and indignation. When Sir Matu. Zero came downstairs, he felt the situation was terrible. This young man in a suit had a powerful background. Sir Matu. Zero said, "Isn't this Secretary Liu? What's the matter? Why did you come here? You could have just called me." Officer Ma. The young man, Secretary Liu, smiled faintly. "I'm afraid that if I don't come here, this place will be demolished by your people." "Of course not." Sir Matu. Zero said with a smile. "We're just following orders. We always wear shoe covers in case of dirtying this luxurious place. Most importantly, we can't afford it." Secretary Liu said calmly. "Officer Ma, may I have a word with you?" "Sure." Sir Matu. Zero took a step forward. Secretary Liu, "What can I do for you?" Secretary Liu's request was still the same. He said slowly, "Officer Ma, I don't know. Don't you know who owns this house?" Old Ma said, "I don't know. Does it belong to Boss Neo or Mayor Tai?" Secretary Liu narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "This is the property of the Wang family's great-aunt. The Wang family's great-aunt has no children and has always liked Madame Wang, treating her as her own. This house was also given to Madame Wang by the Wang family's great-aunt." "I see." Sir Matu. Zero nodded. "I see. That's good." Secretary Liu smiled. Officer Matu. Zero waved his hand and said, "Listen up. This house belongs to the Wang family's grand-aunt. When you search it, you must be very careful, very careful. If you break anything, I'll transfer you to guard the fish pond. Do you hear me?" "Yes. Yes." Seeing the good attitude of his subordinates, Officer Matu. Zero nodded with satisfaction. Then he put on a dog-like smile and said to Secretary Liu, Secretary Liu. What do you think of my arrangement? Ma howd. You're asking for death. It was Wang Xiaoqing's voice. She had just been attacked by a group of men, and her face was like that of a volcano eruption. She wanted to eat someone. Secretary Liu waved his hand to stop the irritable Madame Wang. He was still calm as he said slowly, Officer Ma, you might not understand what I mean. I'm here this time because I hope you can show mercy. Madame Wang said that if you leave now, she'll owe you a favor. There's a saying in Huiyuan that the Wang family would not fall as long as Iron Rakshasa was alive. Madame Wang was the reason why the Wang family would not fall. Even if it was just a verbal favor, it was still very important. Unfortunately, Officer Ma too. Zero was a decent man. He said seriously, Secretary Liu, please tell Miss Wang that I'll leave as soon as I finish searching the place. I promise I won't break anything, so that I can go back and report to my superiors. I owe her a favor. You don't deserve it. After all, Wang Xiaoqing was an unstable factor. This woman had lost her husband in one day, and her house was being searched. How could this old princess in the circle of wives of the Huiyuan police force swallow this? Zhahu! Wang Xiaoqing yelled angrily. The next moment, a loud roar suddenly erupted, and then something seemed to explode. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw that an inconspicuous doghouse in the courtyard of the mansion had been shattered. At the same time, a terrifying aura was being emitted from a long-haired creature that walked out of the doghouse. The golden long-haired dog's body was expanding crazily at this moment. Its sharp teeth were frightening to look at. In just an instant, the golden-haired dog had expanded, or perhaps it had returned to its original size. It was 3 meters tall and 7 meters long, and its fur had a metallic luster. Is this a level 4 sky howling wolf? Sir Ma too. Zero's face changed, and he yelled, Wang Xiaoqing, how dare you hide such a forbidden beast in your house? Zhahu, tear them apart. Wang Xiaoqing's eyes were red, and her voice was sharp. When the terrifying howling firmament wolf heard this, it immediately leaped out and pounced into the crowd. With a sweep of its long tail, several police officers were sent flying while vomiting blood. F***CK, crazy woman. Sir Ma too. Zero cursed, subdue the sky, howling wolf first. At the same time, Secretary Liu furrowed his brows and said, Madame Wang, please calm down. I can take care of this. Wang Xiaoqing slapped Secretary Liu's face and said with hatred, You piece of trash. What are you afraid of? It's just a small police officer. Do you think our Wang family is afraid of him? Secretary Liu didn't move or say a word. His face was burning, but he didn't feel anything. He just glanced at her indifferently and stepped back. Even Miss Redchild wasn't so unruly. Miss Redchild was at least reasonable. Even so, Secretary Liu still made a call secretly. Ma Hao didn't prepare to deal with a level 4 beast, especially the sky howling wolf, which was extremely dangerous among the level 4 beasts. They might suffer heavy casualties. He had to deal with the aftermath. Hello, it's me, Secretary Liu. Please send a team over. We have something to deal with here. Yes, right now, within 10 minutes. Secretary Liu said indifferently, and then his expression froze. No, wait. Don't do anything. Wait for my arrangements. As he spoke, Secretary Liu put away the phone and looked at the terrifying stage for beast in disbelief. Among the rank 4 beasts, the sky howling wolf, which had a violent temperament and terrifying combat strength, was currently squatting on the ground in an extremely docile manner. And around it, the group of people from the Fire Cloud General Headquarters were nervously holding onto their weapons as they locked onto the sky howling wolf. However, they did not dare act rashly. Zhahu, what are you doing? Aren't you going to listen to me? Wang Xiaoqing screamed again. However, the howling sky wolf turned a deaf ear to it. Its ears suddenly drooped, and it directly lowered its head and laid on the ground. The howling sky wolf's body even began to shrink, and finally returned to the appearance of a golden retriever. At this moment, a hand was stroking its head. Relax. Little Luo took out a packet of biscuits from his pocket and tore it open, saying with a smile, Do you want some? Ow. It instantly melted. Sir Matu. Zero shivered and said, F***, little Luo, you're a beast tamer this time? Mr. Shiman told me how to get along with spirit beasts yesterday. Little Luo smiled casually. Oh, I see. F***. Shiman is here, and he's going to die. This little Luo is dishonest. Jahu. Jahu. Wang Xiaoqing was enraged. You trash. I've raised you for nothing. Princess Luo, who was mad with anger, was quite scary. At this time, she directly came to the stage as if she was possessed. She opened her hands, and her fingernails grew. A pair of well-maintained hands turned black and gray at this time, and directly clawed at Officer Luo. F***, poisonous scorpion claw. Little Luo, watch out. This woman's hands are poisonous. Officer Matu. Zero couldn't help but exclaim, F***, how did old Wang survive such a vicious hand? Was it made of steel? At this moment, facing Wang Xiaoqing's attack, Officer Luo casually took out something. There was an old photo between his fingertips. Wang Xiaoqing's vicious claws stopped abruptly. She stared at the photo in little Luo's hand, feeling terrible. He doesn't seem to love you anymore, little Luo said softly. Wang Xiaoqing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the ground as if her cultivation had been broken. No, he loves me the most. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. This photo should be the most precious thing to him, little Luo said softly. More precious than you. Wang Xiaoqing fell on the ground, holding her head with both hands, wailing, screaming, and crying. You lied to me. You lied to me. In the distance, Secretary Liu, who saw this scene, couldn't help but be shocked. He quietly looked at the young police officer and couldn't help but think of an old saying. Kill people. Kill their hearts. Chapter 2409. She attacked the officers of the HQ and illegally raised dangerous beasts, which led to many officers being injured. When especially made restraining handcuffs were put on Wang Xiaoqing's hands, the widow's face was no longer exquisite. It was as if she had lost her soul, leaving only her skin. Under the escort of the police officers, she was locked into the transport vehicle. Regarding this result, Secretary Liu did nothing. He just silently allowed Officer Ma to take them away. After all, Huiyun General Headquarters was independent from the government. Usually, the Fire Cloud HQ would show some respect. But Wang Xiaoqing's behavior was so bad that it was beyond Secretary Liu's ability. Sorry to disturb you, Officer Ma. Secretary Liu walked to Sir Matu, Zero, and said, I don't have any request. I just hope that Mrs. Wang can be treated better. After all, she had her reasons. Don't worry. I'm not so bad as to bully a widow. Sir Matu. Zero shook his head. The HQ is only responsible for arresting people. It's up to the court to decide the sentence. Secretary Liu, you're more familiar with these procedures than I am. Secretary Liu didn't say anything. He just smiled and nodded. Before he left, he took a deep look at little Luo and then got into a black commercial flying car. Uncle Ma, who is this Secretary Liu? Liu Jinghe. Officer Matu. Zero heaved a sigh of relief. The second secretary of the mayor's office, one of the most powerful officials in Huiyun. Compared to Liu Jinghe, Liu is younger. The secretary of the mayor's office? Little Luo pondered. Officer Matu. Zero rubbed his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect that Madame Wang would ask Liu Jinghe to come here. Even Liu Jinghe has to respect her. This old woman is getting more and more powerful. Little Luo asked, What's the relationship between Madame Wang and Mayor Tai? Sir Matu. Zero said quietly. Mayor Tai used to be the princess of the Ghost Kingdom. She was taken in by the Wang family when she escaped from the Ghost Kingdom's coup. I heard that back then. In order to protect Tai Luocha, the Wang family's eldest aunt didn't hesitate to use her own daughter as a substitute. So tell me, what kind of relationship does she have with Mayor Tai? It wouldn't be too much to call her mother, right? I see. Little Luo nodded and asked curiously, Uncle Ma, you offended old Madame Wang this time. Aren't you afraid that she will hate you? Sir Matu. Zero said, Why should I be afraid of her? She won't pay me? My rank is Fire Cloud, General Headquarters Large Captain. Even in Southern Heavenly Gate, I have a record. If they have the ability to get rid of me, we'll see. Besides, your teacher isn't someone to be trifled with in Southern Heavenly Gate. Now that we have someone to fight in Southern Heavenly Gate, we have someone to back us up. Do you understand? With that, Sir Matu. Zero shook his head and sighed. Actually, the Wong family has been spoiled these years, but they're not that arrogant. They don't do anything out of line. They're one of the more low-key ones among the big families. It's a pity that they ran into this problem. Little Luo glanced at the sky howling wolf and asked, "What will you do with this spirit beast?" "Oh, Sir Matu." Zero thought for a while and said, "This is a dangerous level 4 spirit beast. Of course, it can't be kept in the city. Usually, the people in the spirit beast class will deal with it. They will either destroy it humanely and turn its body into materials or send it back to the spirit beast world. Usually, the former is more common." Little Luo thought for a while and said, "Uncle Ma, can I ask you for a favor?" "Hey, what is it? Tell me." Sir Matu. Zero patted his chest and said, "As long as I can do it, I'll marry my daughter to you. As long as you don't rush, wait for 18 years. I'll give you a daughter." Little Luo smiled casually and pointed at the sky howling wolf, asking, "Can you let me deal with it? Are you serious?" Lu Jinghe quickly returned to his exclusive office. He had to deal with a lot of official business in a day, and he had taken time out for this trip. The time that was taken up could only be made up for by working overtime. But soon, someone knocked on the door of Lu Jinghe's office. A white-haired but well-dressed lady slowly walked in with the help of a young girl. Lu Jinghe stood up and greeted her politely. "Aunt Wong, why are you here?" "You know why." The lady sat down on the sofa in the reception area with the help of the young girl. She put her crutch on the ground and looked expressionless. Lu Jinghe said, "I've asked the legal aid department to send the best lawyer for Mrs. Wong. There won't be any problem. I've also arranged for the detention center. Mrs. Wong won't have any trouble in there. Xiao Qing is in a bad mood after losing her husband. Why didn't you stop her? Why did you let her get into trouble?" Aunt Wong asked indifferently. Lu Jinghe said indifferently, "I think it's good to let Mrs. Wong calm down for a few days." "Lu Jinghe, what do you mean?" Annie Wong's gaze was not one of condescension, but at the very least, it was one of absolute superiority. Lu Jinghe said calmly, "I didn't know beforehand that Madame Wong's family was raising a dangerous 4th-grade spirit beast. Annie Wong, don't you think that Madame Wong's actions this time will stain the Wong family's reputation? If Mrs. Wong doesn't stay in there for a few days, I'm afraid there will be all kinds of rumors about the Wong family being spoiled." "Lu Jinghe, Lu Jinghe," Aunt Wong sneered. "You're good at changing the topic. I'm asking why you didn't stop her. I don't believe you don't have the ability. Is it because Xiao Qing slapped you on the spot? It happened so suddenly. I really didn't have the ability to stop her. Please forgive me." Lu Jinghe said apologetically. Annie Wong suddenly stood up and slapped Lu Jinghe's face. Then she sneered and said, "This is also unexpected. Aunt Wong is right." Lu Jinghe lowered his head and said in a low voice. Aunt Wong looked at Lu Jinghe meaningfully and suddenly chuckled. "You're not bad. It's a pity. You're too young. Take care of yourself. I'll send you off." Lu Jinghe raised his head and smiled. "No need." Aunt Wong turned and left. After Aunt Wong left, Lu Jinghe returned to his desk as if nothing had happened. He pressed the internal phone and said politely, "Xiao Fong, can you make me a cup of coffee? I have to work overtime today. Thank you." In the car, besides Aunt Wong and the girl who served her, there was also a man in a jacket with a finger-long scar on his face. "Old woman, this Lu Jinghe doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Do you want me to do something to teach him a lesson?" The man with the scar sneered, "I don't like him for a long time. This is a good opportunity." The scar-faced man's expression gradually turned ferocious as he spoke. Aunt Wong looked up expressionlessly. The girl beside her had already shouted, "Wong Wu, do you have the right to speak here? The old lady hasn't spoken yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" "What did you say?" The man with the scar immediately raised his eyebrows. The girl wasn't afraid at all. She snorted, brainless thing. Do you think you can touch Lu Jinghe just because you want to? He's the second secretary of the mayor's secretary office. If you teach him a lesson, where will the mayor's face go? You're just making trouble for him. The man with the scar. Wang Wu didn't care. As long as he doesn't do anything, who will know who did it? Even if he knows, he won't seek revenge. What's the big deal about it? Slap. It was the crutch in Aunt Wang's hand. At this moment, the crutch in Aunt Wang's hand smashed on Wang Wu's mouth. The man's mouth was instantly filled with blood. He looked shocked and trembled. Old madam? What's the big deal? Aunt Wang said indifferently. Lu Jinghe beat you and even killed you. That's the same. He's just a small secretary. Aunt Wang sighed. A small secretary. I can't believe that you still think so. If he's just a small figure, how can he climb to his current position at such a young age? Pighead, how can the Wang family produce such a good-for-nothing like you? If it weren't for your brother Wang Lu's conscientious work these years, I would have driven you back to farming. Wang Wu lowered his head and covered his mouth. He didn't dare to speak. At this time, Annie Wang slowly sighed and said indifferently, Go back and take care of the place where Xiao Qing is locked up. Don't let some blind people there harass her. I know. Wang Wu nodded. I have a brother's woman who is also locked up. She will take good care of Miss Qing. Get off the car in front, Aunt Wang said indifferently. Wang Wu nodded. The car stopped at the foot of the mountain. At night, it was Tai Luosha's residence on the top of the mountain. Letting Wang Wu get off the car here naturally meant that she didn't want others to see it. Old Madam, Jade Cloud Residence was the name of Tai Luosha's residence. This mountain was almost as high as the Flat Sky building. The place where Jade Cloud Residence was located was even higher than the 99th floor of the Flat Sky building. When Annie Wang walked into the Jade Cloud Residence, she saw the black flying motorcycle, reverse 5 elements, parked in the middle of the courtyard at first glance. Miss Redchild came today. Aunt Wang couldn't help but frown, asking a servant in a low voice. Yes, Miss came over for dinner tonight. She is currently chatting with Madame in the study. The servant hurriedly said, Madame is very happy and told us to prepare well. Annie Wang nodded and quickly entered the role of the housekeeper of the Jade Cloud Residence. What dishes have been prepared? Let me see. Also, get someone to tidy up Mrs. Room. She might spend the night. I will personally arrange the dining hall. Everyone go. At the same time, in the study, the atmosphere wasn't as good as the servant imagined. It was even a bit quiet. Tai Luosha's personality was clearly different from Yo Dog Wang's. Her entire face was cold. You also know to come and see me. Tai Luosha looked at Red Child, who didn't look like a lady from a respectable family, and frowned. Speak. Why did you come to see me? Red Child didn't waste time, saying, I want to open the Bloodline Treasury and use the Bloodline Jade to find a person. You want to open the Bloodline Treasury? Tai Luosha's voice instantly sank. You went to the Civil Administration building. Don't worry about it. Red Child said seriously, I beg you. I just want to find a person. The reason, I want to find a person. He might be related to Baton's death. Wang Baton's matter will naturally be handled by the Fire Cloud General Headquarters. However, Tai Luosha said indifferently, Why are you, a student who is still in high school, getting involved? Don't think I don't know about your willful joining of the investigation team. However, enough is enough. It's time to stop. Do you really think you're lawless by setting fire to the Fire Cloud General Headquarters? I only want to open it once. Red Child said seriously. It's just to find a person. I guarantee that as long as you agree to it, I'll study hard and not cause any more trouble. Tai Luosha fell silent for a moment before saying coldly, I can open the Bloodline Treasury for you once, but you have to agree to a condition of mine. Speak. From this day forth, you are not allowed to meet Sun Ming in private. That's impossible. Red Child subconsciously slammed the table and said incredulously, Why? There's no reason. Tai Luosha said indifferently, If you want me to give you the right to use the Bloodline Jade, there's only this condition. Other than that, there's nothing to discuss. If you don't agree, you can leave. There's no need for dinner. Mom, I beg you. Red Child clenched her teeth and knelt on the ground. Tai Luosha's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she looked down at the documents on the table with a deadpan expression. She said indifferently, "I've already given you the condition. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Red Child pursed her lips slightly. "At the end of the day, it's because you don't like me. I know. I will only make you feel uncomfortable in front of you. Just treat it as though I was never here tonight." She turned around and left without even turning her head. Opening the door was the only thing she would not kick. "Wait." Tai Luosha's voice suddenly sounded. Red Child's heart palpitated slightly. However, she heard Tai Luosha continue, "Remember to close the door." "All right." The sound of the door closing was not loud. Only then did Tai Luosha look up and hold her forehead helplessly. Another argument? It said that mother and daughter are enemies in their previous lives. This saying seems to be true when it comes to you. At this moment, Andy Wong walked into the study helplessly. "Miss Red Child just left in a huff. We don't need to prepare tonight's dishes. Eat what should be eaten. Don't waste it." Tai Luosha heaved a sigh. "Let the servants share it." Andy Wong sighed. "Is it necessary? After all, we are related by blood and flesh. Don't regret it when you lose it again." Tai Luosha said faintly, "Aunt, I know what I should do." Andy Wong nodded slightly. "I'll go get you a bowl of lotus seed porridge." Tai Luosha pondered for a while and then said, "Auntie, help me prepare a car. I need to go out." Now, Andy Wong was puzzled. "Where are you going?" Tai Luosha said, "The Civil Administration Building." "Welcome back." In the shop, Sir Little Luo, Boss Luo saw Miss Maid waiting for him at the entrance. She changed her shoes, took off her clothes, took off the things Boss Luo bought on the way. Miss Maid's happiness started from this moment. It's here." Boss Luo smiled. "I think it's not a bad idea to get a guard at the door. I'm coming. By the way, do you know the art of spirit communication?" "Spirit communication?" Miss Maid blinked. She understood what her master wanted to do. World of spirit beasts. At this moment, the golden tiger that hadn't transformed was looking at this place timidly. "Mom, I'll go home." Chapter 24:10. On Sunday afternoon, Sir Matu Zero led the team to the Eastern Branch, First People's Hospital of Firecloud City. Di Qinglong took Gu Zhe to the courtyard of the hospital with the excuse of taking a breath of fresh air so that the genius talisman maker Ah Xing could check the paper crane talisman array in the ward. "Mr. D, what's your relationship with me?" The young man was obviously in a state of confusion. After waking up, he was unfamiliar with everything, but he could feel the kindness from Di Qinglong. "I'm your sister's friend," Di Qinglong said in a low voice. "My sister? Where's my sister?" Gu Zhe asked in confusion. "She left Firecloud City for some business," Di Qinglong said indifferently. "But don't worry, she asked me to take good care of you before she left. I'll come to see you often, so you can rest here and don't worry about anything else." Gu Zhe thought for a while. "I don't remember what my sister looks like. Mr. D, do you have a picture of my sister?" "Next time." Di Qinglong smiled. "I'll bring you the best one next time. Then it's a deal." Gu Zhe nodded and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. He murmured, "It feels like I haven't seen such a vast sky for a long time." "You really can't remember anything that happened before?" Di Qinglong suddenly asked. Gu Zhe shook his head. "I feel like I'm trapped in a very small place. I can't see the light. I keep shouting. I can't remember. It's like a dream. By the way, Mr. D, how did I get hurt?" "I heard you got into an accident when you joined the extraterritorial battlefield." Di Qinglong thought for a while and said, "I don't know the details. It happened in the extraterritorial battlefield after all. But it's all in the past. Most importantly, you're awake now. Many people want to see that. Your sister will be happy to know that." Gu Zhe was confused. "Mr. D, can you contact my sister now? I think I want to talk to her. Maybe she can help me remember something." "With your sister's job, it's not suitable for her to answer the phone during her free time." Di Qinglong smiled and patted Gu Zhe's shoulder. "Don't worry. You just woke up. You need time to adapt." "All right." Gu Zhe nodded. But at this moment, Gu Zhe seemed to have seen something terrifying. His calm expression instantly turned to fear. After the fear passed, his entire body started to tremble. Gu Zhe, Gu Zhe. Noticing Gu Zhe's abnormality, Di Qinglong's expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, Gu Zhe seemed to not hear his shouts and actually struggled to get up from the wheelchair. Not only that, Gu Zhe's face had a trace of malevolence as he staggered in a certain direction. At this moment, in front of the direction Gu Zhe was charging in, there was a man who was at a loss of what to do. "Don't go!" Gu Zhe bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he shouted at the man who was at a loss. The man opened his mouth and hesitantly took 2 steps back. "Don't go!" Gu Zhe used all his strength to rush forward. However, as he had just woken up, his body was extremely weak. This time, he didn't reach the man, but fell to the ground instead. Seeing this, the man seemed to want to help him. However, at this moment, Di Qinglong quickly walked over. Seeing this, the man hesitated for a moment and hurriedly turned to leave. "Li Jianren, don't go! Don't go! Gu Zhe! Gu Zhe!" At this moment, Gu Zhe seemed to be out of control. With a painful expression, he held his head with both hands. "What, Li Jianren? Gu Zhe, my head hurts. It hurts. Don't go. Don't leave me. After a miserable scream, Gu Zhe actually fainted. Di Qinglong couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the man had already rushed away and his figure gradually disappeared. Di Qinglong couldn't leave Gu Zhe alone at this moment. He could only feel pity in his heart. What happened? At the same time, a figure flashed over. It was Shimin Ka. Di Qinglong said directly. Just now, Gu Zhe seemed to have seen someone and then lost control of his emotions and rushed over. He must have fainted because he was too agitated. "Who?" Shimin Ka asked. Di Qinglong shook his head and said, "I don't know." Gu Zhe seemed to call him something. "Li Jianren." "Li Jianren?" Shimin Ka frowned and pressed his hands on the ground without thinking. After a bang, the Shar-Pei dog appeared. "Chase, the smell just now? Is Li Jianren?" Di Qinglong also asked. Shimin Ka said, "I've checked Gu Zhe's information before. In fact, after Wang Badan's death, this person was included in the investigation list. Li Jianren, a sparring teacher in Fire Cloud High School. According to the internal investigation of Fire Cloud High School, it was because Li Jianren didn't help that the accident in the extraterritorial battlefield caused the death of several students on the spot and the serious injury of Gu Zhe. So it's him." Di Qinglong pondered. "You know him too?" Miss Yao mentioned him before, but she didn't say his name. Di Qinglong shook his head and said, "I just didn't expect he would come. It's probably because of guilt or something." Shimin Ka thought for a while and said, "After that incident, Li Jianren was stripped of his position as a regular teacher and demoted to a sparring teacher. I heard that in the following days, he became the target of the students to vent their anger. The leader of this was Wang Badan. I think the reason why they didn't dismiss Li Jianren may be because of Wang Badan. They didn't want Li Jianren to live a peaceful life." Di Qinglong frowned and said, "Is the mysterious person who came to give the gift also him?" Shimin Ka's heart skipped a beat. When he was about to say something, Arnold came back. After whispering to him twice, he directly returned to the spirit beast world. He got on the bus and left. Shimin Ka pondered and said, "Arnold said it wasn't the smell of the mysterious person. The police announced Gu Yao's death not long ago. I guess Li Jianren saw the news, so he wanted to come to the hospital to have a look. Of course, I don't know the specific motive, but this person has a name, so it's not difficult to find him. Let's put it aside for now, but maybe we can find the other person." "Who?" "Wang Wu," Shimin Ka said seriously, "the man in the recording secretly recorded by Gu Yao. He's a guy of the Wang family who specializes in dealing with social problems. The young lady of the Wang family also died tragically before Miss Yao." Di Qinglong shook his head. How could the murderer be a member of the Wang family? Shimin Ka scratched his head and said, "So are you going or not? I'll send Gu Zhe back first." Di Qinglong said indifferently. He actually woke up. On the bus, Teacher Xiaohu curled up in the corner at the back, his face full of worry. "Why'd it have to be this time? Li Jianren, I'm also your student. Come back." Teacher Xiaohu slowly closed his eyes and covered his ears with his hands. He curled up even smaller, as if he wanted to squeeze himself into a ball like this. It was getting dark. Special news report. Today, the Fire Cloud General Administration dispatched a large number of people to arrest in the building of the Fire Cloud East Branch. What was the news? What was it? I'm back. Dad, hug. Yuck, hug. Sir Matu. Zero picked up the child, his face full of happiness. At the same time, a plump lady said with a smile at the door, "Good boy. Don't make trouble. Let Dad come in first, and you can play with your brother in the room." Okay. Looking at his little son's healthy and lively appearance, Officer Matu. Zero felt relieved. "Why are you back so early today?" Mrs. Ma asked curiously. Sir Matu. Zero lay on the sofa. Mrs. Ma opened a bottle of beer and brought it over, massaging his shoulders. "You haven't been back these days." Sir Matu. Zero heaved a sigh. "I just came back from the Eastern District, so I didn't want to go back to the General Administration." Mrs. Ma wanted to say something, but stopped. "I heard that a lot of things happened in the Eastern District branch. Did you see it on the Twitter?" Sir Matu. Zero asked casually. "It exploded long ago," Mrs. Ma said with a bitter smile. "The moment Wang Xiaoqing died, the news flooded the screen. Someone in a nearby house took a picture. I didn't expect her to be so crazy, but it's no wonder. After all, her husband is dead." Officer Matu. Zero blinked and turned around. He hugged the soft hostess and said, "Honey, do you know that old Wang and Wang Xiaoqing aren't that loving? When I went to look for their marriage certificate, I found that they had already slept in separate rooms. When the forensic doctor examined Wang's body, he found a lot of scars. I think Wang Xiaoqing might have abused him." "I knew it." Mrs. Ma rolled her eyes. "How did you know?" Madame Ma said casually. "Anyone with a discerning eye can see that when Wang Xiaoqing was putting on a show in Madame's circle, old Wang looked reluctant." "Why? When you caught Wang Xiaoqing, did you punch her a few more times, stab her eyes, and kick her chest?" "You said that her husband was dead?" Officer Matu. Zero changed to a more comfortable position and rested his head on Mrs. Ma's thigh. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. "It's a pity for old Wang. He worked so hard to become the director of the Eastern District branch." Mrs. Ma said casually, "People have to be responsible for what they've done. This guy abandoned his wife and son in order to get close to Wang Xiaoqing. Now he's in this situation. He's asking for it." "Abandoned his wife and son?" Sir Matu. Zero widened his eyes. "Who told you that? How come I don't know about it?" Mrs. Ma said grumpily, "It's not something to brag about. It's just some gossip in the Twitter circle. Who knows how much you can believe? You don't like to listen to these women's gossip. I like to listen to it now." Sir Matu. Zero rubbed Mrs. Ma's shoulders. "You said Wang abandoned his wife and son. How much do you know about that woman?" "I don't know about that." Mrs. Ma shook her head and said, "I only heard it from my mahjong friends when I was playing mahjong once. It was a few years ago. At that time, when she and Wang Xiaoqing were shopping, they met a woman. Wang Xiaoqing went up and scolded her. She called her a vixen and seduced her husband. Not only did she make that woman cry and run away, but she also went to her company to pressure them. In the end, that woman resigned from the company." "And then?" Sir Matu. Zero was speechless. "That woman was so scary." "How would I know?" Mrs. Ma said grumpily. "Wang Xiaoqing's mahjong skills are terrible. I've only played with her a few times. I feel annoyed every time I see her." "What's the name of the woman who was scolded?" "I don't know about that." Mrs. Ma thought for a while and said, "I heard that Wang Xiaoqing shouted, 'Goo.' I guess that woman's surname is Goo. Anyway, I only heard about it a few years ago. Who can remember it clearly?" "Goo." Sir Matu. Zero was stunned, and then grasped Mrs. Ma's shoulders. "Honey, where is that person?" "She was fired." "How would I know?" "I'm talking about the mahjong friend who told you this. I have something important to ask her." Sir Matu. Zero said quickly, "It's important to talk to her face to face." "Now." Mrs. Ma was embarrassed. "Then what about the tiger penis soup I made?" "Let's not do that." Again? At night. Among the colorful neon lights, there was a private clinic that was still lit in the depths of the alley. At this time, Miss Nantu walked to the door of the clinic with a deadpan look. She suddenly stopped here. She blinked. because she found a golden retriever in front of the clinic. It was led by a dog leash, and there was an empty plate on the ground. The golden retriever was squatting, looking up with sad and scared eyes. It looked pitiful. Lady Nan, too, opened her mouth, and then looked at the sign with confusion. Yes, it was the sign. She was in the right place. The golden retriever was obviously not an ordinary golden retriever. At least Miss Nan could judge from its aura that the golden retriever had some strength. They looked at each other. Oh, Lady Nan, you're back. At this moment, Miss Maid pushed the door open with a plate. She saw a piece of delicious steak on the plate. Miss Yi, this is Jahu. Miss Maid smiled and said, Master adopted him temporarily to do some research. Research? Miss Nan too couldn't help but blink her eyes. When she saw the word research, the body of the golden retriever on the ground trembled. She shook her head and didn't care too much about the Jahu, but asked directly, Miss Yi, is number one here? I came back to change shifts, and now it's her turn to work in the headquarters. You could do the handover yourself. Miss Maid said casually. Lady Nin too was stunned again. At this moment, someone stood outside the clinic and looked at them hesitantly. Lady Nin too looked back in surprise. In the night, she saw a man standing in front of the door with a strange expression. Teacher Xiaohu, why are you here? Lady Nan too was surprised. I came here unknowingly. He answered subconsciously. No, Teacher Xiao Nan, why are you here? Chapter 24:11. Renter, Teacher Xiao, who was surprised to hear such an answer. But at this time, Teacher Xiao Nan's eyes were full of sincerity, so he could only believe it. Who told Huiyin City's housing price to be so high? I can only seek this kind of rental. Fortunately, Dr. Luo is a good person and is willing to rent out the utility room in the attic to me. Teacher Xiao Nan, this is too, looked pitiful at this time. Otherwise, a newcomer like me, if I want to survive in Huiyin City, I'm afraid I can only engage in some underground paid services after work. Only then can I... Teacher Xiao who opened his mouth. Since Teacher Xiao Nan had said so much, if he didn't have some strange images in his mind, he would really be sorry for his male instincts. Something like that. He couldn't help but quickly shake his head, throwing out the peachy images in his mind. Then he looked around to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. This place, it seemed like he had been here before, but it also seemed like he hadn't been here before. It seemed like he had taken something from here. It seemed like he hadn't. He couldn't remember clearly, even how he walked to the clinic's door. He just wanted to go home as soon as possible. Today, he didn't want to care about anything. He just wanted to close his eyes and wait for the day to pass. Teacher Li, please have some tea. Oh, okay, thank you. Teacher Xiao who quickly stood up. The nurse in the school doctor's office was too beautiful. So beautiful that it was unreal. He couldn't help but envy Dr. Luo. The threshold of a doctor's profession was very high, unlike a sparring teacher, who usually only needed to take a beating. Moreover, such a young doctor, who even had his own private clinic. There was also a beautiful nurse. If you count Teacher Xiao Nan as a renter. Hey, what kind of cool novel's male lead template is this? I'm so King envious. Dr. Luo is in the study. He'll come out soon. The maid said with a smile. Sorry to disturb you so late. Teacher Xiao who said apologetically. Sure enough, I'll go first. After all, I didn't bring anything for a visit. At this time, Dr. Luo came down from upstairs, wearing a pair of simple trousers and a white shirt. The collar was casually opened, and the sleeves were rolled up a little. It was really casual. But Xiao Nan, Lady Nan too, was a little stunned at this moment. She couldn't help but shiver secretly and quickly looked away. She was afraid of being discovered by Miss Maid. She quietly picked up the teacup and sipped it. She had to be elegant. Oh no, my defense was actually broken by the boss in a white shirt. What the hell is this? Is my XP that strange? When I came back in the afternoon, I brought some honeydew melons. Dr. Luo said casually, take them out and open them. Melons should be eaten together to make them sweet. Yes, the servant girl answered simply. Dr. Luo sat down casually and said to Teacher Xiao who, I'm sorry, I was a little engrossed in reading in my room. It's fine. Teacher Xiao who couldn't help but feel nervous. Damn it, he's young, rich, and surrounded by beautiful women. More importantly, he's more outstanding than you, and he's also more hardworking than you. Dr. Luo smiled casually and said, Teacher Li, how have you been these 2 days? Teacher Xiaohu couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment and confusion. Dr. Luo smiled faintly and said, What I mean is, did you have a good weekend? Teacher Xiaohu opened his mouth, but could only cover it with a bitter smile. It passed in a daze. I don't even know what I did. His plan to work on the weekend didn't complete. The model audition was most likely a failure. He felt that he was also very busy this weekend, rushing here and there. Time flew by like a white horse. It was ridiculous that he didn't accomplish anything. I think, Teacher Li, you should be sober, Dr. Luo said softly. Lady Nan too couldn't help but look up in astonishment. Teacher Xiaohu opened his mouth slightly in confusion. Dr. Luo said, If you're not sober, how do you know that you've been in a daze for a day? Is that so? Teacher Xiaohu lowered his eyebrows thoughtfully. Living every day in a daze while sober. Living every day in a daze while sober. He couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile, scratching his head and saying, It's strange. I feel like this isn't the first time I've come here. I feel comfortable here. It's probably the aroma. Dr. Luo said casually, A good smell can relax the body and mind. It's also a kind of treatment. Is it really my first time here? Teacher Xiaohu asked abruptly. Dr. Luo said calmly, It's your first time here. Teacher Xiaohu felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The doubt just flashed by, and the beautiful nurse came back with a sliced honeydew melon. It wasn't just a normal cut, but a plate was placed on it. It was a work of art. He was too embarrassed to eat it. However, Miss Nintu stretched out her hand and took a piece without saying a word. She didn't look polite at all. Eat. Why are you looking at me? This thing is supposed to be eaten, not looked at. The most important thing is the taste. God knows how much courage Lady Nan too had used up. Anyway, his back was cold. Teacher Xiaohu was startled. The maid put a piece of honeydew melon on a small plate and put it in front of him with a small fork. He took it subconsciously. Thank you, he said with a slightly hoarse voice. Teacher Xiaohu held the small plate with both hands, lowered his head, and seemed to be silent. Xiaohu, you? Lady Nan too tilted her head and asked tentatively. I feel like I haven't been like this for a long time. Teacher Xiaohu said faintly, a few friends sitting together and chatting comfortably. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Dr. Luo asked curiously. Teacher Xiaohu took a deep breath and showed an ugly smile. You're obviously just a normal reception, but I self-righteously treated this as a coexistence between friends. You're obviously a person like me. Young Miss Nantu suddenly knocked her fork on the plate, interrupting Teacher Xiaohu's words. He looked at her in astonishment, and she rolled her eyes back at him. What kind of melodramatic confession is this? Xiaohu, you're an adult, not the male lead of a CC. There's no one here who can be conquered by you, okay? Teacher Xiaohu couldn't stand it on the spot. He was petrified, and his heart was in turmoil. Can we still get along with each other? Lady Nantu directly threw a pack of tissues and said indifferently, Bathroom, turn left in the corridor ahead. Sorry, excuse me. Teacher Xiaohu couldn't help but lower his head and run to the corridor. Seeing this, Lady Nantu couldn't help shaking her head and even sighing, what a mess. Boss, what's so good about Xiaohu that we? Lady Nantu suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, because the boss didn't speak at this moment, and Miss Maid looked at her with an indescribable look. Lady Nantu's heart couldn't help but thump, and she said subconsciously, Well, did I do something? Miss Maid said indifferently, Lady Nan, talking with the customer is an important part of the contract. Only by cutting open every shackle in the customer's heart can we truly know what the customer wants. Is that so? Lady Nantu felt that she was in trouble. Miss Maid continued, In addition, a good-looking plate presentation can improve the quality of the food, and the improvement of the quality will also affect the perception of taste. Lady Nan, as the ambassador of the shop, you represent the image of the shop. so you have to manage yourself well. Sure enough, she was in trouble. Lady Nan too suddenly laughed bitterly and said with tears in her eyes, I just said that to make Xiao, who relax a little. How can the food made by Miss Yi be bad? The melon cut by you is sweet, even if it's twisted. I'm wrong. Miss Maid smiled slightly and said, however, maybe this style is more suitable for you, Lady Nan. Am I right, Master? Lady Nan too blinked in surprise. This black-hearted maid is praising me? He is still wary of us. Boss Luo just said indifferently. As far as the three of us are concerned, he is relatively less wary of you, Lady Nan. Nan Xiaonan didn't understand at this moment, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Boss, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Boss Luo chuckled and said, I also have my shortcomings, and there are also times when I need to learn. If, without those convenient abilities, I may not be as good as you in the way of getting along with people. Nan Xiaonan was suddenly in fear and trepidation. She felt like she couldn't sit still, and cold sweat poured out. But little tiger, isn't he just an ordinary person? Is that so? Miss Maid suddenly said, if he's just an ordinary person, how can he find this place again and again? Didn't Yodawang come here twice? Lady Nan too said subconsciously. That's because Master wants to get in touch with Yodawang. Miss Maid said indifferently, Li Jianren is different. He came here twice, and he wasn't affected by this place at all. He didn't. Lady Nan too was really surprised this time. With an inconceivable look, she subconsciously looked towards the direction of the corridor. The sound of flushing was heard, and Teacher Xiao, who came out. That, just now. I'm sorry to let you see my ugly appearance. Teacher Xiao, who scratched his head at this time, and said a lame joke, but I'm ugly. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Teacher Xiao Nan? Teacher Xiao Nan suddenly rushed forward and stared at him closely. Teacher Xiao, who couldn't help but look up. That is my face still dirty? Teacher Xiao, who stammered. Teacher Xiao Nan held his head with both hands, twisting it up and down. She didn't find anything, so she shook her head and said, I don't see anything special about you. Huh? Lady Nan too shook her head and said indifferently, I don't see anything special about you. Why do the students in the school like to bully you so much? We were just talking about the things you encountered in the school. Teacher Xiao, who was startled and couldn't help but smile bitterly, you should know about that matter. After all, it's not a secret, and you just need to ask around a little. Lady Nan too said, so, at that time, you really abandoned that student and ran away by yourself? Teacher Xiao, who opened his mouth and finally nodded silently under the gaze of the three people. Yes, I did abandon Guze and ran away by myself. Miss Nan too frowned. What's the reason? Teacher Xiao, who said, I can't let anything happen to me. I'm the pillar of the family, and I still have parents and a younger brother to take care of. The student's life is a life, and my life is also a life. And in that situation, even if I didn't abandon him, the final result would be that both of us would die. Lady Nan too frowned again and looked at Teacher Xiao, who from head to toe. Teacher Xiao, who said indifferently, originally, no one knew. Since no one knew, we could only treat it as a normal battlefield accident. I just didn't expect that someone would see this scene, so I can only say that I'm unlucky. Boring. Young Miss Nan too shook her head and sat down as if she was bored. She continued to eat the honey melon expressionlessly. Teacher Xiao, who opened his mouth and then nodded apologetically to Dr. Luo, that, I won't disturb you today. I think it's better if I don't come here in the future. It's okay. Dr. Luo smiled casually. As long as you want to come, no one will stop you. Teacher Xiao, who shook his head. It's better not to be too close to me. Otherwise, it will affect your work in the school. If you're with me, you'll be easily rejected by the students. You'll be hurt in the end. Wang Badan is dead. Lady Nan too said abruptly. The head of the students is gone, and no one will remember this in the future. After this batch of students graduate, it will gradually fade away. Speaking of which, it's a good thing for you. Don't tell me you killed her. With this, Lady Nan too narrowed her eyes. Unexpectedly, Teacher Xiao, who said faintly, "She maybe, I really killed her." "Xiao who you?" Teacher Xiao, who took a deep breath and said seriously, "Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye." He left just like that. Boss Luo didn't want him to stay and only asked Miss May to send him off, but it was rejected. There were bright neon lights outside, and Teacher Xiao, whose figure was soon submerged under the light. What did he mean by what he said just now? Lady Nan, too, looked at Boss Luo in confusion, only to see Boss Luo pick up his cell phone. There was a message from Sir Ma, too. "Zero." Boss Luo glanced at it and said, "Officer Ma has confirmed the fact that the deceased Eastern Branch Director is the biological father of Gu Zhe and Gu Yao." What? End of this chapter. Chapter 24:12. Boss, you're going out again? At this time, Miss Nan was number 1. Number 2 had already handed over her shift and was bitterly returning to her room to prepare for the lesson, because for the next week, number 2 was Xiao Nan's teacher. In the living room, Boss Luo had changed into casual clothes. It seemed that he was ready to go out. This is the job of the police officer. Sometimes we have to go out in case of emergency. Boss Luo smiled. When my father was still alive, we often had to go out halfway through the meal. I always feel that this way, I can be closer to him. Lady Nan 1 was startled and quickly said, "Then, I'll go to the headquarters too." She didn't dare to ask about the boss father. She didn't dare to take the boss father's words seriously. However, you're almost omnipotent, but you also have times when you can't do anything. Miss Nan 1 immediately took a deep breath and cursed in her heart. After the boss's white shirt accidentally poked her XP, this kind of weak side that was occasionally revealed by an absolute powerhouse was also poked. Miss Nan, who had a strange feeling of coldness behind her back, quickly said, "I think it's better not. I feel that it's not appropriate for someone to see you being taking Old Fong's car to the headquarters." As she spoke, Miss Nan 1 patted her head again, and when number 2 came back, he told me that he forgot to feed Old Fong. I was afraid that he would starve to death, so I'd better go and take a look first. I'm leaving. The chill gradually disappeared. But speaking of which, now the boss was using the identity of Little Luo to play. Well, experience, what about Huiyin Hai? Lady Nan 1 went out first. Before Boss Luo went out, Miss May carefully tidied up his clothes and said softly, "Are you on leave?" "It depends." Boss Luo smiled casually. "Then, I'll leave Li Jianren to you." Miss May nodded. "I'll find out as soon as possible." Then her eyes moved slightly. Boss Luo understood now. "Goodbye, kiss." Little Luo met Sir Ma 2. Zero in a quiet bar at the junction of the downtown area and the South District of Huiyun City. Sir Ma 2. Zero was leaning on the bar counter and rubbing his old waist. "Uncle Ma, are you still injured in the daytime?" Officer Luo's voice came out of nowhere, and Officer Ma 2. Zero answered in a low voice. When he was looking for the account book, he was indeed slapped on the back by the attacker, but he survived and was not seriously injured. The real reason was that Mrs. Ma's stew. "In our line of work, it's nothing." Officer Ma 2. Zero coughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Have you read the message I sent you? What do you think?" Little Luo thought for a while. "I want to know more details." Sir Ma 2. Zero said, "I talk about Old Wang and Wang Xiaoqing when I was chatting with your aunt in the evening. I found out that Old Wang had a wife and a kid before he married into the Wang family." Little Luo said, "I read the profile of the branch director before we set off, but there was no mention of this." "Huh." Officer Ma 2. Zero said casually, "It's easy for Old Wang to change his resume since he's the bureau chief of a district. The Bureau of Civil Affairs will do the Wang family a favor. I've already taken a sample of Old Wang's blood and a sample of Giao's blood. After comparing them, there's a 99% chance that they're father and daughter." Little Luo said, "Their mother seems to have passed away a long time ago. They had investigated Gu Yao's background when they found her body." "Yes." Sir Ma 2. Zero nodded. "She died of overwork 3 years ago. Her name is Gu Susu. After Gu Susu was forced by Wang Xiaoqing to leave her original place of work, she had been oppressed by Wang Xiaoqing. In the end, she couldn't find a good job, so she could only do some physical work. Can you imagine a woman having to work with a group of homeless people in the most difficult and tiring construction site? Gu Yao and her brother. Do you know who their father is? I don't think Gu Susu told them. Sir Matu. Zero thought for a while and said, Old Wang and Wang Xiaoqing got married more than 10 years ago. Gu Zhe was just born at that time, and Gu Yao wasn't old enough yet. Besides, if Gu Yao knows about this, do you still need Gu Yao's recording? Little Luo nodded. Officer Matu. Zero said, the man in the recording is called Wang Wu, who does some dirty work for the Wang family. Think about it. If Gu Yao knew that her biological father is Old Wang, she wouldn't be so timid when facing Wang Wu. It's an ill-fated relationship. Old Wang married into the Wang family, and his son got together with a young lady of the Wang family. What are you thinking? Little Luo said, I'm thinking that even if the Gu siblings don't know about the branch director should know. I wonder if the branch director has secretly visited the hospital. Even if he did, he wouldn't be stupid enough to register with his own name. Sir Matu. Zero shrugged. Wang Badan, Gu Yao, and Old Wang are all dead, and there are so many connections between them. What about Mr. Shiman? I don't have a clue yet. Sir Matu. Zero said helplessly. This case is too tricky. The murderer should have the ability to cover his scent. That's why Shiman has a headache. Uncle Ma, why did you ask me to come out? Sir Matu. Zero lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I asked someone to investigate the background of Gu Susu. Guess what I found? Little Luo shook his head cooperatively. Sir Matu. Zero raised his nose and said, Do you know where Gu Susu was born? Little Luo asked the bartender to bring him a plate of peanuts. Sir Matu. Zero chuckled and said seriously, Gu Susu was born in the Styx ancient kingdom. The Styx ancient kingdom is famous for two things. One is the special talisman craftsmanship, which is usually mastered by the royal family of the Styx ancient kingdom. The other is more extensive. Almost all the people who grew up in the Styx ancient kingdom know how to do it. That is, raising poisonous insects. Poisonous insects. Little Luo pondered. Sir Matu. Zero said seriously, Old Wang was killed by poisonous insects. You inferred at the scene of Old Wang's death. Old Wang was controlled by poisonous insects, so he killed himself. You won't deny it, right? Officer Luo thought for a while and said, In Azure, only the people from Styx River ancient country can raise venomous insects. Of course not. There are many kinds of poisonous insects. Sir Matu. Zero said, but the poisonous insects found on Old Wang's body can only be raised by people from the Styx ancient kingdom. Is the result of the analysis of that poisonous insect out? Sir Matu. Zero said, we contacted the biologists working in the headquarters of the Southern Skygate. According to their judgment, this kind of voodoo was called the heart-biting voodoo. Although it was called a heart-biting voodoo, it was actually a parasite that lived in the human cerebral cortex. It was a terrifying thing that survived by sucking brain fluid. By continuously releasing toxins into the human brain, it could even reach the level of controlling thoughts. It's not easy to raise a heart-biting poisonous insect. Even the people of the Styx ancient kingdom can't meet the requirements. Most importantly, we know that the method of using the heart-biting poisonous insect can only be done through sexual intercourse. Officer Luo couldn't help blinking. Sir Matu. Zero said, this kind of poisonous insect is usually planted on the spouse, and it can stay dormant for decades or even centuries. As long as the spouse isn't unfaithful, it'll be fine. It's even a normal procedure for couples in the Styx ancient kingdom. That's why the heart-biting poisonous insect has another name. Go to hell if you don't love me. Little Luo thought for a while. He asked, if the heart-biting poisonous insect was planted on the branch director by Gu Susu, why did it only activate after so many years? Officer Matu. Zero sighed. Maybe the woman loved Old Wang so much that she didn't want to activate the Gu worm even when she was abandoned and betrayed. That doesn't make sense. Little Luo shook his head. The branch director was controlled by the poisonous insect and killed himself. Here's the point. Sir Matu. Zero said seriously, If the poisonous insect was planted by Gu Susu, but she didn't activate it before she died, the heart-biting poisonous insect would become ownerless. And this kind of ownerless goo worm would slowly degenerate until it died. Unless there was another situation. Someone, by refining the essence blood of Gu Susu, had obtained the ownership of the heart-biting goo worm. That is to say, for the heart-devouring voodoo in Old Wong's body, if Gu Susu dies, but Gu Susu lives again, it will not degenerate and disappear. Uncle Ma, are you saying that someone is using this method to control the branch director? That's right. Sir Ma too, Zero said, and only a poisonous insect cultivator in the Styx ancient kingdom could do this. Ordinary goo masters wouldn't be able to do it. To be able to refine essence blood, they would need to be at least very high-level goo masters. Of course, this is only my guess. Next, we'll go to a place to test my idea. Guess where I'm going? Little Luo thought for a while and asked, "How is Gu Susu buried?" "Buried, not cremated." Sir Ma too. Zero nodded with satisfaction. It's easy to get Gu Susu's blood, but it's hard to get her blood essence. The invading poisonous insect cultivator's blood essence would drain a person dry. So it must be done after Gu Susu died. If my guess is correct, Gu Susu's grave is probably just an empty grave. Where was she buried? There's a public cemetery not far from the Southern District. Officer Ma too. Zero grabbed a handful of peanuts and put them in his pocket, saying, "Come on, let's go now. Pay the bill for me. I forgot to bring my wallet." Officer Xiao Luo opened his mouth and looked at the bartender with a smile. "Bill, please." "Brother Wu, see you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Wang was in a bad mood today. In the evening, he called some of his fair-weather friends to come out. After venting his anger, he got on the flying car, turned on the autopilot, and muddled his way back to the patriarch's neighborhood. Wang Wu's eyes were hazy when he walked out of the parking lot. He hiccuped and staggered, not knowing where his house was. Wang Wu. Suddenly, someone called his name. Wang Wu subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw something coming toward his head. Wang Wu immediately shuddered. His cultivation couldn't be considered a powerhouse in Fire Cloud, and he couldn't even be considered an expert. However, he had been used to fighting on the streets for many years, so his reaction was top-notch. Surprisingly, he managed to dodge the sack that was thrown at him. CKU. Little trash, you sneak-attacked me. Wang Wu was furious and sobered up, but he felt a sharp pain in his buttocks, as if he was bitten by something. Wang Wu's face turned pale, and his head was covered by the sack. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" Then Wang Wu was attacked crazily. Not long after, he fainted. "Stop it! If you kick him again, he will be disabled." Shimin Ka quickly stopped Di Qing Long. "Do you still want to ask questions?" This guy was good, kicking Wang Wu's lower body. This guy's leg skill was good, but he even broke several of Wang Wu's ribs. Shimin Ka felt pain when she thought about it. She clenched her legs subconsciously. It turned out that it was not only a woman who would have a reaction when she kicked a man, but also a man who kicked another man. "He won't die," Di Qing Long said indifferently. "What should we do now? Which floor does he live on?" Shimin Ka thought for a while and said, "Let's move him up first." "Okay, Anua, you can go back and CK your beauty." In front of the Household Administration building, the director of the Household Administration, as well as the middle and high-level officials, were looking serious. Some of them were still sweating nervously in a row in front of the door. They had already gone home after work, but now they had to come back, because the peak of power in Huiyun City came. A black bulletproof flying car that was not ostentatious slowly descended. After a while, the door of the car opened, and a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings slowly stretched out. Several leaders of the Household Administration couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They could just take a look at the legs, but this person couldn't. Seeing Tai Luosha walking out, everyone couldn't help but keep quiet out of fear. All of a sudden, they lost all their thoughts. It was said that Niu Daguang couldn't raise his head in front of Tai Luosha, so he had to have an affair. Maybe it was because he was cold? "Mayor Tai." The director took a deep breath and came forward to greet her. "It's so late. Why are you here? Tai Luosha said directly. I'm going to the blood relation bank. Also, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 24:13. Every important city would give birth to a piece of precious jade called blood relation. It recorded the aura of all the creatures on that land. All of them. If the treasures of dark blue were to be classified, this blood relation jade would definitely be the most precious because it was not only used to record information. Only the lord of a land could activate the blood relation jade. But even so, if Tai Luocha wanted to activate the blood relation jade, she would consume a lot of energy. Every time she activated the blood relation jade, she would feel as uncomfortable as the few days before she gave birth. The blood relation treasury was located deep under the civil affairs building. It was heavily guarded, and there were 108 high-level talisman arrays, not including the various artificial defenses. Before the final door was locked, the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau left quietly. The reason why he was able to drive all the way to this place was actually because his most important job was to deliver food and necessities to the person guarding the final door, the guard of the final floor. The place where the blood relation jade was born was a natural cave, and there were not many traces of artificial excavation on the surface. After arriving here, Tai Luocha looked around, and fist-sized light balls began to appear around her. White star. In the cave, a strange gaze instantly appeared. Two gemstone-like eyes, one green and one purple, slowly approached in the dark. Then, a fierce aura filled the entire cave like a tornado. The final guard, White Star. Tai Luocha looked at the dark place expressionlessly. At this moment, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the dark, directly pouncing on Tai Luocha. How? Little White. Tai Luocha chuckled at this moment, and a small shadow directly jumped into her arms. It was a pure white puppy the size of a chihuahua. Okay, don't lick there. It's dirty. At this moment, Tai Luocha no longer had the cold temperament she had in front of others. Holding the little White Star, she was like a different person, and her expression became gentle. After that little White Star played around in Tai Luocha's arms for a while, Tai Luocha patted its head and said, Okay, I have something to do. I'll play with you later. In fact, many people did not know that Tai Luocha was a person who loved small animals very much. It's very self-healing. Working day after day is very tiring. Her husband was disobedient, and her daughter was immature. I'm a woman too. Okay. Tai Luocha slowly sighed and put down White Star. Unexpectedly, White Star suddenly looked behind Tai Luocha. Just as White Star was about to let out a warning cry, Tai Luocha suddenly pinched White Star's mouth. The little white beast looked over in confusion. However, Iron Rakshasa gently shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to do anything. Go, just wait for me to come out. You don't need to do anything. As he spoke, Iron Rakshasa glanced behind him and walked straight to the innermost boulder in the cave. The boulder suddenly split open. A shrine appeared in the middle of the cracked rock. At the same time, a golden red light was released from the shrine. Then, a palm-sized blood-red jade bracelet flew into Tai Luocha's hand. The instant the jade entered her hand, it released a dense fog in all directions. Within the fog, there were actually countless stars twinkling. Each dot of light represented a life in the fire cloud region. There were strong and weak starlights. This did not represent the strength of the life form, but the luck of the life form. The stronger the luck at that time, the brighter the light released. There were also those that were dim and lightless. This type of person was either extremely unlucky or on the verge of death. Through this function of the Jade Treasure, Tai Luocha could very easily find people with extremely strong luck in the Fire Cloud region. No matter if this person was talented or mediocre, as long as his luck was strong enough, he would be able to bring benefits to her, right? Within the fog, the most central star was Tai Luocha herself. At this time, around the star that represented her, there were many light spots that emitted extraordinary starlight. This was Tai Luocha's harvest after so many years. On the other side, there was another twinkling starlight. There were also many light spots emitting extraordinary starlight gathered around it. That was Nyodawang's star. Humph. Tai Luosha could not help but frown, as if she was dissatisfied with Old Bull's good luck. Soon after, she turned her gaze elsewhere. First, she looked at Nyodawang. Next, it was Red Boy's. Red Boy's luck was not bad. It seemed to be even brighter than last time. Tai Luosha's frown slightly smoothed out. She would observe the luck of some important people around her, so that she could make corresponding adjustments in the following period of time. Lu Jinghe's luck has increased again. This guy's luck has increased again and again. His ambition is not small. What's going on with the Wang family? Why is the starlight sometimes strong and sometimes weak? Could it be related to Ba Dan's death? Aunt Wang's luck seems to be declining. Is it related to her aging? Tai Luosha suddenly muttered to herself for a moment. Suddenly, Tai Luosha took a deep breath. She held the blood relation jade treasure with both hands. Then, in the fog, she instantly selected dozens of incomparably dim starlight. She directly sucked out the last of their light and injected it into Aunt Wang's star, allowing it to recover its original brightness. It was also at this moment that within the fire cloud region, some people who were originally seriously ill did not manage to survive a single night. There were also some homeless people who died on the streets. And at this moment, Aunt Wang, who was in the Jade Cloud residence, taking care of the family affairs, suddenly felt a burst of refreshment. The depression caused by the matters that had happened in the Wang family these past few days seemed to have dissipated a little. Aunt Wang's lips moved slightly. Then, she sighed and slowly knelt down in the direction of Tai Luosha's study. She heavily kowtowed a few times and muttered to herself, "Miss, why do you have to do this?" Sucking out, injecting, controlling the luck of the fire cloud region was one of the special abilities of the blood relation jade treasure. In theory, it was able to concentrate the luck of all the lives in the region on one person. Without mentioning the price, just this effect alone was enough to raise the blood relation jade treasure to the level of the most precious treasure. In the cave, Tai Luosha's lips were slightly pale. Her own starlight also dimmed a little. However, the surrounding starlight flickered and quickly replenished it. Tai Luosha continued to observe the luck of the people in the fire cloud region. As long as they were born in the fire cloud region, they were all here. On the contrary, those who were not born here were not within the range of the blood relation jade treasure. For example, the Thunder Emperor of the Infinite City was not within the range of the blood relation jade treasure's detection. Tai Luosha had always been extremely wary of this foreign expert who had occupied the Infinite City. However, she really did not know the background of the Thunder Emperor, so she did not dare to act rashly. It was said that if a husband and wife were of the same mind, their sharpness could cut through metal. TSK. Nyodawang was really a jerk. The woman snorted coldly in her heart, but her gaze was quickly attracted by another starlight. It was a star that wandered outside the vortex at the center of the star fog. What shocked Iron Rakshasa was that this star's radiance actually directly overshadowed the rising Lu Jinghe, to the point where it almost caught up to Red Child's brightness. Tai Luosha could not help but frown. She knew the intensity of starlight like the back of her hand, but she could not tell when this starlight had suddenly become so strong. She pointed at the starlight outside the vortex, and the star map began to enlarge. Tai Luosha's finger finally poked the bright star, and at the same time, a shadow slowly floated from the bright star. Tai Luosha subconsciously sized up this shadow. He was middle-aged and fat, wearing a yellow trench coat and a small beard with a hat. He was not vulgar, but he had a greasy feeling unique to middle-aged men. Who was this person? Tai Luosha could not help but ponder. She quickly searched for something in her mind. Soon, a name appeared in her memory. Ma Haud, the captain of the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. Old Ma's position in the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters was not low. Such a position was just enough to catch Tai Luosha's attention, but he was not someone she needed to pay attention to. Tai Luosha remembered that some time ago, a person called Yi Yin had appeared in the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. However, Yin had already been promoted to the Southern Heavenly Gate. After entering the Southern Heavenly Gate, Yin had officially entered the bloodline of Kunlun. It was equivalent to directly removing him from the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. Tai Luosha did not know what Yian's luck was like. Could it be that Yian's luck in Kunlun has improved, and it's so strong that it can help his friends? Tai Luosha could not help but click her tongue in wonder. There was an old saying in the ancient civilization of the old age: when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. It's a pity that he's from the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. Tai Luosha shook her head. She did not agree or object to the fact that Mahoud's luck had become stronger. Mahoud was from the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. His strong luck was more beneficial to the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters than to the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. How did it strengthen again? At this time, Old Ma Starlight was already on par with the Red Sea. It strengthened again. It was on par with Nyo Dagwang. Is there something wrong with the precious jade? After several flashes, Old Ma Starlight was even stronger than her, the #1 person in the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. Lucky Star? Iron Rakshasa couldn't help but widen his eyes. He subconsciously used his sleeve to wipe blood relation view in the cemetery area on the outskirts of the southern district of Fire Cloud City. Sir Matu, Zero felt unlucky to come to this place at night. However, there was a saying that the law enforcers in the Fire Cloud Police Headquarters. No, all the law enforcers in the Blue Sky Police Headquarters were born with great righteousness and were immune to all evil. The higher the position, the stronger the righteousness. High-level law enforcers could even use the righteousness to disperse the ghosts. Sir Matu, Zero's position was just like that. What's this? Hey, have you heard of the saying, get rich when you see the coffin? Sir Matu, Zero took out a lot of things from his pocket, saying that they were blessed and could keep you safe. He gave half of them to little Luo. Remember, if you accidentally step on that grave or touch someone's sacrificial offering, you must pay your respects. By the way, have you been lucky recently? Little Luo shook his head and said, it's hard to say, but I think it's the luckiest thing that I'm healthy. That's normal luck, right? Sir Matu, Zero shrugged and said, there are many things you don't know. For example, if you're unlucky, you'll run into ghosts easily. If you're unlucky enough to be possessed by a ghost, you'll be in trouble. I once had a hapless devil who haunted me for 3 whole weeks. Do you know the fear of being shot in 3 seconds? I lost control of my true force when I was using Black Tortoise. Obviously, Sir Matu, Zero was afraid of ropes after being bitten by a snake. No wonder he was wearing such a disguise. Little Luo couldn't help laughing when he saw Sir Matu, Zero walking nervously with a mahogany sword in his hand. Uncle Ma, I have something to keep you safe too, Little Luo suddenly said. Sir Matu, Zero blinked and Little Luo took out a yellow safety charm folded into a triangle from his clothes. Take it. He stuffed the talisman into Officer Matu, Zero's hand. What about you? Little Luo smiled. Teacher said that surpassers don't need to be afraid of these things. Sir Matu, Zero snorted. So what if you're a surpasser? Little Luo said casually. Have we arrived at Gu Susu's grave? Officer Matu, Zero hurriedly pointed to the front. It should be one of the tombs in the front. I asked the caretaker for a serial number. Gu Susu's grave. Her date of birth and date of death. She had been buried for a few years, so the tombstone was still clear. Sir Matu, Zero took out his cell phone and found a photo of old Wang's family. The woman in the photo was the same as Gu Susu's. Someone came here recently. Officer Luo looked at the front of the tombstone. This one is obviously cleaner than the other tombstones. Sir Matu, Zero thought for a while and said, Gu Susu didn't have any friends when she was alive. Maybe it was Gu Yao who came here? I'll check the records of the cemetery. Officer Xiao Luo nodded and closed his eyes in front of Gu Susu's grave, mourning silently for a moment. Seeing this, Officer Matu, Zero put his peachwood sword under his armpit and said a few words in a low voice. Sorry for disturbing you. After a while, little Luo came to the back of the tombstone and squatted down, grabbing a handful of soil. The soil is loose. It seems to have been dug up not long ago. Let me do it. Officer Matu. Zero nodded and pressed his hands on the ground behind the tombstone. I'm good at sensing. There's something underneath. It's square. It should be a coffin, seeing that Sir Matu. Zero didn't intend to dig it up. Little Luo didn't care. At this moment, Sir Matu. Zero suddenly opened his eyes. The coffin is empty. Gu Susu's body is gone. End of chapter. Chapter 24:14. In the end, the graveyard was dug up, and an empty coffin was found. Gu Susu's body was missing. Officer Matu. Zero guessed that her body was used for sacrificial refining in order to seize control of Old Wong's heart-biting voodoo. The two of them quickly buried Gu Susu's grave and left. Officer Matu. Zero looked more serious. Shaluo. You know what? I'm not surprised if Old Wong wants to use his power to get some benefits for himself. Compared with power, it's useless if you don't use it. Little Luo said, Uncle Ma, are you saying that there's something suspicious about the branch director being the leader of the underground forces in the Eastern District? Sir Matu. Zero shook his head. I don't believe that Old Wong is the leader of the underground forces. Look, Old Wong is the son-in-law of the Wong family, and he has the support of the Wong family. If the Wong family and Iron Rakshasa are willing to support him, Old Wong will be the leader of the Fire Cloud police force sooner or later. Isn't that better than the money he made by committing crimes? You suspect that the branch director was blackmailed, right? Let's assume. Sir Matu. Zero said seriously. Let's assume that someone knows Gu Susu's background, and that person knows that Old Wong was implanted with the heart-biting Gu Susu. And that person happens to have the ability to control the Gu. What kind of person do you think that person is? Maybe he's from the ancient country of Styx. Little Luo guessed according to Sir Matu. Zero's speculation. If Old Wong was really under someone's control and had no choice but to become the leader of this underground force in the Eastern District, then many things can be explained. His suicide, his motive for giving up his future, etc. Not good. Sir Matu. Zero took a deep breath and said, This underground force hasn't collapsed yet. We've alerted them this time. Sir Matu. Zero patted his head heavily. The HQ cleaned up the corrupt people in the branch, but at the same time, the underground force went into a darker corner. Old Wong killed himself to save the king, so it's more difficult to find the culprit. Officer Xiao Luo thought for a while. Did the people on the list who were taken away from the district confess anything? Officer Matu. Zero shook his head and said, They're all saying that Old Wong ordered them to do it. Old Wong has no evidence to prove that he's dead. The materials provided by Lu also pointed to Old Wong. It's solid evidence. Old Wong's death is suspicious, and it's hard for him to turn the situation around. Little Luo said, There's one more person. Sir Matu. Zero paused. Luo's right. How could I forget about him? The guy who sneak attacked me. He didn't get caught this time. I'm going to prepare for it. You go back first and recharge your energy. You're the main force to deal with that guy's forbidden device tomorrow night. They parted outside the cemetery. Sir Matu. Zero said that he was going to make some mysterious arrangements, and little Luo didn't ask. Oh, here's this back to you. Before leaving, Officer Matu. Zero threw the protective talisman back and took out a similar one from his collar. He smiled. Actually, I have one too. Your aunt asked for it from me. Little Luo said coldly. Uncle Ma, can I visit your house when I have the chance? Sure. Sir Matu. Zero said without hesitation. Just come if you want. You're not an outsider. Drive slowly. Little Luo said in a low voice. Don't drive when the light turns yellow. Sir Matu. Zero shrugged, waving his hand and driving away. Little Luo didn't leave the cemetery immediately. He didn't come back until Sir Matu. Zero was far away. Aren't you the police officer? Why are you back? In the cemetery, a thin, middle-aged man with a pale face and bloodshot eyes, who seemed to be seriously ill, raised his head in astonishment. He was the caretaker of the cemetery, or rather, the gravekeeper. Sir Matu. Zero said that he was sick because he had been living in the cemetery for a long time. Most of the people who worked here didn't have a good ending. It had nothing to do with whether he was a good person or not. It was purely caused by the environment. Besides, people who stayed in the cemetery for a long time would become eccentric. The gravekeeper didn't treat Sir Matu Zero nicely when he came here. If not for Sir Matu Zero's ID, he might not have let him in. I accidentally dirted a graveyard. Little Luo smiled, so I came back to clean it up and burn some paper treasures. Do you have any paper treasures? No need. The gravekeeper said, tell me which graveyard it is. I'll clean it up tomorrow. You can go back now. Don't stay here for too long. It's okay. Little Luo said casually, I'll show my sincerity if I do it myself. Sir, I'm just asking for peace of mind. The gravekeeper frowned and looked at little Luo up and down. He pondered and turned around, saying, follow me. Every few steps he took, he would cough a few times. Even though it was light in the dead of night, the sound of his coughing was loud and clear. The cemetery was a very quiet place. It was so quiet that one could almost hear the faint buzzing sound of the resonating sound. The mausoleum keeper led Officer Luo to a cabin behind the management office. After saying, wait a minute, he walked in. After a while, he came out again with the things in his hand. There was a bucket, a small shovel, a rag, a ladle, and some paper treasures and candles. He charged 66 yuan and said it was for good luck. I'll go with you. However, the mausoleum keeper added a condition, which seemed to be a sign of his dedication. Officer Xiao Luo had no objection. After taking the things, he left the management with the mausoleum keeper and then walked all the way up the mountain. They talked occasionally. Sir, what's your name? Just call me Uncle Da. Uncle Da, have you been in this cemetery for a long time? Uncle Da said casually, 20 or 30 years. Do you think it's long? Are there many people here? Little Luo asked curiously. Life taboo, death burial, Qingming double yang zhongyan, there will always be people who will come. Uncle Da said expressionlessly, who would come here? Why do you have so many questions? Where's the graveyard? It's in front. Little Luo pointed to the front. It was a place behind the hillside. In the dark night, there seemed to be a faint light flashing by. Do you see it? It's there. Uncle Da's face changed. He suddenly threw the tools in little Luo's hand to the ground. Go. I don't need you today. Go away. Go away. Uncle Da's face was slightly ferocious. His face was pale and bloodless. He looked like an evil ghost. Little Luo looked at the paper treasures on the ground. He didn't say anything. He just squatted down and picked up the things slowly. I said, go away. Do you understand me or not? I'll leave. Little Luo said softly, but do you really want me to leave now? Uncle Da frowned in astonishment. Officer Luo stood up slowly and swept away the dust on the paper clothes in his hand. He said softly, Uncle Da, don't you want to give us her clothes? Uncle Da subconsciously looked at the paper used to burn the deceased. This was just something he casually took from the warehouse. It was the most ordinary and also the most inferior product. But at this time, this should be the worst thing. But in the hands of Officer Luo, it actually became a real garment, soft, white, and translucent. How come? Come on. Little Luo said softly again. This time, it was him who led Uncle Da to the mountainside. It was empty around. There was only a small grave at the back of the hillside, under a pine tree. In front of the grave, one could see the distant mountains and the horizon instead of the fiery clouds. There was a bunch of fresh yellow flowers in front of the grave. When Officer Xiao Luo and Uncle Da arrived, the green willow, the wisp on the tombstone, suddenly went out. It seemed that it didn't have enough time to hide, so it was seen. Uncle Da opened his mouth. His expression was sometimes solemn, sometimes worried, and sometimes cruel. Who are you? He couldn't help worrying. You're not an ordinary police officer. Little Luo walked to the front of the grave, squatting down and putting the paper treasures. Uncle Da, you come here every day, right? How do you know? Uncle Da frowned. Because of this bunch of yellow flowers? Little Luo shook his head and pointed at the grass. Because of these dried yellow flowers, if not changed every day, they wouldn't be here. I saw them when I passed by. You're observant. Uncle De sneered. It seemed that he had made some preparations. He took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I come here every day, and I'll come back in the future. I won't be polite to anyone who tries to stop me, including you. I don't care who you are, but since you found me." A gust of cold air suddenly burst out from Uncle De's body. His face became even paler, and his cheeks instantly caved in, turning him into a skeleton. Gradually, a wolf mask appeared on Uncle De's face. This mask gave little Luo the same feeling as Black Dragon King's claw. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this a forbidden device?" "Humph," Uncle De sneered. "After so many years, someone still forced me to take it out. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being meddlesome." Little Luo shook his head. "Actually, I'm not a meddlesome person, but I usually encounter things. It's not good or bad. Besides, I don't mean any harm. What are you worried about? My identity as a police officer?" Uncle De's cold air became more and more intense. The hillside was filled with all kinds of wolf howls. "I don't care. I'll kill whoever disturbs her. That's all." Little Luo said, "In Huiyun City, it's illegal to raise ghosts without permission. Even if I didn't come here, someone would find this place sooner or later. Do you plan to guard here for a lifetime?" It's useless to say more. Uncle De took a deep breath. Under the wolf mask, his body swelled up instantly. His whole body lay on the ground, and there was a layer of green wolf-like coat on his body. Pounce! A golden 8 trigrams appeared under little Luo's feet. Uncle De's body was instantly bounced to one side by the 8 trigrams. "This is 8 trigrams reversal?" Uncle De was shocked. "Who are you to Yen?" Little Luo said, "Take off the mask, it's not good for you. I can help you." Uncle De gritted his teeth and pounced again. When he couldn't talk properly, little Luo could only directly release the defense of the 8 trigrams reversal. Without using any tricks, he grabbed Uncle De's terrifying claws and tore off the wolf mask on his face under Uncle De's bewildered gaze. Halfway up the mountain, Uncle De suddenly let out a mournful cry. That wolf mask was connected to Uncle De's face with many flesh-like threads. It was completely symbiotic on Uncle De's face. Tearing it off was like tearing a human skin. The wolf mask was about to be taken off, but it seemed to have its own consciousness. The eyes of the wolf mask suddenly lit up, and then a black shadow of a huge wolf appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Little Luo waved his hand expressionlessly. His palm slashed like a sharp sword, directly splitting the black shadow of the huge wolf into two. Then the eyes of the wolf mask dimmed instantly. The raging wind on the hillside disappeared in a split second. After a wolf's howl, everything returned to normal. Uncle De's entire body was powerless as he collapsed on the ground. On the ground was the wolf mask that had already been completely stripped off. Right now, it was right beside him, but it had actually completely lost its luster. Uncle De was absent-minded for a long time. After a long time, he subconsciously picked up the wolf mask and then looked up at the young police officer inconceivably. "How did you do that? Do you feel better now?" Little Luo smiled. "I think we should be able to talk properly now." Uncle De opened his mouth. After a while, he slowly exhaled and looked at the mask in his hand with a complicated expression. He bitterly laughed. "I never thought that there would be a day when I would be free from it. I always thought that even if I died, it would still be nailed to my body. I feel that I haven't been so relaxed for a long time." He supported his knees and stood up. When the wolf mask was lost, he also lost most of his powerful strength. At this moment, he was so weak that he could be blown down by the mountain wind. But Uncle De didn't care. "What are you going to do?" Uncle De looked at little Luo deeply and asked, Do you have a story?" Little Luo asked softly. Uncle De threw the wolf mask on the ground without any reluctance, as if it was just a waste, even if it was once a forbidden tool on the list. Uncle De picked up the bucket and slowly walked to the front of the grave. He slowly wiped the dirty tombstone. "There's nothing to say," Uncle De said indifferently. "It's just a brave guy who lost his family when he was young." Uncle De's eyes gradually became hazy. The first is a good thing, For it, I kept challenging and became the first, but only the second first. Gradually, I became afraid. I even didn't dare to look back at those guys who were defeated. I was thinking, when will they catch up with me? Train, 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 train. That duel I still won. I don't plan to walk the Azura road again. No one can be invincible forever. After that duel, I didn't feel the least bit of joy because I wasn't by her side at the time. In order to win the duel, I went into seclusion for several months. After the duel, I returned home as soon as possible, but I discovered that she was no longer there. I thought that she would be able to take care of herself, but why? Perhaps it was because he had stripped off the mask. I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's really my fault. Uncle Da was unable to conceal the pain in his heart. He didn't cry, but his voice was a bit hoarse. He wiped every corner of the tombstone in a daze. These past years, I've been guarding here every day. I know that raising ghosts is a great taboo, and I also know that this is bad for you. But what can I do? I just want to see you again. I don't want to be the first. I don't want to be a powerhouse. Some warm light began to flicker in Uncle Da's hazy eyes. Officer Xiao Luo stood beside him, silently lighting the brazier used to melt treasures. Come. He looked at Uncle Da and handed the papercloth in his hand to him. For you, for her. Uncle Da was startled. His hands trembled as he subconsciously took it. He sighed with a complicated expression. It's her birthday in a few days, but it's fine, she likes white. Uncle Da didn't say anything else. He threw the papercloth into the brazier. Some people said that burning something for the deceased was a kind of consolation, but how could they take it? Those things had already turned into ashes. Raising a ghost. Actually, he didn't succeed. He didn't have the ability to do that. He learned it halfway and could only imitate it. He couldn't make her appear in human form. In the end, he couldn't see her again. He only knew that she was here. Every day, only the flickering of the willow, the wisps could be seen. He only knew that she was here. When he talked to her, could she hear him? Could she hear him? One, forgive me, okay? It wasn't the first time he begged. Uncle Da closed his eyes. The ashes in the brazier flew up. Because of the airflow, some of the embers hit Uncle Da's face. It was as if someone had touched his face. Uncle Da subconsciously opened his eyes. In the light of the fire, a figure in white slowly appeared. Uncle Da opened his mouth, and a trembling sound came from his throat. He wanted to say something, but he lost his voice. A few times. Dad, look at this dress of mine. Isn't it beautiful? Woman has always been here. The little girl, wearing a white dress, smiled like a flower. I'm sorry. Uncle Da opened his mouth and burst into tears. He touched her. It was a real touch. When more than 20 years had passed, it turned out that he could wait. Dew began to condense on the leaves. The brazier had been extinguished. The temperature had dropped slightly. It was a little cold. In front of the grave, under the pine tree, Uncle Da leaned against the tombstone and curled up his body. It should be a good dream. Little Luo officer was cleaning up the remains after the fire gently. A small figure in a white dress was bending down with her hands clasped behind her back. The little girl blinked her eyes and wanted to kiss little Luo officer's face. No, you should give it to someone you really like. Little Luo officer smiled and put his finger on the little girl's lips. Dad said that when you thank someone, you should kiss them. He won't say that now. Little Luo officer smiled casually. By the way, can you give it to me? This. The little girl blinked her eyes, and without thinking, she carefully picked up the little yellow flower in front of the grave along with the vase. It was not that she was reluctant to give it to him, but because she had just transformed, she couldn't carry it. Her strength didn't allow her to do so. Big brother, do you like little yellow flowers? The little girl asked curiously. Because it's so nice. Little Officer Luo took over the vase, and the vase disappeared as if it was magic. The little girl couldn't help being surprised. Don't come out and scare people in the future. Little Luo officer reminded her softly, especially those who carry a lot of evil warding items and feel very scared. Do you understand? Okay, I understand. Wenwen smiled like a silver bell. Then she thought for a while and said, Big brother, are you here to investigate the grave that was dug up? Wenwen knows. Wenwen saw it. That person has a tattoo on his hand. As she spoke, the little girl picked up a branch and slowly drew on the ground. Bloodline, treasury, underground of the civil administration building. Iron Rakshasa had already wiped Mahoud's precious jade many times. Suddenly, Mahoud's stars dimmed and returned to their original brightness. Although it was still very bright, it wasn't that abnormal. It was abnormal just now. What happened? Iron Luosha couldn't help murmuring, a sudden burst of luck. Is he going to have a feast? But looking at the brightness of old Ma's star at this moment, it didn't look like he was about to eat a banquet because his luck had suddenly run out. Iron Luosha pondered for a while. Although old Ma's star had recovered, she still decided to wipe the precious jade again. The precious jade couldn't be covered by dust. Chapter 24:15. Soon after leaving the cemetery, Sir Ma too, Zero regretted. He left in a hurry and forgot to take little Luo with him. After all, the cemetery on the outskirts of South District was such a remote place. She didn't know if she could call for a taxi that was willing to go there. The main reason was that he was usually like this. When he was anxious, he would directly stop interacting with her, put on his pants in front of Mrs. Ma, and leave. Hey, Dumbo, it's me. It's time to get off work. Don't talk to me about business, and don't drink with me. Your wife has already given me a death order. I'm not allowed to look for you to drink. Otherwise, she'll beat me every time she sees me. You know, I don't beat women. I can only be beaten. I don't want to be beaten. Business. Sir Ma too. Zero's mustache twitched. It's really urgent. On the other end of the call, Dumbo said nothing and was about to hang up. He hadn't finished marking his kids' homework. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the other end of the phone. Lung Feng, who was about to put down the phone, was startled. Olma? Olma? What happened? Olma, say something. No, nothing. No, something happened. There was a collision. Sir Ma too, Zero said in a frightened voice. A large truck rushed towards us. Collided? Is it serious? Tell me the location. No, I'm fine. So is the car. Sir Ma too. Zero blinked and said, I stepped on the brake when the light was about to turn yellow. I just dodged it. When Lung Feng, who was at home, heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's rare. Usually, he would fight for a yellow light, but this time, he actually didn't rush for it. I don't know what happened. Sir Ma too. Zero scratched his head. Little Luo told me not to chase the tail of the green light, so I stopped. Who's little Luo? Oh, I'll talk to you later. Sir Ma too, Zero said. I have to check on the driver. I don't know if he's dead. Talk to you later. Olma. Toot toot. The front of the truck had completely collapsed. When Sir Ma too, Zero walked closer to take a look, he saw a lot of blood flowing out of the cracks on the heavily compressed door. A man whose body was already badly mutilated had his head smashed through the windshield, and his neck was stuck in the glass. Sir Ma too, Zero reached out his hand, and he was no longer breathing. He blankly looked at the scene of the car accident. Only then did he have a trace of lingering fear. In just 1 or 2 seconds, it could be said that he had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. After all, if he didn't strengthen himself in time, his body would only be strong at most. He would need to be at least a level 5 surpasser to complete the first life transition of the Azure Blue cultivation civilization. He could probably block bullets with his body. Hello, this is Huiyun City's Traffic Command Center. How can I help you? There's a serious car accident here. The location is they didn't know how long they had been waiting. This wasn't a main road, and there weren't many cars. The truck driver was already dead, and Sir Ma too. Zero didn't want to take him out of the truck. He still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. What was inconceivable was that this matter was as coincidental as an old cow swatting a mosquito with its tail. If little Luo didn't remind him, could it be that he had accidentally bumped into another unlucky ghost in the mausoleum? Old Ma of Azure Blue suddenly picked up the phone. It was a long-distance, very expensive one, and he would feel heartache every time he called. Hello, I'm Ian. I'm currently in the middle of an important mission, so I can't call you back for the time being. If you have anything to say, please leave a message. Old Ma, please press 1. Cold Peak, please press 2. Sir Ma too. Zero pressed 1 and said to the phone, Little Yi, call me back when you have time. I have something to ask you. I saw your disciple, little Luo. My goodness, when did you take her in? How come I didn't know about it? The sirens of the ambulance were heard from afar. Officer Matu. Zero stood up from the curb and raised his hand. This way. This way. In the underground cave of the Housing Administration Building, the blood relation, Jade had been rubbed many times, and Mahoud's stars didn't change. Tai Luosha heaved a sigh of relief after making sure everything was back to normal. She didn't know why Mahoud's luck suddenly increased. Perhaps Mahoud had accidentally encountered a treasure with great fortune, or someone who was extremely compatible with him. They complemented each other, and so on. Apart from observing everyone's fortune, she came here tonight mainly for another matter. Tai Luocha's gaze quietly swept across a dark corner of the grotto, and then she took out the blood relation, Jade again. Search for Gao Yang. The moment the voice sounded, the star fog map began to surge. Not long after, dozens of light spots of varying brightness appeared in the fog map. Gao Yang, his mother is Gao Tsulan, Tai Luosha said again. But this time, the dozens of light spots were all extinguished. Within the star fog diagram, no more starlight named after Gao Yang lit up. Tai Luosha frowned. No star meant that this person's luck was gone. There is only one situation where a person's luck would be extinguished. Dead? Tai Luosha pondered for a moment and activated the jade again. This time, she said loudly, Gao Tsulan, from Tawa Town, show her child. The star fog diagram began to change, and a star slowly floated out. Tai Luosha directly summoned the star. Just as she was about to use a secret technique to materialize the star's information, a strange fog suddenly emerged from the star, completely enveloping it. Tai Luosha's expression changed. There was such a person, but the blood relation jade couldn't show the information of this person. This was the first time since she took control of the blood relation jade of Fire Cloud. Oomph. Tai Luosha couldn't help but snort coldly. She actually wanted to forcibly break through this layer of starlight fog. She stretched out her hand and slapped towards the fog. Unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, Tai Luosha was sent flying like a bolt of lightning, crashing heavily into the rock wall. The star covered by the fog, or bound by it, didn't change at all. Is there a great ability? Tai Luosha stood up with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with shock. Mother! At the same time, an anxious voice came from a dark corner of the cave. A fiery red figure flashed, the aura of fire flowed. It was a girl as fierce as fire, Red Child. Mother, what's wrong? Tai Luosha calmly looked at Red Child, who appeared in a hurry. She wasn't surprised. She really couldn't keep her cool. If she didn't come out, wouldn't it be fine? How could she not know that there was a little tail following her all the way here? Her genes weren't bad. How could she give birth to a stupid daughter? It must be because Nyodagwang didn't have a good seed. Do you know that if you break into the blood relation treasury, even if you're my daughter, you'll still be sent to trial? Tai Luosha said in a low voice. Fine. Red Child gritted her teeth and said, but first, are you hurt? Tai Luosha sighed inwardly. I'm fine. It's just that my breathing is a bit messed up. I'll be fine after some rest. Just now, Red Child immediately looked at the strange starlight in the star fog diagram with vigilance. This starlight is Brother Gao Yang's star? Mother, I'm already here. If you want to send me to trial, I'll accept it. But you have to at least tell me what's going on. Is Gao Yang really dead? And this strange starlight? Tai Luosha glanced at the stubborn Red Child and slowly said, I'm not sure if he's the brother of Gao Yang, but he must be Gao Tsulan's child. Blood relation, Baoyu's record can't be wrong. But if this person doesn't have a treasure that can disturb blood relation, Baoyu, then he has the protection of an almighty. Almighty. Red Child couldn't help but widen her eyes. In Fire Cloud City, among the most powerful people she knew, Tai Luosha, Nyodagwang, Sun Ming, and a legendary Thunder Emperor, as well as a Yin who was in the limelight back then, none of them had reached the level of almighty. At least, they didn't show this on the surface. There's something fishy behind this matter, Tai Luosha muttered. But if I tell you to give up the investigation, you won't listen. Anyway, your stubborn temper is the same as Nyodagwang's. You only know how to go against me. Red Child stomped her feet, revealing a rare girlish posture of a coquettish girl. Tai Luosha shook her head and sighed. She suddenly reached out her hand to grab the star fog map. But this time, she didn't grab the strange starlight. Instead, she grabbed a completely dim little black ball. This is Gao Yang's star. Tai Luosha said indifferently. You saw it too. When he died, the star also died. What's the use of this? Red Child couldn't help but frown. Tai Luosha said, this will record Gao Yang's last location before he died. If his body is still here, maybe you can find it. Take it. Maybe you can find something. Saying this, Tai Luosha threw the black ball to Red Child. She subconsciously caught it and looked at Tai Luosha in surprise. Mom, what are you doing? Tai Luosha said indifferently. My condition is still the same. You could have rejected me. Who told you to follow me secretly? I can only take it as you've agreed. From now on, you're not allowed to have any contact with Sun Ming. You know, you can't leave my sight. Red Child bit her lip. Her current thought was, agree first. Tai Luosha glanced at her indifferently, as if she had seen through her thoughts. She said expressionlessly, take care of yourself. Also, when you leave, don't let others know. You won't be so lucky every time. Red Child left with the black ball. She didn't want to hide anything. She used reverse 5 elements to rush into the sky at high speed. Tai Luosha could only shake her head secretly. She whispered to a dark place beside her, Long Gio, take good care of Mississippi. Don't let her go to those places she shouldn't go. If necessary, knock her out and bring her back. Her breath drifted away. Tai Luosha watched the flame of reverse 5 elements gradually disappear. She let out a heavy sigh. If Fiery Cloud City is really infiltrated by an unknown almighty, she was alone on the rooftop deep in thought. After a long time, the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau climbed up, trembling with fear. Tai Luocha's thin black stockings were still very pretty, but he didn't dare to look at them for too long. Mayor Tai Luosha didn't even turn her head. She said directly, fire the person who told Red Child about the blood relation treasury. Never hire him again. As for you, you're not young anymore. Retire next year and go back to your hometown. I know. The director opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. He just felt weak all over. Would he not be able to see Mayor Tai's black stockings in the future? Let's take a few more glances. Southern District, Suburb, Cemetery. Uncle Do woke up from a hazy dream. His clothes were a little wet because of the mist. 1-1. Uncle Do suddenly got up. The grave under the pine tree was covered with luxuriant grass, and the night was boundless. He let out a sigh in disappointment. Even if it was just a dream, it was enough to comfort him in the future. Dad, you're awake. Uncle Do suddenly raised his head and turned around. The little figure in the white dress was sitting on the stone platform on the hillside, casually swinging her feet towards the distant horizon. 1-1. Uncle Do hurriedly ran over and looked at her in bewilderment. He couldn't help but ruthlessly slap himself, then slap himself again and again. As he slapped himself, his eyes naturally turned red. Dad, if you do this again, I won't come out anymore. Uncle Do was startled and said in surprise, Anymore? I've transformed. The little girl raised her head and said with a smile, that big brother said that as long as I don't leave this place, I can move freely. However, Big Brother also said that after you die of old age, I have to leave too. He that person. Uncle Do's nose twitched subconsciously, and he said with a trembling voice, Where's that Taoist master? Only the legendary mysterious Taoist master could help a lonely soul transform. Apart from the Taoist master, Uncle Do couldn't think of anyone else who had this ability. Not only the Taoist master, but he was also the kind of Taoist master who wouldn't act rashly and would kill anyone who came to him. Big Brother has already left. Wenwen blinked her eyes and said, He said that he didn't know if he would come back in the future, so he asked me to tell you something. Tell me. Uncle Do took a deep breath with a solemn expression. Wenwen then took out a strange wolf mask from her back. Uncle Do was shocked. Wenwen, you can't touch this mask. Put it down. Big Brother said that I should return this to you. saying that you can use it to protect me. Uncle Duh was stunned and hesitated, but he still took the mask in the end. However, he couldn't help but stare. That's impossible. The evil aura of the wolf god's mask? Actually, did he have anything else to say? Wenwen pouted and thought for a while. Oh, right. Big Brother also said that, Dad, when you sell paper treasures, incense, and candles in the future, don't buy so much. At least, don't sell things that are of inferior quality. That's it. Uncle just seemed to be in a bad mood. Nothing else? Wenwen shook her head and smiled, spreading out her hands. That's really it. Uncle Da pondered for a while, and then he seemed to have thought of something. I won't sell it in the future, and I'll give it to him for free. I'll accumulate evil. He's reminding me of this. Wenwen was a brat that was raised, and after all, she didn't get along with heaven and earth, and went against heaven's law suddenly. He knelt on the ground. Uncle didn't know where to go, so he could only kowtow to the exit of the cemetery. Dad, what are you doing? Because Uncle Da muttered to himself, that Taoist master is a good person. Wenwen, even if you can reincarnate in the future, even if you drink Grandma Meng's tea, don't forget him. He's our great benefactor. End of this chapter. Chapter 24:16. Wang Wu's residence was spacious, but this house was obviously lacking a woman, so it was unusually messy. He was not young, but he was still at the age where he liked to play. He was woken up by the water. The moment Wang Wu woke up, he only felt a smell of alcohol, and a beer bottle was tilting over his head. Who are you? With 30% hatred and 70% fear, Wang Wu forced himself to calm down. There were two guys, but both of them were wearing alpaca headgear. One of them even squatted in front of him. Do you want to get money? Wang Wu asked quickly. But the two alpacas didn't answer his question. Even the squatting alpaca suddenly took a plate full of sand at this time. Do you know who I am? Wang Wu, 39 years old, unmarried, childless. Not long ago, your girlfriend cheated on you. In a fit of anger, you seriously injured the adulterer and disfigured your ex-girlfriend. The trial court sentenced you to 20 years. The squatting alpaca said indifferently, so far, it's been less than half a year. Wang Wu's face turned cold, and his eyes were fierce. Are you that guy's friend seeking revenge? Or that bitch asked you to come? None of them. The squatting alpaca shook his head, and then picked up the plate full of sand. Look at this first. Wang Wu was startled, but he saw the squatting alpaca suddenly took out a pair of tweezers at this time, and then poked it into the sand. It seemed that it wanted to pick something out of it. Wang Wu subconsciously looked at it, only to see the tweezers slowly pulled out of the sand at this time. What was clamped was actually a thread-like thing like a hair. Twisting and bending, it was obviously some kind of living thing like a hair. This little thing is called whole line iron spikeworm. The squatting alpaca let out a voice that sounded like a naughty laugh. Once it is stimulated, countless fine barbs will grow from its skin. Don't underestimate it, because it is so small. The barbs it grows are as hard as pig iron. Wang Wu murmured subconsciously, What are you going to do? Do you know what this worm likes best? The squatting alpaca chuckled softly and used a pair of tweezers to slowly bring the twisted thread-like worm closer to Wang Wu's eyes. Wang Wu leaned back, but the other alpaca walked behind him and held his head tightly. Wang Wu could only watch in horror as the writhing worm slowly approached his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes and pursed his lips. But what about his nostrils? What about his ears? He couldn't help but be alarmed. These insects like to drill into small holes the most. The squatting alpaca sneered, It doesn't care about your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. After all, you have smaller holes on your body. Wang Wu abruptly opened his eyes and found that a terrifying bug had been placed on his thigh at some point in time. What kind of hole could there be? Wang Wu suddenly gasped. However, the squatting alpaca inserted its tweezers into the sand again. This time, it picked up a peculiar beetle the size of a fly. Blood beetle, the squatting alpaca said casually. It likes to eat rotten meat. Of course, it also likes to eat fresh internal organs. Don't worry, it doesn't crawl into holes. Just feed it. Come on, be good. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. I promise you. Wang Wu exclaimed. No matter what. I promise you. I promise. Wang Wu had never heard of the thread-like worm, but he had heard of the blood beetle. This thing once appeared on the battlefield of the ancient Styx. At that time, many allied soldiers of the Pale Blue Alliance were captured. Many of those iron-willed soldiers couldn't bear the torture of the blood beetle. There were documentaries, and there were records of it in history books. The torture of the blood beetle was even listed as one of the 10 tortures of the Styx. There were even some curious directors who used it as a theme for a movie. I don't want to be one of the 10 torturers of the Styx. Wang Wu secretly watched it when he was a child, so it was still fresh in his memory. Don't worry, the squatting alpaca said slowly. There are still many children in the sand that I haven't introduced. Wang Wu almost cried. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. I'll give you anything you want. A small recording pen was played in front of Wang Wu. The woman's angry and unwilling voice sounded in Wang Wu's ears at the same time, directly evoking Wang Wu's memory. Why do you have this conversation? Wang Wu looked at the 2 alpacas in disbelief, subconsciously asking, What's your relationship with Gu Yao? The alpaca standing behind him suddenly pressed Wang Wu's head down, next to the basin full of sand. Looking at the thread-like worms slowly crawling out of the sand, Wang Wu couldn't help but shiver. Tell me, did you kill her? Gu Yao? No, I didn't. I didn't kill her. She's dead? When did this happen? Wang Wu was shocked. The standing alpaca sneered, still quibbling. Don't you remember what you said in the recording? Wang Wu turned pale with fright. Brother, master, I really didn't kill anyone. I just scolded her. I don't have the guts to kill anyone. The squatting alpaca sneered. You can even disfigure the woman you slept with. What can't you do? I have no enmity with her. Why would I want to kill her? Wang Wu said with cold sweat. It's just that this woman's brother didn't learn his lesson and insisted on pestering Miss Badan, so master asked me to scare him. So, it's not the first time you've looked for Gu Yao? The standing alpaca snorted coldly. Wang Wu didn't speak. The squatting alpaca directly pushed the basin of sand in front of Wang Wu's mouth. Wang Wu suddenly gasped. I'll tell you. Yes, it's not the first time I've looked for this sister and brother. At the beginning, I directly looked for Gu Zhe. Master asked me to warn him outside the school, but this kid didn't listen. Gu Zhe's skills are good, and he's cunning. I couldn't stop him several times and was fooled by him. And then, the squatting alpaca asked, and at the same time, he picked up a worm and put it directly on Wang Wu's cheek. Wang Wu didn't dare to hesitate and quickly responded. Then, Gu Zhe's luck was bad, and he was injured in the extraterritorial battlefield. Master was quite happy, thinking that it was finally over. But I don't know what happened to Miss Badan. She kept running to the hospital. There was no other way. Young Master told me to find Gu Yao and give her some money. Then, she took Gu Zhe away and never come back. What money? The standing alpaca frowned and said, In the recording, it didn't mention this at all. Wang Wu was stunned. He didn't expect that he said something that shouldn't be said in a hurry. But at this time, his life was more important, so he could only continue to expose himself. Money. I secretly kept the money. Anyway, she's just a little woman. I thought that it would be enough to scare her. Why would I give her a large sum of money? At that time, I had a gambling debt outside. But I really didn't kill her. When she died, I didn't know. Alpaca harumphed coldly. No wonder Miss Yao's attitude toward the Wang clan is so bad. She even said that Wang Badan is putting on an act. So it's all because of you. I'm sorry. The place where the neck was being squeezed was obviously increased by several levels, as if the neck bone was about to be crushed. Wang Wu was shocked. But I really didn't kill her. Master and young madam never intended to kill anyone. At most, they just asked me to scare them and let them know the difficulties in retreat. What is the Wang family like? You can ask around. The Wang family has never done anything out of line. The standing alpaca snorted coldly, grabbed Wang Wu's neck, lifted him up, and threw him directly to the wall. Bang! He smashed hard on the wall, and dozens of cracks immediately appeared on it. The squatting alpaca Shiminka secretly exclaimed at this moment. It seemed that Di Qinglong was not only good at kicking, but also at fighting. You knocked him down. How can you ask him? Shiminka took off the hood of Alpaca's head. Di Qinglong snorted coldly. What's the use of keeping such a scumbag? You're no longer a law enforcer. How can you stop me? Shiminka said indifferently. As long as I see you do it, you'll be my target from now on. Di Qinglong slowly spat out and sat down directly. The anger on his face disappeared. He was indeed the former #1 Duck King, and his ability to control his emotions was absolutely on point. Right now, he muttered to himself. From the looks of it, Wang Mu indeed doesn't have any direct connection to Miss Yao's death. This person's actions behind the scenes can at most explain why Miss Yao would refuse Wang Badan's offer of help again and again. Nothing more. What? Do you believe Wang Wu's words? Shiminka suddenly asked. Di Qinglong said expressionlessly. This guy is just a good-for-nothing who relies on his power to deceive his superiors and subordinates. Besides that, he's just a good-for-nothing. Well, it's a wasted trip. Not really. Shiminka thought for a while and said, at least now we know the Wang family's attitude towards Gu Yao and her brother. They just drove them away and didn't intend to kill them behind their backs. To be honest, what Wang Jufu did was not good or bad, just the basic operation of a rich family. Roland, you're a has-been Duck King. Don't tell me you still don't understand the so-called basic rules of marriage. Rules? Isn't it prejudice? Di Qinglong sneered. So you're a romantic. Shiminka shrugged. You deserve to be the Duck King. Di Qinglong shook his head, knowing that there was nothing to gain if he continued to stay here. So he frowned and looked at the fainted Wang Wu. How should we deal with this guy? Shiminka raised her mobile phone at this time and smiled casually. I recorded a part of the conversation just now and sent it to Wang Jufu. It's probably the part where he swallowed the money. So we don't need to deal with him. Someone will deal with him. For the master family, deceiving the superiors and subordinates was probably one of the most taboo things. Wang Wu wouldn't have a good time. Di Qinglong nodded now. Shiminka muttered, Xing is still studying the talisman array of the hospital ward, and there's no clue yet. I want to find another person. Di Qinglong frowned and asked tentatively, you mean the person who appeared in the hospital in the afternoon and made Guze lose control of his emotions? Duck King is indeed the Duck King. You know men too. You used to have a lot of male guests, right? Shiminka smiled faintly. I'm just joking. That person is called Li Jianren. He's a sparring teacher at Fire Cloud High. I've asked someone to investigate him, and I know his address. It's not far from here. Good. I also want to see him, Di Qinglong said indifferently. The inverse 5 elements flew in the sky, and still no one dared to stop it. At this time, Red Boy was holding the black ball that represented Gao Yang's luck. This thing had completely lost its luster, and now it was also called Death Star. Although Gao Yang's Death Star had completely lost its luster, it could still sense a certain location. Like what Tai Luocha said, it could be the last place Gao Yang appeared, or it could be where Gao Yang's body was. The way to distinguish was not difficult. As long as the direction was right, Death Star would send out a special signal, and the stronger the signal, the closer the distance. At this time, the signal of Death Star in Red Boy's hand was very strong, and it even had a tendency to fly out of her hand. She looked at the city below in shock, and inverse 5 elements immediately swooped down. Below, it was the headquarters of Fire Cloud Police Station. Yes, it was the place she accidentally set on fire 2 nights ago. It's Miss Red Boy. Oh my God, she's here again. Fire extinguisher. Where's the fire extinguisher? Everyone instantly panicked. Although it was already late at night, there were still many people on duty in the headquarters. Inverse 5 elements directly landed in front of the main entrance of the headquarters. Red Boy jumped out, but before she could kick the door was quickly opened by 2 police officers. It's so late. What's the matter, Miss Red Boy? The police officer on duty who opened the door asked with cold sweat. Don't be noisy. Red Boy waved her hand. Everyone immediately shrunk their necks, held their breaths, and looked at her in bewilderment. Then, they saw a small black ball suddenly appear in her hand. This thing, at this moment, was slowly floating in a certain direction. Red Boy directly followed. She went in. What should we do? Should we inform the director? In the autopsy room of the headquarters, Lady Nan 1 slowly walked out of the basement, hidden under the operating table. She just chatted with old Fong from the foreign world for a while, but she felt that she didn't gain anything. So what should I do next? Lady Nan 1 casually looked at the working place. It was so cool to not need to prepare a lesson plan. However, the two halves actually share the perception. Lady Nan 2 was now in the sea of bitterness of preparing for lessons. Was it cool to be in pain all the time? What a wonderful feeling. Lady Nan 1 couldn't help but murmur at this time. The effect of directly dividing the body into two was different from the original body's operation of creating a clone. It could even be said that the two halves were the real her, and no one could suppress the other. They could only coordinate with each other. Oh, two halves meant 2 times the perception? Lady Nan 1 suddenly blinked, as if she thought of a problem that needed to be seriously considered. What the F asterisk CK? What if one day the boss is drunk and wants to play with me? I can get double the harvest, right? Bang! When she was thinking about it, the door of the autopsy room was suddenly kicked open. Lady Nan 1 was suddenly startled and trembled. I didn't think too much. I didn't have sex with the boss. Why are you here? At this time, Red Child walked in with a gloomy face. A small black ball was in front of her. Why do you think too much? What boss? Red Child glanced at Lady Nan 1 casually. Why is it still you? Where's the doctor? He went back to his hometown to get married and couldn't ask for a wedding leave. So he asked me to continue to take over his work? Lady Nan 1 blinked suddenly. Red Child obviously didn't believe such nonsense. After rolling her eyes, she continued to follow the small black ball. Lady Nan 1 looked at it with a confused face. At this time, the small black ball stopped in front of the door of the cold storage. After the cold storage was opened, the small black ball finally stopped in front of a freezer. Red Child frowned and pulled out the freezer directly. How come? She couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Lady Nan 1 came over at this time and frowned. Lady Nan, are you crazy? This person. Red Child heaved a sigh and said slowly, No, this skeleton is Gao Yang. Lady Nan 1 lowered her head in astonishment. It was a skeleton lying in the freezer. Sirma 2. Zero brought it back when he led them to explore the limitless city at night. What? Gao Yang went to sell salted duck eggs? In the pitch-black and dirty alley, a graceful figure was slowly shuttling back and forth. Soon, she walked out of the alley and appeared in a place that was old, densely packed, and low. The wires were even more messy, like fried dough twists. Miss Serving Girl, here. She casually raised her head and looked at a low building. Teacher Xiao, who lived here. Suddenly, Tut, where did this girl come from? The voice stopped abruptly. But he saw Miss Maid walking slowly to the dilapidated rental building and entered it. Not far away, there was a set of clothes scattered on the ground not far away. A small mouse immediately crawled out of the collar of the clothes. It used to be a human, but now it wasn't a human anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 24:17. The white bones had been moved out of the freezer and were placed on the cold metal table. With the light, Lady Nan 1 began to eat. The freshly made noodles and the instant noodles soulmate, the ham sausage. The fresh and tender ham sausage was in Lady Nan 1's mouth. So you said that this skeleton is the real Gao Yang? Then who was the driver that drove Wang Badan that night? The second Gao Yang? Is Mr. Zheng from the taxi company lying? I don't know. Red Child rolled her eyes. How could this girl speak so clearly when she was eating the sausage? Was it the same when she was eating bananas? Did she have a special talent? Lady Nan 1 thought for a while and said, That's not right. If the clues provided by Mr. Zheng were fake, we couldn't have found Gao Yang's residence through the tank and found this skeleton in Limitless City that night. Red Child frowned. Regarding this point, she was already doubtful after Death Star confirmed the true identity of the skeleton. Lady Nan 1 couldn't help but ponder. This skeleton is at least 2 or 3 years old. If the driver that night was really Gao Yang, didn't Mr. Zheng encounter a ghost? Ghost driver Gao Yang? Red Child said indifferently. Ghosts don't appear so easily. Every big city has a special shelter set up by Kunlun. The ninth prison detains almost all the ghosts in Fire Cloud. The ninth prison? Lady Nin One blinked curiously. Red Child didn't say much. She just bit her thumb and muttered, "But it's not that there haven't been incidents of ghosts attacking civilians. But if it's really a ghost, the detainers of the ninth prison should have taken action long ago. They have special tools to detect ghosts. It's hard to say about the towns below, but the central city should be full of soul detection lamps set up by the ninth prison. This part temporarily touches on Miss Nan's blind spot of knowledge. She can only let Red Boy pretend this wave without any ripples. If we want to confirm whether the Gao Yang mentioned by Old Zheng and the Gao Yang on the skeleton are the same person, there's a direct way," Miss Nan One suddenly said. Red Boy said directly, "Looking for Old Zheng?" Lady Nan One bit off the sausage and nodded. "Do you have a picture of Gao Yang?" Red Boy asked. "How do we get there? How about just the two of us?" Lady Nan One asked tentatively. "Does this lady know how to ask for other people's opinions?" "Go!" Red Boy nodded his head vigorously. This. Just land on the ground, you idiot." In the end, Lung Feng couldn't help the kid with his homework. He drove to the scene of Sirma 2's car accident. When he arrived, he glanced at the scene of the car accident and couldn't help but frown. With the weight of the big truck that crashed, even a task force member like him would be seriously injured if he wasn't careful, let alone Old Ma. The traffic police and ambulances had already arrived at the scene, and the scene had already been sealed off. However, this wasn't the main road, and it was in the suburbs. Moreover, it was late at night, and there weren't many people, so it didn't make a difference whether the road was blocked or not. "What's the situation now?" Lung Feng asked directly. He was in his 30s, had a buzz cut, was tough, and had muscles all over his body. He could kill a cow with his bare hands, even if he didn't use his cultivation ability. This guy was perfect for being a soldier. Sirma 2's old friend's past flashed through his mind. However, after the war in the ancient country of Styx River ended, the Blue Coalition Army was disbanded. Most of the soldiers were discharged, and only a small part of the regular army remained. They were dismissed, but their military status was not removed. They would still be recalled when the need arose. Lung Feng had retired from the battlefield of the Nether River Ancient Kingdom. Later on, he was directly assigned to the Fire Cloud Special Task Force. The driver should have died on the spot. Sirma 2's shook his head and said, "The firefighters are going to cut open the car door and drag the body out. Look, they're investigating the cause of the accident." At the crossroad, not far away, several traffic police were discussing something. At this moment, one of the traffic police trotted over and saluted Sirma 2, who had exposed his identity, saying seriously, "Officer Ma 2, we've checked the surveillance video and found something. Maybe you should take a look." "Take a look?" Sirma 2 couldn't help but frown. The traffic police handed him a tablet and said quickly, "We found that the truck had been parked on the side of the road for a long time. Then it suddenly started and sped up. At that time, the intersection in front of the truck should have been closed to traffic." "That makes sense. Also, this is the road map of the collision. This is not a turn. This is a diagonal straight toward the lane you are in." "Good heavens." Sirma 2 immediately understood. That guy was coming for me? At this moment, Lung Feng grabbed Sirma 2's arm and looked at the traffic police expressionlessly. "It was an accident. Call it a traffic accident." "Got it." The traffic police frowned. Sirma 2 said calmly, "This is Major Lung of the Fire Cloud Special Task Force. I know what to do. Who wants to kill you?" If Lung Feng were to appear on the internet in ancient times, he would look like a retired soldier in a city. He was evil and wild. Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Sirma 2 shook his head. "Why don't you ask, what benefits do you get from killing me? You need money first. After all, it's just kidnapping. Fire Cloud won't rebel if you kill me." Lung Feng frowned. "What case have you been investigating recently? What else could it be? Don't you know what's going on in the Eastern Branch?" Sirma 2 said grumpily. Lung Feng muttered, Didn't the chief of the branch commit suicide by swallowing a gun on the spot? Officer Matu, Zero said, I'm afraid that old Wong is just a puppet. This guy, or his gang, has infiltrated the East Branch. It's more terrifying than we thought. I'm not sure if the other branches, or even the HQ have done the same. Lung Feng suddenly said, Let's go. I'll treat you to a drink to calm you down. Sir Matu. Zero paused and quickly nodded when he met Lung Feng's eyes. Same place. Take my car. Lung Feng said. Sir Matu. Zero was about to say something when he saw Lung Feng frowning and gazing at a certain place in the dark tunnel. Left? Sir Matu. Zero asked tentatively. Yes. Lung Feng nodded. He's very careful and sharp. Almost at the same time that I discovered him, he realized that I had discovered him. Then, he quickly left the scene. Old Ma, it seems that you're in trouble this time. Officer Matu. Zero smiled bitterly and said, What can I do? Should I resign or ask Southern Sky Gate to raise the standard of the pension? Come to my task force. Lung Feng waved his hand. I'll see who dares to hurt you in my task force. Don't do that. Sir Matu. Zero looked bitter. Get up at 3:30 a.m. for field training, 5:30 a.m. for physical training, 7:30 a.m. for field survival training, and 7:30 a.m. for field survival training. You can't go home until you're at your level. You don't want to be a human, but I don't want to be one. My waste can still be used for a few years. Get lost. Sir Matu. Zero shook his head and said seriously, Let's not talk about this. Dumbo, I have something to ask you. Let's talk in the car. Lung Feng waved his hand, and the car drove over automatically. After getting on the car, Sir Matu. Zero thought for a while and asked, Dumbo, have you heard of the heart-biting voodoo? Back when you were fighting in the Nether River, did you know anything about this? I'm loyal to my wife. Me too. No, let's be serious. Lung Feng frowned. Why do you ask about the cheating voodoo? Cheating voodoo? Sir Matu. Zero was stunned. Not go to hell if you don't love me. That's for people in sticks. Lung Feng shrugged. Isn't it cheating for outsiders? Women in sticks like to plant this kind of voodoo on men. You don't know how many veterans couldn't resist the women in Styx's battlefield. They didn't know about it at first, but after the war ended and we were sent back, many of them died tragically. Many of the veterans had wives, but after they touched Styx as women. Why haven't I heard about it? Sir Matu. Zero was speechless. He didn't know that there was such a gossip in the Blue Army. It's not a great achievement. Lung Feng said grumpily, Many veterans died tragically after the war because they slept with women on the battlefield. How could the Supreme Command let such a scandal be exposed? Dumbo, do you know that Old Wong was killed by this kind of voodoo? Sir Matu. Zero said directly. Oh, Dumbo did a double take, and then thoughtfully said, That guy really did have a woman who messed with the Nether River back then. Back then. Officer Matu. Zero was stunned. He widened his eyes and said, You mean Old Wong participated in the Battle of Styx? How come there's no record of him in the HQ? How did you know? Lung Feng said, It's mainly to protect the veterans' personal information so that they won't be avenged by the survivors of Styx. Of course, that's an option. Some choose to hide their past and start a new life, while some don't. Then, how did you know Old Wong? Lung Feng said, When we were on the battlefield, we weren't in the same unit. However, we did see each other once during a joint battle. After that, we didn't contact each other again. It was only by chance that I saw him at a meeting that I found out that he had settled in Firecloud and even became the Wong family's son-in-law. He even changed his surname. He really changed a lot. I wouldn't have recognized him if someone didn't mention his past. What's Old Wong's original name? Sir Matu. Zero quickly asked. Lung Feng thought for a moment and said, I remember. His surname is Wu, but I don't know his name. Wu? Why? Is there no record of his original name in the HQ? It's all crossed out. Sir Matu. Zero shook his head. But Wu is a rare surname. Yes. Lung Feng nodded casually. I heard that he was originally from Julie and was closer to Styx. Later on, he participated in Styx's war. After retiring from the army, he chose to listen to the arrangements and settled in Firecloud. Sir Matu. Zero scratched his head. Old Wong, The branch director was dead, but there were more and more things about him. A veteran of the Styx River battlefield. The son-in-law of the Wang family. The father of Gu Yao and her younger brother. The puppet of the underground forces in the Eastern District. Now, there was also the Zhili clan. His daughter, Gu Yao, was involved in a brutal murder case, which seemed to have something to do with the Wang family. Sirma 2. Zero felt a headache. He suddenly sympathized with Gu Zhe, who had just woken up in the hospital. This kid became extinct as soon as he woke up. What a tragedy. By the way, what do you want from me tonight? I see. Sirma 2. Zero pulled himself together. Dumbo, can you lend me a few hundred soldiers so that I can wait for someone tomorrow night? Oh no, tonight? Are you kidding me? Damn it. If I have a few hundred soldiers, Fire Cloud will be Lung Phone. How can I let Iron Rakshasa and Nyo Dagwang fight as husband and wife? Old Ma, you weren't hit by the truck? In a shanty town in Fire Cloud City, the staircase of the small building could barely accommodate one person, and it was designed to be very steep. The space between the buildings was too narrow. Only by raising the floor could there be more space. That was why the stairs were so steep. Even in such a narrow and steep staircase, Miss Maid's clothes didn't touch any wall. That was because of her perfect gait. That was because she practiced with the dictionary on her head. She finally stopped in front of the door of one of the floors. There was only one wooden door on the first floor. The lock was also the simplest kind. It was still a lock, but there were a total of 5 of them. Actually, it wasn't of much use. Someone with a little bit of strength would probably be able to kick it away with just a lift of their foot. The owner, at least the person who lived here, was insecure. This was teacher Xiao Hu's rental house. Seeing these locks that could be bought in the hardware store, Miss Maid didn't even have the interest to open them. She directly passed through the wooden door and entered the room inside. In the room, there was a rotten smell which made her, who always liked cleanliness, frown slightly. In the small hall, there was some cheerful music at this time. The TV was on, and it was replaying a children's program. The light and shadow flickered in the living room. Miss Maid tilted her head and walked slowly to the sofa, facing the TV. After passing the sofa, Miss Maid turned her eyes from the TV screen to the sofa. There was no one. At this moment, someone opened the door. Chapter 24:18. It should be the sound of someone trying to open the door. Miss Maid tilted her head and looked at the simple wooden door expressionlessly. She looked through the door and saw an unfriendly man wearing flip-flops and carrying a bunch of keys. The landlord of Huiyun City appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Mr. Lee, I know you're inside. I heard the TV. Come out. It's been 2 weeks. When will the rent be paid? The landlord knocked on the door vigorously. Don't think that I can't get in because you installed a new lock. If you don't open the door, I'll kick the door today. Seeing that the landlord was about to break in, Miss Maid slowly raised her palm and gently blew on it. A gray but flickering mist was blown out, directly penetrating the door, and then scattered on the landlord's face. He slowly put down his leg that he was about to raise. Then, the landlord slowly turned around and went downstairs with an expressionless face. The cheap rental house was quiet again, except for the sound of the children's program that was still ringing. Miss Maid looked around casually and then walked to one of the rooms inside. The door of the room was opened automatically. She probably didn't want to touch anything here, even her shoes and the floor. When she walked, there were ripples of light and shadow. This should be Xiao Hu's room, Li Jinren's room. It was a very ordinary room of an adult male, but the windows were closed, and there was a smell of decay. The master asked her to investigate something, so she would naturally complete it seriously, even if she really wanted to burn this place down and tidy it up a little. The room was very small, as seen by the naked eye. There was a simple bed and a bedside cabinet with a rope that barely served as a wardrobe. In addition, there was no chair. Nothing special. The only thing worth paying attention to was the thick stack of books on the bedside cabinet. A power like psyche power acted on these books, and the thick stack of books instantly flew out automatically and then lay flat on the sunken mattress. They were all opened. Miss Maid was reading these books with her powerful dynamic vision. Surprisingly, these books were all teaching materials. Educational psychology, how to become good friends with students, how to become an outstanding sparring partner, carrying the gold medal of the ladder, gameplay in the extraterritorial battlefield, and so on. He seemed to have spent a lot of energy on his work. These were all materials filled with reading notes. Only this bit of seriousness made Miss Maid smell a bit of scholarly fragrance. But that was only in the past. This stack of books had long been covered with a thick layer of dust. After a while, Miss Maid picked up a rather old teaching material. After restoring the rest, she left the room. She took this teaching material because she thought her master would be interested in it. Master liked to collect things that seemed useless. Of course, it was also because he could see the thoughts that had been condensed in those so-called useless things. Miss Maid then went into another room. According to teacher Xiao Hu, this apartment was shared by 2 people. He also had a roommate. The door still opened automatically, and Miss Maid looked in directly. Is that so? This was not a room that could be lived in. The room was empty. There was no bed, no cabinet, no chair. It was completely empty. The door opened again, and this time it was not the landlord. He took out the key and opened the locks one by one. It was teacher Xiao Hu. The moment the door opened, the light in the small living room was also turned on. The switch was at the entrance. Teacher Xiao Hu didn't like the dark environment, so every time he came back, he had to turn on all the lights. He came back with a plastic bag, in which there was some food. They were the delicacies from the convenience store that were about to expire, but could still be eaten. Don't you have to work the night shift today? Teacher Xiao Hu suddenly said to the sofa. Then, Teacher Xiao Hu suddenly nodded his head and took out 2 rice balls from his bag. 1 whole for supper. As he said, he walked to the sofa with 2 rice balls and 2 bottles of buy one, get one free beer, and sat down casually. The rice balls and a bottle of beer were placed on the coffee table. He took 1 rice ball and started eating. The light and shadow of the TV had been diluted by the lights, and the cheerful music was especially brainwashing. Teacher Xiao Hu watched without blinking. So this person is still the host of Children's Day. I remember this big sister. I've been watching her since I was a child. How long has it been? Speaking of which, why are you not watching the game tonight, but watching this? Teacher Xiao Hu turned his head and asked, then nodded, as if he suddenly understood. Is that so? He then revealed a puzzled expression, shook his head, and continued to drink his beer. Teacher Little, who seemed to be more mentally tired than physically tired. With a tired expression, he curled up in the corner of the sofa, his eyes gradually becoming drowsy. Old Gao, I've finally felt the malice of the disparity between people today. Who is it? The new school doctor. Of course he is envious. Aren't you? It feels like he's the kind of person who doesn't work hard and wants to inherit billions of assets. So he comes out to sharpen himself when he's young. Hate? I can't say hate. Or rather, I still want to get in touch with him. I don't know how to say it. I feel like he's someone I can talk to. The modeling thing? It's probably gone. Sigh. I feel like if it works out, the remuneration will be quite good. Teacher Xiao Hu gently rubbed his forehead, as if he was getting more and more tired. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to my hometown to help with the farm work during the summer holidays. I need to find a better part-time job during the summer holidays. My brother's school fees for the next semester are still unsettled. Speaking of which, old Gao, are you really not going to recommend me to be your driver? I have a driver's license. Okay, I know it's against the rules. I'm just casually asking. Teacher Xiao Hu yawned and shifted to a semi-reclining position to watch the TV. Suddenly, he sneered and said mockingly, Do you know, when I was young, I even dreamed of marrying this big sister. Aren't you a toad too? Let's not talk about each other. Seriously, when can you come up with the rent? I'm guessing the landlord will come in these 2 days. To be honest, I don't have much left. I don't know what happened these 2 days, but I spent a lot. Oh right, Guyao died. I only knew about it when I saw the news today. His voice suddenly lowered, as if he was sleep-talking. Who's Guyao? Guzei's big sister. I told you before. How did she die? Teacher Xiao, who mumbled to himself. Then I went to the hospital. Do you know, Guzei woke up. Old Gao, I think I killed someone. Teacher Xiao, who slowly closed his eyes. I really had to kill someone. After that, I killed their lives. Everything important. Maybe I'm not a good teacher. The sound of sleeping soundly. However, From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the servant girl, teacher Xiao, who was just talking to himself, talking to the air. The servant girl slowly walked to the front of teacher Xiao, who lowered her head to size him up for a moment, then slowly retreated, fading away, disappearing. This is not the Gao Yang I know. He doesn't look like this. In the hospital, Red Boy and Lady Nan once again saw the taxi driver, Mr. Zheng, who had provided the clue that day. Mr. Zheng didn't lie. He had a seriously ill wife in the hospital, and she needed someone to take care of her all the time. These days, the number of times Mr. Zheng could go home could be counted on one hand. The fastest way to find him was to go to the place where his wife was in the hospital. Look clearly, it's really not this person? Red Boy asked again in a low voice. Maybe it was because the pressure from this young lady was too strong. Mr. Zheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Little sheriff, how dare I lie to you? Besides, I'm not blind. How can I not recognize a person? Red Boy glared at him. Last time, Elder Zheng was directly pressed to the ground by Red Boy. At this time, he still had a lingering fear. He shivered and directly slapped himself. I'm blind. Humph. Red Boy snorted lightly, rolled his eyes, and suddenly took out something from his pocket, then directly covered the curtain in front of Mr. Zheng's wife's bed. It was something like a seal. Mr. Zheng couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Red Boy said with a blank expression at this time, "You don't have to run between the two sides in the future. There will be someone in the hospital here to take care of your wife. Last time I hit you, I'm sorry." What? Red Boy didn't say much, and with a look, he signaled Lady Nan to leave with him. Mr. Zheng still looked confused. Not long after, an attending doctor came to the big ward with several nurses and rushed to the bed of Mr. Zheng's wife, shouting, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Transfer this lady to a private ward." Oh, it turns out that the young lady of Huiyin City also has a gentle side? The bitchy tone and the face of old Fong instantly attracted Red Boy's cold eyes. Red Boy said indifferently, "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you because you have old Nyo's recommendation letter?" Lady Nan shrugged. "There's a way. How can I beat you and your father?" Red Boy rolled his eyes and immediately frowned. "Why wasn't the driver at night Gao Yang?" Lady Nan said, "Why must it be the same Gao Yang? You seem to care about Gao Yang a lot. Speaking of which, what's the matter with this Gao Yang who used to be a teacher in Huiyin? How could he make Qing, who destroy his file?" However, Red Boy's face changed slightly at this time, and he seemed to be stunned, staring at the front of the corridor in a daze. In front, a nurse was pushing a wheelchair at this time, and a thin young man with a haggard face was sitting in the wheelchair. The young man seemed to have no energy. "Guze! Guze!" Red Boy instantly walked over quickly. "Is Guze?" Lady Nan suddenly blinked her eyes. "Oh my God, this is the male protagonist who became extinct after waking up? Guze, when did you wake up?" But she obviously couldn't act like a lady in the crowd. A valiant voice sounded, and the young man in the wheelchair raised his head blankly, looking at the fiery girl who appeared in front of him in surprise. Guze was startled, and his throat seemed to be shaking a little. His eyes were full of the valiant girl's appearance. You know me?" Finally, Guze made a hesitant voice. "You don't remember me?" Red Boy frowned directly, and immediately looked at the nurse who was taking care of him. "What's wrong with him?" The young nurse was a little frightened. It seems that his soul hasn't been completely integrated. The doctor said that it may be some kind of sudden loss of soul, and he is currently doing some preliminary treatment. Can be cured. Red Boy thought for a while and suddenly asked. The young nurse said anxiously, "We will do our best to cure Mr. Gu as soon as possible and let him recover." Red Boy suddenly said, "No, you don't need to cure him. Just leave him like this." "We will you? What did you just say?" The young nurse couldn't help but widen her eyes, thinking that she had heard wrongly. "It can't be. I said, you don't need to cure him." Red Boy said indifferently, "It's best to let him have a loss of soul for the rest of his life. Just say that it's my idea." After saying that, Red Boy turned and left directly, leaving the young nurse with a confused face and Guze who didn't know what was going on. Guze looked at the back of the girl's leaving figure without blinking. He muttered to himself, "Young nurse, who is she? Why? Why do I have a very special feeling when I see her?" "Don't think too much." The young nurse took a deep breath and quickly pushed the wheelchair away and warned, "That's not someone you can think too much about. You just need to remember this. Sigh. I don't know if you can get better." "Ew. What do you want to say again?" When Red Boy came back, seeing Lady Nan One's half-smile, he directly swallowed gunpowder, and even the temperature seemed to have increased by a few degrees. Lady Nan One shrugged. "No, I just feel that your operation is okay, and, to be honest, this operation may be the best. After all, what this child has to face when he wakes up is not something that ordinary people can bear." "Umph." Red Boy directly walked out of the inpatient department. "Don't be so cool." Lady Nan One followed with a smile. "Obviously, you can only rely on your appearance to make a living, so don't pretend to be talented." F***CK. My palm began to hurt again. Red Boy took a deep breath. "I want to beat this guy up." Several nurses hurriedly pushed an empty hospital bed past at this time and almost bumped into the two. Red Boy didn't care, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Miss Nan One listened nosily. "Quick! The patient in Ward 31's heart has a rejection reaction. Quick! Send him to the emergency room." "How come? Wasn't the transplant operation very successful?" "Far away." Lady Nan One blinked. "Heart transplant?" When Miss Maid returned to the shop, Boss Luo was already there, and there was a small yellow flower in front of the counter. The bottle used was a tequila bottle that had been empty for a long time. Miss Maid was stunned, and then smiled slightly. "It seems that something good happened. It's a ghost." Boss Luo smiled casually, then reached out and hugged Miss Maid, letting her sit in his arms, and hugged her gently. "What about you? What's your harvest?" Miss Maid told him a little about what she saw in the rental house, and finally took out an old textbook. "Talking to yourself." Boss Luo blinked thoughtfully, then opened the textbook. On the title page, there was a name, Gao Yang. Chapter 2419. Perhaps because she was too sensitive, Miss Nan subconsciously followed the nurses who left in a hurry. It was about the heart. Wang Badan and Gu Yao's hearts were also dug out by the murderer. This was a suspicious point in the murder case, but the murderer's motive had not been found yet. Room 31. There are not only nurses in front of the door, but also two doctors who looked very experienced. A woman with a pale face was lying on a mobile bed being pushed out of the room. The woman started the 4 drip at this time, so she was in a very dangerous situation. At this time, no one cared about old Fong in the corridor. After all, this was the inpatient department, so it was normal to have people here, even if it was midnight. Some family members were still sleeping on the floor in the corner of the corridor, such as old Zheng. "Move away. Don't you see we need to save a life?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Lady Nan moved away, and the woman on the mobile bed said goodbye to her in a hurry. Not only did the woman's face look terrible, but her hair was even shaved off, and her limbs were very thin, unhealthily thin. The door of room 31 was still open at this time. She probably left in a hurry and forgot to close the door. Lady Nan looked around and found no one was paying attention to her, so she walked in and picked up the medical record hanging at the end of the bed to read. Although Nan Xiaonan was just a forensic doctor, she was still a doctor. Strictly speaking, she was more professional than the school doctor. Shanziru? Lady Nan frowned when she saw the name of the female patient. She felt that she had seen this name somewhere before. She then flipped through the woman's other information. The medical record was very thick. This woman had been sent here a few years ago. She was saved from the brink of death, but she had always had problems with her heart. Her condition was also erratic. It was not easy to wait for a suitable heart, and it was only recently that the operation was completed half a month ago. There was no rejection in the early stage after the operation, but it suddenly happened tonight. Lady Nan rubbed her bangs. Looking at the medical record, there seemed to be no problem. However, half a month ago, Lady Nan One muttered, "Could this be the patient involved in the heart transplant theft case?" After Wang Badan's heart was dug out, Sirma 2, Zero used his professional intuition to find out where Sang Kun was. Although Wang Badan's death had nothing to do with Sang Kun, it revealed the truth about the East Division. Although it was a little confusing, perhaps Irma too, Zero would be lucky enough to solve the case. Shrugging, Lady Nin put the medical record away and was about to leave. But just as she was about to leave, she heard a rush of footsteps. Lady Nin followed King Go's instinct and directly turned in a mist to hide without saying anything. A man with an anxious expression appeared in front of room 31 in a hurry. After the man saw that there was no one in the ward, he hurriedly left. On the way, he caught a nurse passing by and anxiously questioned her. The patient in this room should have been sent to the emergency room. Why don't you go take a look? Okay, thank you. The man hurried away. At this time, Lady Nin slowly showed up. Why is he here? She looked at the man's back in surprise. She remembered that she had seen the name Shan Zuru somewhere. Shan Zuru was Lu Jiaming's fiancée. She was involved in an operation and was seriously injured, so she had been hospitalized. This man who came in a hurry was Officer Lu from the Eastern District. In front of the emergency room, Officer Lu Jiaming covered his face with his hands and waited calmly. He could do nothing but wait. At this moment, something gently touched Officer Lu's shoulder. He raised his head in astonishment, only to see a can of coffee appear on his shoulder, and the person who brought the coffee was a somewhat greasy guy wearing glasses. His hair was covered in hair gel, as if it could make it shine. He had one hand in his pocket and was squatting slightly with his legs spread open. It was a very strange posture. Who are you? Officer Lu frowned. It's really you, Officer Lu. Miss Nin nodded and said, I'm the forensic officer of the Fire Cloud General Headquarters, Old Fong. We've met before. Do you remember? General Headquarters? Officer Lu opened his mouth. He had heard that there was such a medical examiner in General Headquarters, but he didn't remember when he met her. However, he was not in the mood to care about such a trivial matter. Why are you here? He was hesitant, and there was even a trace of caution and vigilance in his hesitation. Lady Nin sat down casually. As medical examiners, we often deal with hospitals. I'm here to check some information. I have a senior who is a doctor here, so I come here to ask him for advice. Officer Lu nodded, showing a non-committal look. Miss Nin looked at the door of the emergency room, asking, Officer Lu, what happened? Did any of your friends go in? My wife is inside. Lu Jiaming took a deep breath and took the coffee. Thank you. Who's your wife? Lady Nin asked tentatively. Cyanosis, congenital heart disease. Officer Lu stared at the red light in the emergency room, saying slowly, Xiaoru has been in poor health these years. She finally got a suitable heart. She was normal after the operation, but today, she'll get better. Miss Nin comforted him. Think about it. You can wait for a suitable heart, so you won't be defeated by such a small matter. Lu Jiaming nodded. Lady Nin sat with him for a while and patted his shoulder. Officer Lu, take care of yourself. After all, a lot of things have happened recently. The incident in the Eastern Branch is a hot topic. Now you're the only one who can preside over the situation in the Eastern Branch. I don't want to think about it now. Officer Lu shook his head. I see. Lady Nin nodded and said no more. Well, I have something else to do, so I have to go. You can tell me if you need my help. I'm familiar with this hospital and have many cardiology friends. Okay. Thank you. Officer Lu glanced at her gratefully. He hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Dr. Fong, I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I don't want to let others think that it will affect my daily work. Because of power? Lady Nin nodded thoughtfully. When she was about to leave, the light in the emergency room suddenly dimmed. Officer Lu Jiaming stepped out and walked to the door. He grabbed the doctor and asked in a low voice, Doctor, how's my wife? The doctor was in pain, but he didn't dare to get angry because he knew who Officer Lu was. He said quickly, the patient's condition is stable for now, but it's not optimistic. We'll transfer her to the ICU for observation. Why is that? Officer Lu frowned. Wasn't the operation very successful? Why did the rejection happen only now? The doctor said, I'm afraid your wife didn't take the medicine we prescribed to prevent rejection. Our nurses should have made mistakes to some extent. But I hope you can take good care of the patient's mood. She didn't take the medicine. How did you take care of the patient? We'll know the specific reason when she wakes up. Well, please calm down. The doctor pushed Officer Liu's hand. Officer Liu's arm seemed to be broken. He frowned because of the pain. I'm asking, how did you take care of the patient? Officer Liu Jiaming's eyes were fierce, without a trace of his usual elegant demeanor. Roar. The doctor's face turned pale, and he trembled all over. Officer Liu. Lady Nan One reached out and patted Officer Liu's shoulder. Officer Liu's body slightly trembled. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then he let go of the doctor's hand. I hope you won't make any mistakes before I get agitated again. I'm sorry. The doctor didn't dare to stay any longer. After a while, Shan Zuru was pushed out with a breathing mask. Liu Jiaming ignored old Fong beside him and followed the bed all the way to the ICU. He couldn't continue to follow. Lady Nan One thought for a moment. If she followed him again, she would be too enthusiastic and would easily arouse his vigilance. Liu Jiaming's emotional management was very good. This guy was very shrewd. What are you doing here? The moment she heard the voice, Miss Nan One knew who had appeared behind her. Red Boy. She looked back and saw Red Boy's face was full of the word impatience at this time. I suddenly appeared and disappeared. What do you think I am? Red Boy lowered his voice. It seemed that he had been looking for her for a while. Lady Nan One looked at Red Boy with some surprise. Is this rich girl of Huiyun City actually the type who cares about others easily? Of course, I think you're a good student. Miss Nan One laughed and lifted Red Boy's hand. Come, good student. It's so late. Don't wander around outside. Let me, your teacher, send you home. Don't touch me when you talk. Red Boy frowned. Also, what did you do just now? Where did you go? Don't deceive me. I don't dare to deceive you, right? I don't want to lose my job. Lady Nan One was still talking nonsense. Your father was tired of playing with me. He just threw me to Huiyun High School, but when we parted, he still hit me. He's really not a good person. Red Boy's face was naturally dark to the end. Whether it was said by others or not, she would believe it. Because this kind of thing, theoretically, Niu Dagwang could really do it. It was ridiculous. While talking, the two had walked out of the inpatient department and walked to the parking lot. In the place where Reverse 5 Elements was parked, they saw a figure standing next to Reverse 5 Elements. It seemed that she was waiting. It was a woman, a mature and well-maintained woman. Lady Nan One was a little surprised. This well-maintained woman seemed to be waiting here deliberately, and the person she was waiting for was obviously Red Boy. She looked at Red Boy's reaction and found that Red Boy obviously knew her. Red Boy was surprised and walked over quickly. Auntie, why are you here? Red Boy walked in front of the woman. At this time, the woman was looking at Red Boy with a complicated expression. Her eyes were slightly red and her lips were pale. Suddenly, the woman gritted her teeth and saw a cold light flashed. The cold light directly pierced Red Boy's heart. You kill me. It's you, she shouted loudly. Red Boy was stunned at this time. Looking at the cold light piercing toward her, she instinctively raised her hand and the heat in her palm flashed. But this time, someone reacted faster than her. There was a loud sound of something breaking through the air. A small stone had directly hit the woman's shoulder before this. A stone was better than a bullet. It directly penetrated the woman's shoulder, and the impact even bounced the woman's body back. Don't hurt her! Red Boy shuddered and glared at the darkness. Lady Nan One only felt that a breath suddenly disappeared in the darkness at this time. She blinked. She knew that there must be a master guarding Red Boy. Otherwise, how could Niu Dagwang and his wife let this naughty kid wander around with Reverse 5 Elements? However, the bodyguard who took action was unexpectedly good at hiding his breath, at least beyond a certain distance. Lady Nan One couldn't determine the specific location of the other party. Auntie, Red Boy hesitated at this time and walked to the woman on the ground. After the woman got up, she covered the wound on her shoulder and glared at Red Boy with resentment. Then she ran away. Red Boy didn't catch up with her. She just hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice. Was it Long Jiu or Long Wu? It wasn't me. A man's low voice slowly sounded in the air. Red Boy gritted his teeth and looked at the dark with warning. Long Gio, you are not allowed to tell my mother about what happened tonight. You don't want to make things difficult for your master, right? Long Gio in the dark didn't say anything, and no one knew whether he agreed or not. After a while, a woman's voice came out. Next time she dies, Master won't make things difficult for her. That, the one who attacked you just now, is it? Lady Nin 1 walked over slowly. Although she knew that there were 2 hidden bodyguards around Red Boy, they didn't appear all the way, right? She just didn't know if Old Fong of Azure Blue would make things difficult for Tai Luo-cha in the future. She is Ba Dan's mother, Red Boy said faintly. Looking at the situation, she thinks that Ba Dan's death was caused by me. That night, if I didn't ask her out and then left alone, Ba Dan might not have encountered this kind of thing. Lady Nin 1 said indifferently, Do you think so too? Red Boy walked to reverse 5 elements and put on the helmet directly. Then the voice came out from the helmet. I just want to catch the murderer by myself. Boom! Reverse 5 elements instantly rose to the sky. Lady Nin 1 blinked suddenly. Old priestess, help me. Chapter 2420. Later on, the reverse 5 elements came down again and brought Miss Nin 1 to heaven. If you don't want to die, don't hug me like this. Do as you see fit. Lady Nin 1 actually felt that it was particularly cool to hug this girl with the appearance of Azure Blue. However, considering the 2 malicious eyes floating in the dark, she leaned back slightly and grabbed the tail of reverse 5 elements with both hands. I probably know why that woman can find you just now. Lady Nin 1 suddenly said. This limited edition unique flying motorcycle was indeed good. It came with its own shield. Although it was flying high in the sky, there was no wind at all. Why? Everyone knows where you drive this motorcycle. Lady Nin 1 said angrily. Isn't this obviously telling others that I am here, come and team up to kill me? So, do you have to be so high profile? Why? Meddlesome. Red Boy snorted softly. Lady Nin 1 had to say, What are you going to do now? Go to Wang Baiwan's house. Red Boy said directly. Looking for trouble? Lady Nin 1 asked tentatively. Red Boy said, Anti-situation doesn't look good. I'm afraid that she ran out alone. I can't mobilize my parents' people. If I do, they will know about this matter. In this way, the Wang family will be in trouble. Therefore, I can only go to Wang Baiwan. What if she comes out to kill you again? What are you going to do? Lady Nin 1 said, I'm afraid the 2 bodyguards behind you won't let you go easily next time. Red Boy took a deep breath and said, So, we must let Wang Baiwan find her first. Annie's target is me. As long as I am obvious enough, she will come again. Reverse 5 elements seemed to be able to read his mind. At this time, it suddenly spurted out more dazzling flames. It was powerful, but the speed didn't increase much. It went in the direction of Wang Baiwan's house. Mrs. Wang also had a certain level of cultivation. She was also a graduate of Hua Yin High School. She was Wang Jufu's classmate. Shortly after graduation, she was pregnant by Wang Jufu and then married into the Wang family, joining a wealthy family, the kind that would be very impressive. However, regarding the fact that her daughter was very close to Miss Red Boy, Madame Wang had a different attitude from the rest of the family. Wang Baiwan always hoped that Wang Badan could get closer to Red Boy, but she only hoped that her daughter could graduate successfully and complete her studies at a better school. She even hoped that Wang Badan could rush out of the fire cloud. Not to mention that her parents weren't allowed to travel far. As long as Wang Badan could leave Fire Cloud, she would follow her. But now there was nothing left. The pain of her shoulder being pierced through could not compare to the pain of her heart dying. In a corner not far from the hospital, Madame Wang did not even treat her wound immediately. She leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. Her eyes wandered and her lips trembled as she muttered, Kill you, kill you, kill. Just like a homeless person, Madame Wang squatted on the ground in a mess. Her hair was messy. At this moment, a strong light shone directly on her body. It was dazzling. She had no choice but to raise her hand to block it. At this moment, she saw a flying car slowly descend. It wasn't an ordinary flying car. Based on her experience in the Wang family, The people in the car were either rich or noble. Moreover, they seemed to be coming for her. When the flying car landed, the door to the back seat opened at the same time. Madame Wong frowned as she saw an enchanting woman in a Chong Sam sitting in the back seat of the flying car. She held a long and thin pipe in her hand. "Get in," the enchanting woman in the car said in a low voice. Her voice was clearly heard by Madame Wong. She was crazy about her daughter, but not completely crazy. Madame Wong instinctively showed a vigilant look towards this unknown enchanting woman. "What, don't you plan to take revenge?" the enchanting woman said again. Madame Wong's expression changed slightly. She struggled to stand up by holding the wall. "Who are you?" the enchanting woman said indifferently. "This door is only open for you for 1 minute. It's up to you whether you want to get in or not." Time passed by. Madame Wong's expression didn't change. But when it was almost 50 seconds, Madame Wong gritted her teeth and still got into the flying car. "Who are you?" Madame Wong asked in a deep voice. "You can call me Bossio." The enchanting woman chuckled. "And remember, I'm here to help you deal with Red Boy and even Iron Luo Sha." "You." Madame Wong couldn't help but think of a person. Then, her expression changed slightly. Are you Nyo Da Wong's?" At this time, the slender tobacco pipe was directly inserted into Madame Wong's mouth. The enchanting woman narrowed her eyes and said, "I don't have much patience for women." Madame Wong couldn't help but be bewildered. "Scared?" The enchanting boss chuckled. Madame Wong's face was gloomy as she said coldly, "I have nothing to be scared of." Boss, you seem to be satisfied. She knocked on the window in front of her and said indifferently, "Drive to Bo Club." Wang Baiwan was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. It was Wang Jufu. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Baiwan couldn't help but frown. He hadn't been able to rest for the past few days. He had just closed his eyes. "Dad, Miss Red Boy is here. Something happened just now." Wang Jufu took a deep breath at this time. He first held Wang Baiwan's arms with both hands. "Promise me that no matter what you hear, you must be calm, okay?" Wang Baiwan frowned. He felt that he didn't have any dignity in front of his son. He immediately said angrily, "What haven't I seen before?" Thus, Wang Jufu told him about how his wife had just assassinated Red Boy. Dad, what's wrong with you?" "Dad, hang in there." This was not Fiery Cloud High School, so there was no need to care about face. In the living room, Wang Baiwan was kneeling on the ground with Wang Jufu. The father and son trembled as they knelt on the ground. Their faces were almost touching the floor. What happened just now? The Wang family was like the retainer of Iron Rakshasa. At this moment, the daughter-in-law of the retainer actually tried to assassinate the young lady of the master. This was a F***king rebellion. Wang Baiwan, who was used to seeing big storms, had really never seen such a big tsunami. His heart was cold. When his daughter-in-law planned to poison Red Boy last time, Wang Baiwan felt that it was going to be bad, so he quickly asked Wang Jufu to send her back to her hometown. Sure enough, it's still bad. What a sin. You have only 2 choices now. Red Boy looked at the father and son and frowned slightly in annoyance. The first one is to kneel here and wait until Nyo Dagwang or my mother comes to find you. Wang Baiwan almost fainted again. The second one, what are you waiting for? Red Boy snorted coldly, then looked at Wang Jufu and said, "Why aren't you going to find Annie? How are you a husband?" Wang Jufu raised his head in bewilderment, but it was instantly pressed down by Wang Baiwan. Wang Baiwan took a deep breath at this time and said sternly, "Miss, don't worry. Even if I have to exhaust all means, I will bring her back for you to deal with." "Be quick," Red Boy said coldly again. "We'll go right away." "I'll go too." Wang Baiwan shivered and quickly got up. He pulled Wang Jufu up directly. The father and son ran out in a hurry with pale faces. Although there was a greasy middle-aged man beside Red Boy at this moment, Wang Baiwan didn't have the mood to care about this. It was more important to protect the Wang family. The master and young master of the Wang family mansion had left as if they were running for their lives. Wang Badan, the young lady, was also gone. Only the servants were left. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. They bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. After the father and son went out, Red Boy suddenly stood up. "Where are you going?" Lady Nin couldn't help but ask curiously. Red Boy whispered, I want to go to Badan's room. Before dawn. You must find her. I don't care what method you use. Otherwise, don't come back to see me." After walking out of the house, Wang Jufu looked completely different. The power of the Wang family wasn't small, and it had infiltrated into all walks of life. After the family received the support of Tai Luosha, there was a period of time when they could have children. It was a pity that Wang Jufu didn't live up to expectations. As the eldest son of the main family, he only had one daughter so far, and he had already committed murder. But there were many people in the Wang family branch, and there were more and more. Nevertheless, Wang Baiwan still had a transcendent status in the Wang family. After all, Annie Wang, who really brought wealth to the Wang family, was Wang Baiwan's sister. Seeing his son Wang Jufu's appearance at this time, Wang Baiwan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Isn't it obvious that he wants his people to run away as soon as possible? Wang Baiwan shook his head and called his confidant, butler Wang Lu. He lowered his voice and said, "Wang Lu, let Wang Wu come over. He has many street thugs under him. These thugs are easier to find people on the streets." Wang Lu, who had always been very loyal, said helplessly at this time, "Master, I have asked him to come over as soon as possible, but I couldn't contact him. He may be busy with other things." Bullsh *T. Unexpectedly, Wang Jufu's face suddenly became gloomy. "Wang Lu, look at what your brother has done." Wang Jufu threw the phone over with an angry face at this time. Wang Lu took it, and there was a video message on the phone. In the video, Wang Wu was tied up and couldn't move. "Money. I took the money in private. Anyway, it's just a little woman." Listening to Wang Wu's self-destruction in the video, Wang Lu's face changed slightly. He subconsciously glanced at Wang Baiwan. Seeing that Wang Baiwan's face was gloomy at this time, he couldn't help but quickly lower his head. "Master, I will immediately go and tie Wang Wu back to give you an explanation." But Wang Baiwan took a deep breath and said indifferently, "The most important thing now is to find the person first. Everything else is not important." With that said, Wang Baiwan raised his head and saw that a room in the corner of the mansion suddenly lit up at this time. Wang Baiwan suddenly had a complicated expression. "This is for Badan's sake. But if it weren't for you, Badan might not." "Dad, don't tell me you also." Wang Jufu looked at Wang Baiwan in horror. Wang Baiwan sighed, but he slapped Wang Jufu's head heavily. "You trash. If you lose your child, you can have another one. If the Wang family is gone, it's really gone." Wang Jufu subconsciously said, But what if I can't give birth?" "If you can't give birth, I will." Wang Baiwan said angrily. "You useless thing. If you are useful, I don't need to worry about you. What are you waiting for? Go and find the person." I'm going now. This Wang family's people are quite funny." Lady Nan 1 retracted her hand that opened a small corner of the curtain. She looked at Red Boy and said, "No wonder Huayun High School almost became one of the top 10 trashy high schools in Kanglan. Although Wang Jufu is an idiot and timid, at least he didn't do anything bad." Red Boy said indifferently, "The decline of Huayun High School is not entirely Wang Baiwan's responsibility. In Kanglan, no high school can always maintain its glory. I heard that you fought very actively in the foreign battlefield and didn't miss a single battle." Lady Nin 1 thought for a while and said. Red Boy was silent. Lady Nin 1 shrugged, then looked around. She picked up a photo frame from the bedside cabinet in the room. The photo frame was a group photo. There was Wang Badan, Red Boy, and a big boy with a sunny smile. Lady Nin 1 knew that this big boy was Guze. She had seen him once in the hospital a few hours ago. "That was taken last year at the top of Jile Mountain," Red Boy said faintly. "It was a trip organized by the school. However, not long after returning, Guze had an accident on the battlefield." While saying this, Red Boy had skillfully taken out a photo album from a drawer of a bookcase. Obviously, she often came to this room. Looking at the photos in the album, Red Boy became more and more silent. "You have a good relationship. Lady Nin 1 said casually. At this time, Red Boy seemed to be willing to talk more about the past. When I was a child, only Badon could often come to my house. She was the only one who was the same age as me and was not afraid of me. Lady Nin 1 suddenly blinked and asked curiously, "So, have you ever quarreled?" Red Boy was startled and frowned subconsciously. There are times when friends quarrel, but it's just a small quarrel. We soon reconciled. This doesn't affect our relationship. Really? Lady Nin 1 shook her head at this time. Then, she tore a pillow in the bed and took out a small thing from it. She pointed and said, "Then what is this?" "How?" In front of Red Boy, Lady Nin 1 was holding a straw doll full of needles. The blood-red words read, "Red Boy dead." End of this chapter. Chapter 24-21. A cold snort suddenly sounded in the room. Lady Nin 1 had heard this voice before. It should be the voice of Dragon 9, one of the two bodyguards hidden behind Red Boy. When they were in the hospital, Dragon 9 had directly attacked and injured the woman who wanted to kill Red Boy. She didn't see him, but she heard his voice. How awesome. Roughly 7 meters away, in the canopy of the tree outside the window, Lady Nin 1 narrowed her eyes slightly, but she calmly placed the straw doll in her hand on the table. Dragon 9's voice was clearly related to this straw doll. But at this moment, the straw doll on the table suddenly floated up strangely. Lady Nin 1 was stunned. She felt that there was an unfamiliar aura in the room. At this moment, Red Boy frowned and said in a deep voice, "Dragon 5, don't play tricks." "Ah, sorry, I was too focused." Light and shadow floated in the air like ripples on water. After that, a bald man wearing sunglasses wearing a turtleneck gray sweater with a collar covering his mouth appeared. Lady Nin 1 continued to size him up calmly. What was interesting was that Dragon 5 and Dragon 9 were both protecting Red Boy. But of these two, one listened to Tai Luo Sha, while the other was sent by Niu Dazong. "Also, miss, is this person your new toy?" Dragon 5 casually glanced at Lady Nin 1 and said politely, "If not, should I get rid of him? I think the boss will find it difficult to accept Miss interacting with someone of this age. It's none of his business who I interact with." Red Boy's eyes narrowed. "Who asked you to appear?" "I didn't want to come out either." Dragon 5 shrugged and said, "Who asked 9 to be unfamiliar with curses?" "I was sleeping soundly." Another cold snort sounded. It was still Dragon 9's voice. Lady Nin 1 continued to eat her melon, maintaining the posture of a high-quality forensic officer in the Fire Cloud General Headquarters. She smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth. "Curse?" Red Boy frowned, and his expression changed slightly. "Dragon 5, are you saying that this straw puppet has a spell on it?" "Obviously." Dragon 5's expression was incomparably solemn. "There isn't." "You." Red Boy's eyes suddenly widened. Then, as if relieved, he said angrily, "Don't speak in paragraphs." "Miss, are you relieved because there is no curse on the mannequin?" Dragon 5 coldly said, "But I can tell that the doll has no curse on it. It's not because it doesn't want to cast a curse. It's because it can't." "Enough. Stop talking," Red Boy said solemnly. Dragon 5 said indifferently, "The Pingtian Group has the most powerful spell research lab in the entire Fire Cloud. Anyone, and I'm talking about anyone, as long as they dare to cast spells on you, miss, we can find them. So, she knows the consequences." "I said enough." Red Boy growled in a low voice. Dragon 5 shrugged and casually placed the straw puppet on the table. His figure gradually faded away. "Although there isn't a vicious curse on it, there's a vicious heart curse. Miss, we can remove a visible curse, but we might not be able to remove an invisible curse. You should be careful when making friends in the future." "Meddlesome." Red Boy casually picked up a pen holder and threw it out. However, before Dragon 9th was hit by the pen holder, he had already vanished. The pen holder smashed into a landscape painting on the wall. "Laugh if you want." In the eerily silent room, Red Boy's voice suddenly sounded. She was staring intently at Lady Nin 1 as though she wanted to devour her. Lady Nin 1 said in a cowardly manner, "I'm afraid I won't be able to leave this place alive." Red Boy turned her face away, but at the same time, she picked up the straw puppet. The bright red words on the puppet were rather glaring, and the thin needles stuck on it were innumerable. "Why?" she whispered softly. "Well," Miss One thought for a while and said, "When a woman hates another woman, it's nothing more than two things. It's either money or a man." This was also applicable to men. Red Boy snorted coldly. "Wong family is not short of money. The money here can be used for a lot of things." Lady Nan One shrugged and counted with her fingers power, talent, achievements, family background, status, etc. Ba Dan is not interested in these. Red Boy shook her head. Lady Nan One blinked and said, "That's simple. Snatching men. Did you snatch a man before?" Red Boy's eyes were burning, and the temperature of her palms soared, but she gritted her teeth and said, "I never thought about that kind of thing. Falling in love will only affect my cultivation speed." She suddenly sat down dejectedly, took a deep breath, and said, "Ever since I was young, I have never had any friends of the opposite sex by my side. Saying that I stole the person she likes is simply nonsense." "Maybe it's not nonsense." Lady Nin One narrowed her eyes at this time. "Look at this. Isn't there a ready-made one?" Saying that, she threw the picture frame on the bedside table to Red Boy. "You mean Guzé?" Red Boy was stunned. "That's impossible. Guzé and I are at most teammates in the team. Except for when we discuss tactics, we don't have much contact at all. He's the man Ba Dan likes. How can I?" "The human body is very honest," Lady Nan One said casually. "Look at Guzé's standing posture in the picture. Although he is leaning against your best friend, his feet are facing you. People unconsciously will lean towards the person they really care about." Red Boy frowned and said, "It's just a standing posture. What kind of twisted logic is that? So why do you think Wang Ba Dan hid such a doll?" Lady Nin One chuckled. Red Boy gritted her teeth, and a flame flashed in her hand, burning the straw doll in an instant. She said expressionlessly, "Now there's nothing left. No matter what, Ba Dan is no longer here. I don't want to delve into this matter." "This is rare. This chick," Lady Nin One sized up Red Boy slightly, and then her eyes narrowed. "There seems to be something in this doll." Hearing that, Red Boy directly pushed aside the ashes and thin needles. She picked up a finger-long iron plate in the ashes. Lady Nin One walked over to take a look. She saw the words written on the iron plate. "Jade Shrine." "Jade Shrine." Lady Nin One blinked. It sounds like the name of a place. "Jade Shrine." Red Boy's eyes changed slightly, and her expression became unnatural. She knew that there were some things she could not hide, so she said hesitantly, "Jade Shrine is in Gile Mountain." "Gile Mountain?" Lady Nan One said in surprise. "The place where you took this picture." "So this scarecrow doll was obtained by Wang Badan in the Jade Shrine? What is the background of this Jade Shrine to actually sell such a vicious thing?" Red Boy mumbled, "The Grand Priest of the Jade Shrine is called Yu Ling Long, and some people call her Princess Jadeface behind her back. Over the years, the Jade Shrine has been in charge of all the ancient rituals in the Fire Cloud area. It has existed in Fire Cloud for hundreds of years. I remember that your mother, Tai Luo Sha, only came to power in the past 20 or 30 years. Lady Nin One said in a low voice, "Even Sky Group has only become big in recent years. That is to say, this Jade Shrine is an old-fashioned force with a long history. Jade Shrine is only responsible for ancient rituals and never participates in the politics of Fire Cloud." Red Boy shook her head. "Moreover, this generation's Grand Priest, Yuling Long, she what?" "She..." Red Boy turned her face away and muttered, "She is my father's second wife outside." Puff. Niodagwang. Niodagwang, the 1-meter-tall coward who was not brave at all? Lady Nin One could not help but take a deep breath. Her expression was quite dignified, and she looked deeply at Red Boy. "I have one thing, and you have to answer me honestly." "What?" She could not help but look at the other party seriously. "You, do all the women in Fire Cloud like rich and short men?" "My father was not like this before." Red Boy instantly glared at her. He was just because Lady Nan One's adrenaline suddenly soared, and her eyes blinked quickly. "Because of what?" "He's just like this." Red Boy suddenly became cold. He's always been like this. Didn't you keep saying that Nyo Dagwong did something to you? Then what do you want from him? Lady Nan One was not afraid of this inexperienced girl. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face was not red. He has enough horsepower and endurance. He can plow the field for a whole night. Red Boy sneered. You'd better not appear in front of my mother. Miss Nan smiled casually and picked up the sign with Jade Shrine written on it. After thinking for a while, she said, if Wang Badan hadn't been killed, I'm afraid this secret would never have been discovered, right? She's already gone. What's the point of saying this? Red Boy could not help but feel depressed. Lady Nan One shook her head and said, I'm talking about this plaque. What do you mean? Red Boy frowned. Lady Nan One said, just now, did you not hear what Dragon Fifth said? He said, she knows the consequences. Is she? Do you think it's just referring to your good friend? Red Boy was stunned and immediately seemed to think of something. She suddenly opened the window and said in a deep voice, Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth, come out. No one appeared. Red Boy shouted a few more times, but in the end, only Dragon Nine's voice came. Dragon Nine said indifferently, Dragon 5 has gone to the Jade Shrine. Mississippi, who let him go? Red Boy said angrily, didn't Yo Dagwong ask him to stay close to me? Silence. After a moment of silence, Dragon 9 said again, it's fine as long as I'm here. Miss, you have to know that the premise of staying close to you is to ensure your safety, and the best way to ensure your safety is to eliminate all potential threats. Isn't this causing trouble? Red Boy gritted her teeth. If my mother knows about this, Dragon 9 said, Miss, there are some things that can't be crossed. If Yuling Long really wants to hurt you behind your back, she has completely crossed the Master's bottom line. A war is inevitable. You don't have to put yourself in the middle of the adults. I don't care. Red Boy gritted her teeth and jumped out of the window. Then, she sat on reverse 5 elements and soared into the sky. Well, he didn't take me. Lady Nin One muttered, wondering if she should jump out of the window. But at this moment, a cold and gloomy aura appeared behind her. A gray and black fog rose from the floor of the room. In the thick fog, a woman with a flat figure in black tights could be vaguely seen. Dragon 9. Lady Nan One didn't turn her head. Miss? Hello. The woman in black in the thick fog said indifferently. Then what about you? What about me? Lady Nan One turned around and blinked. I'm looking for a high-quality woman. It's really high quality. It's best if her soul is also high quality. Are you threatening me? Long Ju was expressionless and said, You're a forensic officer from the headquarters, but you've been following Miss these days. You've been investigating cases together, going to the Limitless City, the hospital, and even coming here, you know some things that you shouldn't know. Lady Nan One suddenly said, If you don't catch up, your Miss will run away, right? Didn't you say that you won't leave her? The black fog transformed by Dragon 9 was approaching. It won't take much time to deal with you. After that, the black fog transformed by Dragon 9 instantly attacked. The whole room seemed to be completely dark in an instant, and a strong murderous intent filled the room. The black fog instantly enveloped Lady Nan One's whole body. Dragon 9's palm was like a sharp blade, directly stabbing toward Lady Nan One's chest. However, what surprised Dragon 9 was that when his palm was about to penetrate Lady Nan's body, there was no feeling of being hit. Lady Nan's body suddenly dispersed like a fog. Dragon 9 was slightly stunned. He saw Lady Nan One's body suddenly dispersed, and then turned into 2 gray fog dragons, entangling Dragon 9's body. Lady Nan One's body suddenly gathered behind Dragon 9. Then her small hand moved, and there was a pair of scissors in her hand. She took it from Wang Badan's desk. At this time, Lady Nan One stood behind Dragon 9, and the blade of the scissors in her hand was directly against Dragon 9's neck. Dragon 9 was surprised and didn't move, but a trace of cold sweat had already quietly flowed out from his hair. I say, playing with fog, I can do it too. Lady Nan One whispered in Dragon 9's ear. Next time, it may not be scissors. I did it. I finally did it. Lady Nan One was about to put on a show. Was it easy? Clang! The scissors fell on the floor, making a crisp sound. Dragon Nine's body was relaxed at this time. He subconsciously touched his neck and was silent. Lady Nan 1 had disappeared. Fire Cloud, Bayou Club. The black luxury flying car slowly landed, and the door of the club that only opened for members was instantly opened. Pei Yulo walked out to greet with a happy face. "Boss, you welcome." The enchanting woman and Mrs. Wong got off the car at this time. She walked to Pei Yulo and chuckled. "Miss Pei, is the thing I want ready?" Pei Yulo chuckled. "Since you placed the order, we immediately prepared it. Please come in." "Then, I don't expect anything." The end of this chapter. Chapter 24-22. Reverse 5 elements slowly descended. This time, there was no sound wave like before. She looked like a quiet girl. As soon as Red Child took off her helmet, she saw Lady Nan 1 who appeared in the image of Method Doctor. At this time, Lady Nan 1 was sitting on a bench. Seeing Red Child looking over, she waved her hand and greeted her. "Yo, how did you—" She began to feel that this mysterious woman, let's just say she was a woman, was like a haunting ghost. Counting the days, Red Child suddenly realized that she had indeed been in contact with the other party too much. "Isn't that your symbol?" Lady Nan 1 smiled casually. "No matter where you want to go, people know where you will go." Red Child was silent. Miss Nan 1 sighed as she took a sip of the milk tea that she had just pressed out from the vending machine. It was the kind that didn't have coins inserted into it. Because it was a freeloader, she said happily, "You came to Guze, right? To verify my inference? Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Red Child suddenly sneered. Lady Nan 1 said disapprovingly, "But have you ever thought that with the way you deal with things, can you really get anything out of her? Besides, it's a person who has memory problems. Do you have any good ideas?" Red Child frowned. Her palm was not hot at the moment. On the way, she took the time to apply the special burn ointment. However, there was not much burn ointment in the first place. Such a small box could not be used more than a few times. Lady Nan 1 walked over with a smile at this time. She chuckled and said, "Lady Nan, do you know the art of tea?" "What did you say, the art of tea?" Red Child subconsciously opened her mouth. She was obviously not angry this time. She frowned and said, "There are classes arranged at home, such as flower arrangement and tea ceremony, but I'm not interested in them. So I skipped all of them." "So?" Lady Nan 1 suddenly narrowed her eyes and stretched out her hands at a speed that Red Child was surprised. Red Child could hardly react. Her cheeks were gently held by her hands. Lady Nan 1 smirked and said, "Let me give you a lesson on the way of tea." As she spoke, the high-quality appearance of azure blue, old Fong gradually faded away. Lady Nan 1's body instantly became translucent like a liquid, and then gradually became clear. She already had the appearance of a Red Child. She looked at the person in front of her, who looked exactly like her. However, under the fiery eyes of golden fire, the other party was still a ball of hazy fog. She could not help but feel a little shocked. He wasn't shocked because the other party had turned into him. Azure Blue had at least 1,000 transformations, and it wasn't anything new for it to transform into someone else's appearance. What surprised Red Boy was that Dragon 9 did not react to Lady Nan 1's approach. "What do you want to do?" Red Boy looked at Lady Nan 1 and asked in a deep voice, "Become me. Just watch." The night was quiet and the young man was dreaming. The curtains swayed with the wind and the moonlight shone in. "Guze, Guze." The sound of calling broke into the young man's dream with the sound of the wind. He slowly opened his eyes. Under the swirling moonlight by the window, the girl was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She sat by the window frame, letting the night wind blow her hair. The young man was stunned and subconsciously sat up. It seemed that he couldn't believe it. He looked at the girl under the moonlight blankly. "Why are you here? What do you think?" The girl chuckled. "Why am I here? Where's this place?" "Where, this is the hospital," he said subconsciously. "No." The girl shook her head and said softly, "This is your dream." "My dream?" The young man showed a puzzled look. Why are you in my dream?" The girl didn't answer but just stretched out her hand to the young man. "Guze, come to my side." The young man subconsciously lifted his feet and walked forward, but he soon stopped and hesitated. Are you afraid? The girl asked softly again. I don't know. The young man hesitated and shook his head. I really don't know. Tell me, who are you? You forgot about me. A look of grief appeared on the young girl's face. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, filled with thousands of words, thousands of knots, and thousands of young men. Don't be like this. The young man suddenly walked forward as if he broke through some shackles and quickly came to the girl's side. Please don't be like this. I don't want you to be like this, I don't want. But you don't remember me. The girl's voice was even lower, as if she would disappear under the moonlight at any time. The young man couldn't help but show a pained look. He grabbed his head with one hand and his chest with the other. His body even bent over because of the pain. He suddenly patted his head with force. I will remember. I will remember. I will remember. The girl was still looking at him sadly. The young man stared blankly at the girl's face under the moonlight, but it was as if he was suffocating. He couldn't breathe, and his throat gurgled. There was something that he wanted to say, but it couldn't form. It was something very important to him, and he instinctively felt it. It was strong, urgent, buried for a long time, and also suppressed. It was as if there was a vague outline that gradually became clear in the young man's heart. It was a figure standing on top of a cliff, drawing a bow to the sky, and the arrow fell to the ground. The bright red flames instantly took away all of his vision. The world in front of him was swallowed by the bright red. The young man's pain seemed to have exceeded his limits, so he fell heavily to the ground. The girl couldn't help but blink, as if she was surprised. She crouched down and poked Guze's face with her finger. After making sure that this big boy was really unconscious, she began to rub her chin. TSK, I haven't even used my power yet, and he's already a high C. Greenhead? The temperature of the room suddenly rose a few degrees. The girl couldn't help but blink. The source of the rise in temperature came from behind her. That was the real Red Child. Is this your so-called T-Art? Don't worry. Girl said slowly, it's just the beginning. Red Child's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch fiercely. Everything just now had made her extremely uncomfortable. But this was just the beginning? Your disgusting appearance is exactly the same as you Linglong's. You can do it too. Girl. Lady Nan 1 narrowed her eyes at this time. I have 3 spells here which can make you invincible when facing the opposite sex. Nonsense. Red Child took a deep breath. She knew that this guy was here to make trouble. Lady Nan 1 said quite casually at this time. So, Miss Red Child, do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand? He looks very painful. Red Child looked down at Guze at this time. What did he see? His head was full of cold sweat, and his body was curled up as if he had dreamed of something terrible. Do you want to know? Lady Nan 1 suddenly asked. Red Child rolled her eyes at her for asking the obvious. Lady Nan 1 suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled. If you are willing to exchange a condition, I can let you know what he is seeing now. You know how to enter a dream? Red Child frowned. What condition? I haven't thought about the condition yet. Lady Nan 1 said indifferently. But you can rest assured that it will definitely not be a condition that will embarrass you. If you feel embarrassed, you can refuse. How to do it? Red Child said directly. First, set an alarm clock. Lady Nan 1 took out her mobile phone and began to set the time. This guy has a problem after waking up, so his memory is chaotic, but this means that his inner world is in a state of chaos. Entering his dream means that we have to enter this chaotic world, and there's a risk of getting lost, so he needs some external stimulation to wake up. Red Child muttered. The technique of entering a dream has always been dangerous. It is one of the forbidden techniques of pale blue. I have heard that some external dream medium is needed when entering a dream. But where did you learn this forbidden technique of entering a dream? It came with Black Soul. After coming out from Book of Gaia, Black Soul's body was slightly upgraded, and these abilities were activated. But now, after being directly divided into 2 by the boss, the strength of all abilities was only half of the original. Lady Nan 1 didn't answer, but directly stuffed the mobile phone with the alarm clock into Red Child's hand. I set the dual mode of sound and vibration. If you feel that it is not safe to hold in your hand, and the stimulation may not be in place, I suggest you put it in a more sensitive place, like the chest or something, which is very good. I will put it wherever you put it. Red Child snorted coldly, feeling that her dirty tricks as a high school girl were seriously underestimated by the other party. Huh? Miss Nan, one, blinked and said, I can leave at any time, but because it's my first time operating it, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to take care of you. So I adjusted the dual noise mode for you. Red Child didn't get angry. Taking a deep breath, she held the mobile phone tightly, sat cross-legged beside Guzet, and said indifferently, Do it. Lady Nin 1 blinked and said, You trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will set you up? Red Child said indifferently, Then you don't have to wait until now. Lady Nin 1 chuckled, Come on, close your eyes. You have no experience in this area before. If it is your first time, I'm afraid you will feel uncomfortable, but bear with it for a while. Don't worry, I will guide you as gently as possible. The more Red Child listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. She simply closed her eyes, and then a feeling of being wrapped by something came. Red Child didn't have time to distinguish, and then there was a feeling of being pulled away. You can open your eyes now. Hearing this, Red Child slowly opened her eyes and saw a short-haired woman standing in front of her. She was in her 20s, thin, not stunning, but very pleasing to the eye. It was not the first time Red Child saw an Enchantment's real face, but she felt that this woman was more pleasing to the eye than the last time she saw her. At this moment, Miss Nan, 1, was standing on top of a large rock, looking at the surroundings. She was surrounded by mountains, but the greenery that covered the mountains and plains were covered by a layer of gray due to the dark sky. This is... Red Child also looked around at this time. Lady Nin 1 said, Guzet's inner world may be one of the strong scenes in his memory. Do you have any impression of this place? Gile Mountain. Red Child looked around in astonishment. This is Gile Mountain. Lady Nin 1 couldn't help but frown, and then looked at the top of the mountain thoughtfully. Sure enough, she could vaguely see a building hidden in the corner. Jade Shrine. This is the scene in Guzet's dream. Where will he be now? Lady Nin 1 pondered. Something happened here that made him suffer. Miss, when you were traveling here, did anything happen? Red Child recalled for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't think so. At that time, because it was a class activity, it was basically a group action. Along the way, there was nothing special. Were you with your good friend and Guzet at that time? Lady Nin 1 asked directly. Red Child nodded subconsciously, but soon she seemed to think of something. Wait, there was a little time. Could it be? Red Boy looked for a path and suddenly ran in a certain direction. Lady Nin 1 quickly followed. Did you think of something? Red Child quickly said, At that time, I knew that Ba Dan was interested in Guzet, so I casually found a reason, saying that I liked the kind of flower on the top of Gile Mountain, and asked Ba Dan to help me pick it. Lady Nin 1 couldn't help but interrupt. Miss, isn't it too far-fetched? I dare say that your cultivation is definitely higher than your good friend's. Red Child said angrily, Gile Mountain is Yulinglong's territory. It's not convenient for me to step into the range of Jade Shrine. If I want to go to the top of the mountain, I must pass by Jade Shrine. My battlefield team members more or less know some of my family affairs, so they didn't suspect that I didn't want to go by myself. Maybe they didn't dare to suspect anything? Lady Nin 1 thought for a moment and said, What happened then? Ba Dan agreed without thinking. Red Child said, Then it was not safe for Ba Dan to go alone, so I asked Guzet to accompany her. I planned to create an opportunity for them to be alone. What happened after that? They came back, and they also brought back the flowers. Red Child said, Not long after that, we ended our tour and took the bus back to the school. Lady Nin 1 pondered and said, Then, after your good friend returned, was there anything special about her? Red Child recalled. I remember that her eyes seemed to be a little red at the time. I asked her what happened, and she said that it was because she was happy. At the time, I thought that the two of them had probably succeeded, so I didn't pay much attention to it. After returning to the school, they were indeed more intimate than before. With that said, the two of them moved forward at full speed and soon passed by Jade Shrine. Red Child probably really didn't have a good impression of Jade Shrine. Even though he knew that this was the scene of Gu Zei's inner world, he still didn't give it a second glance. We're here. This is the only place where the sunflower grows. Red Child pointed at a corner of the mountain peak, a platform that extended from the cliff. Look, he really is here, and Badan. Red Child immediately stopped and stared blankly at the platform on the mountain peak, at the figure of the girl whose beauty had already faded away. I was clearly the one who came first. Suddenly, Wang Badan, who was on the platform, suddenly slapped the youth in the face. Then, she turned around and ran away, disappearing into the clouds. Only the youth was left standing on the platform alone, feeling lost. Yo-ho! Lady Nin 1 could not help but blink. She smelled it. It was youth. It was the sour smell of love. End of chapter. Chapter 24-23. Things didn't happen as Red Child described. Gu Zei and Wang Badan obviously didn't have any good memories on this peak, which meant that Wang Badan lied to Red Child at that time. This is the reflection of Gu Zei's inner world. It's his memory fragment. It can't be wrong. Miss Nin 1 thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps you've never really understood this good friend of yours?" She thought that Red Child would explode. This young lady was like an unstable time bomb. She was unstable, and the power in her body was also unstable. She was like an active volcano with an unknown eruption cycle. But Red Child didn't react as she thought at this time. Instead, she frowned. Her expression was calm, as if she was a different person. "Why are you looking at me?" Red Child noticed Lady Nin 1's gaze and showed a puzzled look. Lady Nin 1 shrugged and said casually, "Nothing. I just want to know what you're thinking." Red Child's eyes flashed with suspicion. She immediately whispered to herself, "Do you think that if he was just beaten by Badan, it would be a painful memory?" Lady Nin 1 blinked and said, "Assuming that he loves your good friend, would it be? Didn't you assume that Gu Zei likes me?" Red Child asked calmly. "Something's wrong. This chick is wrong. I can't feel any irritation from this chick." Lady Nin 1 couldn't help but ask tentatively, "So what do you think?" Red Child said directly. Outside, Gu Zei fell to the ground in pain. From his expression, what he dreamed must be some terrible and painful memories. If this scene isn't the source of his pain, then what is the source of his pain? Next, what else will happen? Lady Nin 1 chuckled and looked at the young lady of Huiyun City with more interest. "Wait, who is that?" Lady Nin 1, who always liked to look around, suddenly pointed. He saw a woman standing under a peach blossom tree at the peak of the mountain. She was dressed like a priest, and there was a pure white mask on her face. She looked very solemn. However, as a woman, Lady Nin 1 could easily see the surging emotions hidden by the holy priest's robes. Yuling Long. Red Boy looked surprised. Why is she here? But he didn't give them much time to think. The youth on the platform suddenly exhaled slowly, as if he had sorted out his emotions. He casually picked a bouquet of sunflower from the platform and was about to leave. The moment he turned around, the young man and the woman under the peach blossom tree met each other's gazes. Gu Zei couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. At this moment, the woman under the peach blossom tree waved at the boy, indicating for him to come over. The boy's face showed a touch of hesitation, but it quickly disappeared, and he became stupefied. When Gu Zei arrived, Yuling Long didn't say anything. She just turned around and walked to a place. Gu Zei was still stupefied, and he slowly followed her. Lady Nin 1 and Red Boy couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't need to worry about being discovered by Yuling Long here. As long as they weren't discovered by Gu Zei's consciousness here, there wouldn't be any change in this dream. Gu Zei knows your second mother. Lady Nin 1 couldn't help but be surprised. As far as I know, they shouldn't have any interaction. Red Boy said indifferently. Also, Yuling Long has never been married. She is at most Niu Dagwang's mistress outside. My goodness, this is not a fake Red Boy. She didn't get angry. Lady Nin 1 planned to continue to test her on the verge of exploding. Unexpectedly, Red Boy had directly followed her. Lady Nin 1 didn't give up this idea temporarily. Yuling Long and Gu Zei left the peak one after another. They walked down the mountain from the other side. Their approximate location should be the back of the Jade Shrine, until they arrived at a strange cave. All around the cave, there were all kinds of seals. In front of the cave, there was a small pond. In the middle of the pond, there was a huge rock that was as tall as a person. The rock was tied with knots, and on each knot, there was a strange four-cornered bell. At this time, standing at the edge of the pool, Yuling suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed at the entrance of the cave. At this time, Guze seemed to have lost the ability to act on his own. With a dull gaze, he slowly walked into the pool under the guidance of the jade exquisite dragon. He actually walked directly to the strange cave entrance. But soon, Guze stopped. He stood in the pool, and there was a hint of struggle on his face. Yuling didn't do anything. She just observed silently. And as time went by, the struggle on Guze's face became more and more intense. It even seemed that he was about to wake up. Suddenly, Guze's body trembled, and then a blood-red light burst out from his body. Within this blood-red light, one could faintly see a terrifying figure. Like an Azura, the appearance of a shadow made the four-cornered bell on the stone shake crazily. Not only that, even Lady Nan 1 and Red Boy, who were watching this scene from a distance, couldn't help but show a dignified expression. Compared with Red Boy's bewilderment, Lady Nan 1 was more frightened. This was just a place in Guze's dream. It had no roots and no boundaries. But the moment the bloody Sura-like shadow appeared, it could actually shake her will. Under the cover of the blood-colored shadow, Guze slowly turned around. As if it was not him, as if it was still him. His eyes were full of bloody light. The four-cornered bell on the stone shook crazily. Bang! In an instant, the four-cornered bell broke into pieces. At this moment, Guze directly jumped out of the pool and pounced on Yuling. At this time, Yuling calmly took a few steps back. Her white hand reached out from her wide sleeve, and there was a stack of golden talismans between her fingers. The talismans shot out from Yuling's hand. The talismans pasted around the pool seemed to be activated, and they lit up simultaneously. The golden talisman turned into a huge curse seal in the air and directly imprinted on Guze's body without any explanation. At this moment, the power of the curse seal collided with Guze's bloody aura. Bursts of wind and thunder sounded, and a fierce wind suddenly blew around. It was a confrontation, and it seemed that neither side could gain the upper hand. However, at this moment, Yuling took out an ancient bronze mirror from her arms. She pushed it out with both hands, and the ancient mirror instantly shot out seven-colored light. Under the illumination of the ancient mirror, the bloody shadow outside Guze's body was gradually unable to resist. Finally, the bloody shadow turned into a ray of bloody light and disappeared between Guze's eyebrows. The water in the pool was rippling, and Guze fell into the water, leaving only a small part of his face. Blood Spirit, General Bloodline of Styx River. Yuling slowly put away the ancient bronze mirror. At the same time, she looked at Guze and suddenly chuckled. I didn't expect that he was a descendant of Styx River. This is interesting. What did she say, a descendant of Styx River? Red Boy couldn't help but frown. Guze, who was fighting with Yuling, was very strange to her. This member of her team in the extraterritorial battlefield actually had such a powerful, unknown power. Lady Nan 1 thought for a while and said, You don't know that Guze's mother was originally a citizen of Styx River Ancient Kingdom. Here, the blood spirit general bloodline that Yuling mentioned probably came from Styx River's mother or her mother's family. Red Boy shook her head and said, I only know his sister. Guze rarely talks about his family. How did you know? Lady Nan 1 directly threw the responsibility to Red Boy. Officer Ma found it by accident. I have a melon here. Do you want to eat it? It's about your friend's aunt, Wang Xiaoqing. Aunt Qing? Red Boy looked up in surprise. Since it was something that couldn't be hidden, Lady Nan 1 didn't intend to hide it. She directly whispered in Red Boy's ear. Guze and Gu Yao are probably the children of Wang Badan's uncle and someone else. What? At the edge of the pool, Yuling seemed to be waiting for Guze to wake up. Lady Nan and Red Boy were also waiting for the next development at this moment. However, they had other things to discuss about Gu Zhe and the Wang family. I didn't expect that Gu Zhe and Aunt Qing's husband have such a relationship. Red Boy lowered her head and bit her thumbnail. Does Wang Badon know about this? So what if he knows? So what if he doesn't know? Lady Nin shrugged and said, anyway, they are not related by blood. Even if it's a name, it's not a big deal. What about Gu Zhe? Does he know? Red Boy asked again. Miss Nin blinked. You're not thinking that Gu Zhe got close to Wang Badon because he wanted to take revenge on the Wang family, right? Even if he wants to take revenge, the target is only Wang Xiaoqing. Is it really just a coincidence? Red Boy pondered. Lady Nin once said, anyway, according to the information we have, Gu Zhe shouldn't know. At least, he has lost his memory for now. As for Gu Yao, she is also dead. It doesn't matter if she knows or not. Red Boy said, you just said that Aunt Qing's husband, Gu Zhe's father, died because of the heart-biting goo worm, right? That's right. Is there a problem? And this heart-biting goo worm can only be controlled by Gu Susu. However, Gu Susu died of illness a few years ago, but the heart-biting goo worm didn't activate. That is to say, Gu Susu didn't want to deal with Gu Zhe's father even when she died. That's right. Lady Nan One nodded, but in the end, the branch director of the East District still died because of this worm. That is to say, someone who knows the method of making worms in the ancient country of Styx refined Gu Susu's blood essence, seized control of the worm, and then controlled the branch director of the East District. Red Boy suddenly frowned and said, that's strange. You have been with me all this time. How do you know so many things? Because Lady Nan too was listening to the boss gossip, and the boss just came back from the cemetery. At the same time, she gave Red Boy an unfathomable smile. But Red Boy seemed to think of something at this time, and his face suddenly became serious. Why do you think Yu Ling Long recognized the origin of the bloodline in Gu Zhe's body at a glance? Why? Lady Nan One couldn't help but be startled, and then her heart moved. What do you want to say? Yu Ling Long. Don't tell me, she also came from the ancient country of Styx? Hasn't the Jade Shrine been in Fire Cloud for hundreds of years? Red Boy said, seriously, there shouldn't be a problem with the Jade Shrine. Every generation of Grand Priest has to go through many tests before they can inherit it. The problem is Yu Ling Long's mother. Because I know that Yu Ling Long's mother came from the ancient country of Styx, and her status is probably not low. My mother once said that Yu Ling Long's ghost talisman technique is remarkable and quite mysterious. It has an unclear relationship with the secret technique of the royal family of Styx. Lady Nin One's imagination suddenly went wild. At this time, she was observing Yu Ling Long, who was waiting for Gu Zhe to wake up, and suddenly patted her head. According to what you said, assuming that Yu Ling Long is related to the ancient country of Styx, and she even knows the secret technique of Styx. Could it be that she is the one behind the Eastern Branch Director? She? Red Boy suddenly frowned. Lady Nin One's brain suddenly became active at this time, and she quickly said, maybe it's just a coincidence, but this coincidence allowed Yu Ling Long to meet Gu Zhe here, and even let her know Gu Zhe's origin. So, she will investigate Gu Zhe's background. With the power of the Jade Shrine that has been rooted in Fire Cloud for a long time, it shouldn't be difficult to investigate the background of a civilian student, right? Red Boy was thinking about the possibility of this matter. Lady Nin One didn't stop talking. Think about it. As long as you follow the vine to the melon, you can find out who Gu Zhe's father is, and who his mother is. Even the person who stole Gu Susu's body and seized the control of the heart-biting insect might be Yu Ling Long. Why did she do this? Lady Nan One shrugged and said, it's simple. Controlling the director of the Eastern Branch is equivalent to controlling the entire Eastern Branch. In Fire Cloud City, if there's anything that your mother doesn't have absolute control over, I'm afraid it's only the independent Fire Cloud police station. I do not know how bad the relationship between your mother and Yu Ling Long is, but I believe that Yu Ling Long would not mind having a trump card in her hands that could deal with your mother. Red Boy didn't comment, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Zhe woke up. Who are you? After waking up, the teenager looked at his environment blankly. He saw the woman in the priest costume, and couldn't help but feel nervous. "I'm the priest of the Jade Shrine," the woman said indifferently at this time. "You were tempted by the evil spirits sealed in this cave and almost caused a disaster. Don't you know? Evil spirit. Disaster? How could it be?" The teenager turned around in astonishment, looking at the dark cave behind him, and felt a chill in his heart. There seemed to be something terrible inside. The teenager shook his head hard at this time, only feeling weak all over, and subconsciously said, "How could I be chosen by the evil spirit?" The woman said slowly, "Maybe it's because there's something on you that attracts it. What's your name? Who's in your family?" The evil spirit should be interested in the bloodline in your body. You have a special bloodline. If you don't want the evil spirit to target you, you'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I can't help you. Guze opened his mouth, listening to the woman's voice, and gradually lost his voice. He even had an impulse to tell her everything. My name is Guze," the teenager murmured. "My sister and I depend on each other. My mother died of illness a few years ago, and I don't know who my father is. I need to know more about your mother." The woman said softly, Come to my side, and tell me in detail." "Okay, bye you club." Following the enchanting woman who called herself Bossu, Mrs. Wong came to a quiet room. The antique environment made Mrs. Wong slightly relaxed, but she didn't let down her guard. She only knew that the person in charge of the club who welcomed Bossu was called Pei Yulo. She was a foxy woman whose figure and appearance didn't lose to Bossu at all. At this time, Pei Yulo clapped her hands, and immediately many women in white robes, masks, and marks on the white cloth slowly walked in from outside the room. These women in white held some exquisite brocade boxes in their hands. The boxes were finally placed on the table, and there were 4 of them in total. "Bossu, according to your order, we've found the things for you. They've just been delivered." Pei Yulo chuckled. "Do you want to count them?" Bossu suddenly glanced at Mrs. Wong, saying indifferently, "Open them." Mrs. Wong couldn't help but be startled. She frowned and was extremely afraid of this Bossu. She knew this Bossu was Tai Luocha's #1 enemy. Gritting her teeth, Mrs. Wong stepped forward resolutely, slowly opening one of the brocade boxes. She looked inside, and the lid of the brocade box in her hand almost fell off. "What's this?" Inside the brocade box were many extremely disgusting and ferocious insects that were even nibbling at each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Pei Yulo didn't seem to be curious as to why Boss Jade wanted these extremely hard-to-get insects. She ordered her men to put the things down and left with them. Under normal circumstances, Bayou Club wouldn't ask about the private affairs of its members. It only needed to satisfy the orders of its members. Mistress Jade was probably used to Pei Yulo's behavior of retreating when there was nothing to do, so she didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, she took out a scorpion-like purple bug from one of the brocade boxes and placed it on the back of her palm, observing it with great interest. Seeing this scene, Madame Wong couldn't help but have goosebumps. Most of the women were obviously disgusted and afraid of these terrifying poisonous insects. This is a scarlet fire scorpion found in the Western Heaven region. Its poison is very strong and will kill once it touches blood. Even a 4th-level Great Master can't withstand it for more than 3 minutes. What's rare is that this scarlet fire scorpion is an adult. Boss Jade looked at Madame Wong and said with a smile, "As long as you can afford it, you can find anything you want in this club." Madame Wong couldn't help but frown and said coldly, "You brought me here just to show me these insects?" Boss Jade smiled and said, "I brought you here to give you the power to take revenge." The moment she spoke, Boss Jade directly reached out and pinched Madame Wong's chin. Madame Wong's cheeks were squeezed together and her lips were forced to open. She wanted to struggle, but found that her whole body had lost its strength. "Say, for revenge, you are willing to give up everything." Boss Jade stood in front of Madame Wong and stared into her eyes. "Red Boy killed your only daughter. That was your everything. That was the only courage you had to survive. However, that courage was taken away from you. You should take revenge. Take revenge on those who took away your life." Boss Jade's eyes turned green in an instant, and there were wheels spinning in her pupils, looking mysterious and strange. Those who took everything away from me. Madame Wang's eyes gradually lost focus. Took away my... Boss Jade's voice became softer. What do you want? Revenge. Boss Jade chuckled and put her palms slowly near Madame Wang's mouth. At this moment, the strange scarlet fire scorpion on her arm slowly crawled into Madame Wang's mouth. Complete entry. When the scarlet flame fire scorpion crawled in Madame Wang's mouth, she seemed to have regained some of her consciousness. However, at this moment, Boss Jade's palm directly covered Madame Wang's mouth. She whispered in her ear, "This is your only chance." Madame Wang's eyes widened. The red flame fire scorpion crawled in her body bit by bit along her throat. This was a terrifying and painful process that could be sensed in detail. However, this was only the beginning, because after that, Lord Jade actually placed all the terrifying poisonous insects in the boxes into Madame Wang's mouth one by one. Madame Wang's body seemed to have become a new world for these insects. They would continue to grow in the mother's body, killing and devouring each other. In the end, only the most powerful one would be left. In his dream, at the back of the Jade Shrine on Jile Mountain, as the master of memories in the dream, Guze still didn't realize that two uninvited guests had intruded into his consciousness. At this moment, he was beside the priestess, slowly narrating his life experience. It was so detailed that it was like lighting up a merry-go-round. Tut tut. It should be said that a vigorous young man has no resistance to the hormones of a mature woman. Hearing Guze's unreserved self-confession, Lady Nin couldn't help but narrow her eyes. However, Red Boy said, "Yu Linglong's charming skill is very powerful. It is said that the first Grand Priest of the Jade Shrine was a powerful branch of the Green Hill Fox tribe. Because he lost in the power struggle in the tribe, he left the Green Hill. There is a saying in Azure that no man can resist the temptation of the Green Hill Fox. Although it is suspected of exaggeration, the natural charm of the Green Hill Fox tribe can also be seen. The Green Hill. It was not the first time that Lady Nan had heard of this place. The first thing she heard about the Green Hill was from Teacher Ching, who in Firecloud High School. This male fox was planning to go to the Green Hill Fox tribe to find his roots during the summer vacation. While they were talking, Guze had also told the mysterious priestess about his life experience. The priestess took out a handful of ancient coins and scattered them on the ground. "What are you doing?" Guze asked in confusion. The priestess said indifferently, "I used a secret skill to deduce your fate. As I expected, you will have a disaster in your life, which is closely related to the evil spirit sealed in the cave. If I'm not wrong, your ancestor should have interacted with this evil spirit." "How could this be?" Guze was shocked. "Priestess, what should I do?" "The one who tied the bell needs to untie it." The priestess thought for a while and said, "But I still know too little." "Guze, there are still many mysteries about your life experience. If possible, I hope you can come here again." "Can't I come today?" the young man asked subconsciously. The priestess shook her head and said, "I need to go back and read the ancient books." 7 days later, the evil spirit in the cave will enter its week period once a month. During this period, it's the best time to ask it. I hope you can be there. Maybe I can find a way to destroy this evil spirit forever from you. Are you willing to do me this favor?" The young man hesitated for a while. Then, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. "Remember, this is a serious matter. You can't tell anyone about it. I know what to do. What's going on?" At this moment, Red Boy couldn't help but frown. Everything in front of her began to distort. Even the conversation between Guze and the priestess instantly became blurred. Guze is going to wake up. Lady Nin 1 couldn't help but frown. It's faster than expected. Quick, hold my hand. When he wakes up, it'll be easy for him to find you. There was no time to say more. Red Boy didn't hesitate at all and directly clasped Lady Nan 1's wrist. It was impossible to hold hands. Since graduating from kindergarten, even Nyo Dagwang hadn't held her hand. The young man suddenly woke up, still sweating all over. He looked around in confusion and found that he was lying on the ground. The window screen was swaying. Under the moonlight, it seemed that someone had been here. Guze lowered his head and gently rubbed his head. He kept repeating, Evil spirit, evil spirit. Jade shrine. I'm going to jade shrine. As he spoke, Guze suddenly stood up and jumped out of the window without thinking. As soon as he jumped out of the window, Lady Nin 1 and Red Boy came out of the darkness. Is he really going to the cave behind Jade Shrine? Red Boy looked at Lady Nan 1 in surprise. What's the matter? Lady Nan 1 thought for a moment and said, didn't the doctor say that there was something wrong with his divine soul, which causes memory to be confused? Probably the memory in the dream made him have a misplaced memory, making him think that he should keep the appointment soon. But in fact, he has already kept the appointment. After all, it happened before he encountered the accident in the extraterritorial battlefield. It's not suitable for him to leave the hospital now. Red Boy shook her head. At this moment, when Red Boy spoke, there was a faint feeling of restlessness. Lady Nin 1 couldn't help but look at her. If Red Boy was like cold steel in the dream, then she was like red-hot iron at this moment. Was it the will of the body? In a dream world, was it because the body was temporarily separated from the spirit? Why are you still standing there? Ah! Lady Nin 1 blinked and saw that Red Boy had already stepped over the window and looked over, chasing someone. Oh, okay. Lady Nin 1 nodded and walked forward, but suddenly reached out to hold Red Boy, saying directly, this time, don't use your reverse 5 elements. Let's use the shared flying car downstairs. Red Boy frowned and immediately said, there's a normal mode. Although it was in the normal mode, this reverse 5 elements was too eye-catching. Even at this time of the night, it was still the brightest thing in the night sky. But after it completely rose into the air, the reverse 5 elements strangely blended into the night and disappeared. This scene happened so fast that not many people noticed it, but it didn't mean that it didn't happen. On the rooftop of the hospital, a figure slowly walked out, looking thoughtfully at the direction where the reverse 5 elements disappeared, and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He was Officer Liu. Why is the eldest daughter of Fire Cloud at this time? Officer Liu frowned slightly. He didn't leave the intensive care unit all night until his fiancée's condition was slightly better. Then he came out to take a breath of fresh air. But he had to leave the hospital, and he had to leave the hospital. Suddenly, Officer Liu grasped his left arm hard. His left arm, at this time, was shaking uncontrollably. At the same time, from his left arm, black lines began to climb along the blood vessels and began to climb up to his face and turned into a ferocious and horrible pattern. His left eye had even turned pitch black, and half of his face was emitting a strong, murderous aura. Don't try to control me. Under the night sky, Officer Liu bent over and growled. He grabbed left hand's right arm, and the veins on his right arm were even more obvious. After a while, the black lines slowly faded away from his face. Everything returned to normal, but Officer Liu's face was sickly pale now. There was still a long time before dawn. Officer Liu took a deep breath. Looking at the dark night, he had never felt that a night was so long. The sudden death of the director of the Eastern Branch caught him unprepared. Why did you kill him? Officer Liu's eyes flashed a trace of killing intent. He immediately picked up the phone. It's me. I need your help. A hoarse and low voice came from the other side of the phone. Go ahead. Officer Liu said seriously, there's a full moon tonight, and the forbidden device in my body is going to backfire. I need an extremely cold place or something extremely cold to suppress it. If it's normal, I won't turn to you. But this time, it's inconvenient for me to leave Fire Cloud City. I have a hunch that something will happen if I go to the outskirts of Fire Cloud City to suppress it. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Wait for my news. In the shop. It was too depressing to prepare for lessons alone in the attic room. Lady Nan, too, ran down early to slack off. Boss, Guze ran out of the hospital. It seems that he went to Jade Shrine. Lady Nan, too, was eating the leftover honeydew. Red Boy and I are following number 1. Do you have any instructions? What do you want me to say? Boss Luo asked casually. At this moment, he was reading a book. He was reading a book that Miss May brought back from Little Tiger's place. It was a book with Gao Yang as signature, or rather, it was a teaching material. Isn't Red Boy your prey? Lady Nantu blinked and said, well, number one has an obligation to ensure her safety. Prey? Boss Luo put down the textbook in his hand, glancing at Ninshaun expressionlessly. This glance made her shudder. It seemed that the boss didn't like the title of prey, but if she used something like fancy, interest, etc., she was afraid that she would be beaten to death by Miss Maid. It was so difficult. I thought Red Boy was the one you planned to contact. Lady Nantu had to use a more obscure way of saying, so I didn't have a nerve to do anything to her. She didn't learn the method of distinguishing souls for nothing. Most of the people in Fire Cloud High were ignored by her. Boss Luo suddenly said, Lady Nan, how are you going to deal with Red Boy? Lady Nantu was startled, muttering to herself, first, become her true friend. Let her trust me completely, then cheat her heart, and then abandon her heartlessly. Boss Luo said calmly, we're not a swindler group. Lady Nantu smiled embarrassedly. I'm just saying. Boss Luo smiled casually again. Remember one thing. If you want to maximize your performance as an emissary, the best way is to fulfill the customer's wishes with your own ability. For example, you did a good job with Yulia's request in Heavenly State. But if you rely on me or the shop itself, your final evaluation will be lowered. Lady Nantu blinked her eyes. Queen Go's thought was, I can just do a few more orders, even if the commission for a single order isn't high. As long as it's not too much, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Isn't that good? Boss Luo seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said softly, my previous boss's business was very big, really big, but it also fell into an endless cycle. Do you know why the price of happy drinks is so low? Lady Nantu said subconsciously, because it squeezes all the costs to the limit. But because of this, the products can be sold at the lowest price. But with its sales volume, it's not the most profitable company in the world, right? Boss Luo shook his head and said softly, basically, in my opinion, if the customer doesn't pay when they're really satisfied, we're obviously at a loss. Lady Nantu was deep in thought. Boss Luo stood up and put the teaching materials in his hands in front of her. This is for you. Maybe it'll be useful to you. She picked up the teaching materials and saw the name, Gao Yang, on the first page. And this teaching material was a biology teaching material. Gao Yang, biology teacher, end of chapter.